supposed to come from? Down here, right? He's supposed to come from South America, right? Okay. Now, I just want you to keep that in mind because the live is about Louisiana. Now, those of y'all that started out the live, remember I said it wasn't a lot of people that was interested in Louisiana. See, it's a lot of people not interested in Louisiana. But let me tell you something. Now I got your attention when we talking about Louisiana because this is in the southern region, right? We just focusing in on a certain area. Okay. Now, um, I was explaining how Shaka Zulu mama got a lot in common with Cleopatra. Don't you think so? Do you think so? Or do you know that? Because Shaka Zulu mama name was Maya. Shaka Zulu mama was Queen Nani. She was a princess. Her and Shaka Zulu daddy was actually distant cousins. Did you know that? They was cousins. Okay, so the villages had chiefs, and the chiefs was the fathers of the villages. So that meant everybody in the villages was accounted for. Okay. Did you know that village was a French word? Villa, it's a French word. It's a French word. So when I say that we the French and we spoke French and they spoke French in West Africa and they took the slaves from West Africa, we the people of West Africa. You do know that, right? Even though they conquered the land and they changed the names, you still them people. That's what I'm getting you to realize. Because before they called it Africa, they called it Greece. Before they called it Africa, baby, they called it Greece. Because we talking about the land has been conquered so many times. And whoever conquered the land changes the name and rewrite history. So when you go back and study history, depending on who conquered it at the time, that's what you read. You reading his story about he conquered, what he conquered, and all that shit. Right? And you want the truth, go ask the land. Okay? Because women lie, men lie. Go to the land. Now, the land was called Greece. And I'm going to prove it. Because Cleopatra lived in Greece. If this ain't Greece, you tell me why is the city of Alexandria in Louisiana? And you tell me why is the city of Alexandria modeled, quote unquote, after Greece. So y'all just got some old ass buildings and put them down in Louisiana and made it look like Greece. Do y'all want to explain that to us? Because y'all got modern Greece and ancient Greece. So when we get on the plane and go on over here to Greece, they call it modern Greece. I know what modern mean. That mean it has some shit reconstructed. Now, I've found out down there at the public food system that y'all have reconstructed our history several times. So is this one of them times? Because I know what reconstruction is. Okay? So I just want to know, if Cleopatra ain't a real person, why is there an Alexandria, Greece? If Cleopatra did not live here in America, you tell me, why did y'all burn down the libraries in Alexandria? Go ahead, I'll wait because I got the pictures. Why y'all burn them down? They might not know, but I know. You tell me, why did you burn down the Alexandria libraries? Also, why is Louisiana right next to Jackson, Mississippi? Greetings, sis. Greetings, Dana. Gratitude. Why is Alexandria right next to Jackson, Mississippi? Because we learned about Jackson, Mississippi, didn't we, y'all? We found out that Jackson, which is July Gale's son, lives here. We found out that he went and got him a job, or he created him a job, and he bought him 300 acres for his family because he was a slave, and he said his descendants was not going to be slaves. That's what he said. He did. He said, my descendants are not going to be slaves. He said, it's a matter of fact, I am going to write up some decrees and some documentation that they not going to be slaves. I am going to write some amendments and some constitutions that they not going to be slaves, honey. I tell you that. That's what he said. But, they had rewrote his history. So, it's that's what they do. But so your ancestor Jackson, because that's Jack's son. Can we break down who is Jack's son for a moment? Can somebody drop Jack in the chat? Because maybe people ain't thinking. Let's start with Jackson. Let's start here. Because we trying to figure out what's going on here. So let's start with Jackson. Let's start there with Jackson. Can I have somebody drop Jack in the chat? Jack. Cause did you know that Inky was Ptah? No, I'm serious. Did you know that Inky was Ptah? Okay, so Ptah is the father of the Egyptians. Okay, now Ptah, which is the father of Egyptians, he had thought the world into existence. Okay, and they called, so Ptah is Inky, and Ptah is the father of the skilled craftsmen. Okay? Ptah is either of the people that got skills. Okay? And when people got skills, they call them Jack. Okay? They be like, he is the Jack of all trades, master of none. That's what people say. And be like, he the Jack of all trades. You ever heard anybody say the Jack of all trades? The Jack of all trades. That meant like he a carpenter, and he, he could get the iron and put it in the fire and be a blacksmith, or he could like tailor some shit or weave some stuff, or like cook some stuff or bake some stuff. So these was people last names. You getting it twisted, cousin. You doing too much. They the Jack of all trades. So the fact they the Jack of all trades, they're already Jacksons. Did you comprehend that? They're already Jacksons because they the Jacks of all trades. So they Jacks already. Now, some of them probably was called Blacks. Some of them might have even been called Smiths. Um, some of them might have been called liquor or something. Coffee. I don't know. That's what they call people brewers. Some people got the last name Coffee because they worked on the coffee plantation and they was picking coffee. So people have different last names here. These are called occupational surnames. Okay. Get Smith. Somebody in your family was working with metal, boo. That's probably why you should work with metal. You see how I'm just saying some things about your name be telling you who you are. I'm just cousin. I be telling y'all to book these readings, but hey, whatever. Check this out. Make sure y'all go check me out on YouTube. I am on YouTube. I am going to post this replay on YouTube. I have been posting the replays up on YouTube. The videos have been going together. So make sure you've been going over there checking it out, especially if you feel like you lost, you don't know something. Don't just scroll on. Honey, go over there on YouTube and get caught up. That's what I'm making it and creating it for. If you one of those people that's going to follow, I'm creating it for you. Okay. So you can know what's going on. I mean, I'm creating it for me too, because honey, I gotta know too. My children gotta know. My nieces and nephews gotta know. My uncles and aunts gotta know. So let's say I'm creating it for my family. Let's say that. My real family. That's really gonna get into it. Do something with it. But let me continue on. Now we got Cleopatra, the seventh Cleopatra. Gratitude, y'all. Coming from the city of Athens. The city of Alexandria. So she comes from the city of Alexandria, where she is actually a giant. So we need to notice that she is Greek and she is a descendant of a giant. We need to know that because Greek mythology come into play here, don't it? Greek mythology is real right here, isn't it? Because if Cleopatra the seventh is Greek and she is your descendant, then what does that say about you? So what type of genes do you carry? You got giant genes in you? So you telling me that you could be 4 feet tall and you could just have a 6 foot child? Okay, cool. Cause my grandma did it. So you telling me this is a gene that's inside our genetics? Cause my grandma is proof. I got two grandmas that's 5 feet even and got sons that's over 6 feet tall. How is that possible? Do y'all got grandmas that's 4 feet tall that done had giants? Cause people still having giants. Hell, my auntie got giants. My auntie 4'11" and got four sons that's like 6 feet tall. I'm just saying. Cause some of y'all don't understand that we got these genes to have these giants. Especially if you carrying this blood of Cleopatra, aka Mary Magdalene, aka Shaka Zulu Mama. It's a reason they took who she was and divided it all. And didn't they do that to Osiris? Didn't they take Osiris and divide him up into 14 pieces? So they did that to Cleopatra, divide her up into like 14 different stories. So then when you tell people that she all these different people, people be like, no, she ain't. Well, you must don't know nothing about Osiris. You must don't know nothing about the Egyptian gods and how they took them and divided them up into 14 different pieces and scattered them all across the earth so nobody could put it back together again, except for Isis. Except for Isis and her genes. Isis descendants could do it. Do you think it's weird or a coincidence maybe that was the government's terrorist group? I'd be like, damn, that they could have named the terrorist group anything, but they named it ISIS. Because now that I know that ISIS descendants is the only one that know the truth. So who is the war against? ISIS descendants? Because ISIS got to be God if because this the war, right? Because ISIS was Cleopatra the seventh, mama. So ISIS, long story short, is Big Mama. So ISIS really lived. She really lived and she really had a name, but they distorted and reconstructed our history so we wouldn't know. But let me get, I got just going. Okay, now that's Louisiana we was just looking at, right? Now, Louisiana was originally called La Louisiane. French explorer Rene Robert Cavelier Sieur de La Salle named the massive, did you hear massive? Massive. Did you get the massive? Massive. So we ain't talking about one state, bruh. We ain't talking about one state. Did you hear that? You a lion or are you reading between the lines? Remember the little show, The Lions with the Books? Or are you reading between the lines here, cousin? The massive territory. Not little shit, massive territory. In 1682, to honor the King Louis XVI of France. Okay? So they named Louisiana the massive territory. Let's look at it. The massive territory. Cousin. A cousin. The massive territory. The massive territory. To honor the massive territory to honor who? Who was they honoring, cousin? King Louis the 16th, cousin. Yeah, so King Louis the 16th is somebody, cousin. The 16th, cousin. Hey, cuz, can you count? Can you count? Can you count? Cause I could count real good cause I do this astrology. I do these soul contract readings. I'm gonna tell you something about me. Cause I told you I'm connected to this woman. Now, some people say, no, you not. Okay, whatever. But my birthday on the 16th. It's 61 people in here. That's the 16th. Hey, you can't make this shit up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, they said violation warning. The live restricting from some audience. Your live contains something that may be uncomfortable and you giving out misinformation. That's what they say. I'm going to be careful. Hopefully I don't get kicked off these people's thing, but I'm scared to talk. Okay. You know what? I'm going to end my live and I'm going to restart it. Yeah, that's what the spirit told me to do. So I'm going to just re-end it and restart it. So I'll see y'all in a hot second. If y'all come back, I'll see y'all in a minute. All right, y'all.
I see Iowa, Wisconsin, Jersey, St. Louis. Oh my God, DJ Miss Tan, it's okay to live. Shout out to you, 200 minutes is crazy. Charlie Chill, God bless you. Brittany Island, yes. Don, yes. You say yes to that. Positive songs, all of it. Flow State, shout out to Hibiscus Frog Studio. Affirmation songs. Oh my God, let me scroll down. Oh my goodness. Affirmation. Oh my gosh, where we at? Oh, y'all want me to, so that's the music, y'all want me to drop affirmation songs, positive songs? Okay. Y'all, it's so many negative songs in this world. It's crazy. I like the vibe now. You brighten up the morning. Oh, God bless you. Sing rap. Okay. Desert Rose, Kentucky. Yes. Oh my gosh. You kill it. Shout to Clarity Translator. I don't fit in because I live outside the box. My God, you better drop that. You better drop that lyric. Hi, good morning. We are what we surround ourselves with. Uncle, you are beautiful. Thank you, handsome. Thank you, sweetheart. All right, y'all ready? Y'all want some more music? Dang, it took me a minute to catch up. How long was y'all talking about that? Oh my God, on today. My bad, y'all. Kiana, you here? Hey, Kiana, drop something in the chat so I can send my people to you, bro. I never fit in. When I did, I was drowning myself. My God. Ooh. Hey, who could relate to what Don just said? I never fit in, and when I did, I was drowning myself. I was definitely locked. I was locked out of sobriety, bro. You were vibing, girl. You had a flow going. I did. Yeah, I got some anxiety. I got some pain in me. But listen, we turn that pain into purpose. We turn that pain into art. But speaking of that, yo, let's shout out to Kiana real quick. This beautiful Chicagoan, I mean Miami. Um, real talk. No, this soul here really inspires me with consistency. I know I say this every day, but for real, it's like the light on her life is so beautiful, and I love seeing her win. And she really inspires me. So if you are looking for a community of people, she's live every single day. Okay. But if you're looking for a community of people where you can actually learn something and better your life and connect with other like-minded souls, Kiana's room is a really great room to be in. She really inspires me. She's a beautiful woman too, like beautiful inside and out. She has a beautiful home. God has blessed her, but not just blessed her. She put in the work. You feel what I'm saying? So I really inspired by her because I feel like I don't know if our stories are similar, but just Chi-Town, like looking at where she started. I remember when she was in that small room and like seeing her now with the view that she got. You got to go to her page to see the view. But just like I just want y'all to go to her page, floor her with love, celebrate her, be inspired by her travels. Like if you feeling down, if you feeling like you feel, I'm not gonna say hopeless, I don't wanna say that, but if you are actually feeling that way, I want y'all to go and show Kiana some love, yo. Go show Kiana some love and get your life right. Johnny Z said sing. Hey, I'm not a jukebox. I want to read something to y'all real quick. What up, Crystal? This says this is the first page of this book, my sobriety book. And it says this part right here. It says, God, take away everything I think I know about this book. I think I know. Think about that. Think about how many things we go through and we don't know. All right. So, God, take away everything I think I know about this book. Everything I think I know about this process. Everything I think I know about you, God. What assumptions do we have about God that aren't even true? That we don't even know as an assumption. We just live like it's truth, right? So I can have an experience with you. God, take away everything I think I know about this book. You can replace these words with anything. Maybe say, God, please take away everything I think I know about my job. Shout out to Scorpio woman. Shout out to God, tell me take away everything I think I know about my family, everything I think I know about myself, about this process and about you guys, so I can have an experience with you. Also, this too. God, please bury my pride before my pride buries me. My God, on today. God, please bury my pride before my pride buries me. I didn't realize how prideful I was, how special. And it's not that I'm not special. It is not that you're not special, baby. It's not that you're not special, but listen to my soul. Because I started school so early and I was always ahead. I thought that made me special, which it does. I am special and I am different. Shout out to Bridget. But the thing is, when I make myself so special that I separate myself from all humanity to the point where I feel like nobody else can relate to me, where I feel like nobody else could touch me, where I feel like I'm just so different and so unique that there is no possible way that I could have, and like nobody on this planet understands, that isolates me too much. And I didn't realize how much that was separating me from life, from the world, you know. And I just want to share that because that's something I'm navigating, is really humility. I thought that I was humble, and I am, but it's levels to it. Damn, it's levels to humility, y'all. I didn't know that. How you hating from outside the club and you can't even get in? I didn't realize it was levels to humility. Check this out. Listen to this. So somebody asked me earlier, what you sober from? I'm sober from Mary Jane. But also I have an illness. Like anytime any kind of like substance enters my body's like, yo, what is that? I want some more of that. Whatever that is, I want more of that. All right. So it's saying here that you can put in whatever you want to put in too, right? So it says alcoholism, but for me, it was smoking weed. All right. Alcoholism is a disease of the body, mind, and spirit. There are 3 parts of this program, one for each part of my disease: body, spirit, and mind. And for me, I was trying to run away from my mind. I was trying to run away from my spirit. And I was trying to run away from my body by putting substances in it because the pain was too loud and my life was too uncomfortable. But you know what happened? My life became so unmanageable. I had no choice but to do something different. I had to do something different. Big ups to Don. Don, you was up in here when you was like 18 days sober, right? Listen to this right here. Day 30 was, thank you. On God. Huh? This process is not to make me depend on anyone, but to innate. That means not your mama, not your daddy, not your cousin, not your brother, not your uncle, not your neighbor, not your boyfriend, not your girlfriend, not your this, not your boss, not your hand, not your teacher, not your professor, not your nobody. Because at the end of the day, your pastor, can't none of these people save you, bro. And I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it. And I don't want the people I love most to die before I can I say that word? They probably finna flag me. Damn. Hard no. Right? So None of these people, listen, this process is not to make me depend on anyone, but to enable me to become dependent upon God, because man can't save himself. Period. Because if we could, my God, on today, I would have been saved. And respectfully, I ain't saved yet. Right? So I just wanted to share that with y'all. What I was gonna say, there was another part in here. There's a section where they talk about other people who have the disease, which apparently is possible that all people do, but it affects some more than others. For example, who up in here? Hey, drop a shot glass in the chat if you a lightweight. Hey, drop a shot glass in the chat if you a lightweight. Hey, where my lightweights at? Come on, Springer. Yo. Shout out to Springer for being brave. Clarity translator, not me. Bridget said, not me. Period. Add period. Hey, drop a shot glass in the chat if you a lightweight. Never was a lightweight. Nope, not here. Period. Period. Brittany said no. Hey, social one is fine with me. Okay. I'm gonna say this for me. I realize I can't do nothing because it's that first when I open the door. I get an appetite for it, and the next thing I'm in a cycle again, and no more cycles for me. So that's why I have to. Everybody has to do their own journey. I have to completely put it down. So I just wanted to share that little tidbit. If that's helpful, I can share more. I can't finish it sometimes, mind over body. That's good. That's good. Shout out to you. Cause see, my body take control, and I'm like, my body's like, what is that? We forgot about all of our problems. Let's destroy our life. If that was helpful, y'all, drop some claps in the chat. And I want to say this too. It's very vulnerable for me to even share this stuff. It's kind of weird, bro. It's kind of weird sharing this kind of stuff. But I realize that they say the only way to save, but you can admit it, and that's key. Thank you, Springer. Wayne, I'm drinking coffee. My mom got me this cup. It says, I love you. It's coffee. Y'all want some more music? Let's do classical. Can I do classical for you? God bless you. God bless disease. Y'all about to make me cry. We got a cardinal in the chat. Yay, we got a cardinal. Let's go. Cardinal time. Y'all ready? Shout out to the cardinal, baby. Clarity translator, God bless you. Shout out to Wayne's World. Wayne, where you at, baby? Hold on, let me catch Wayne. Y'all go check out Wayne, this beautiful soul here. God bless you on today. My God, on today. God bless you. God keep you. God anoint your crown, King. Listen, you are a light in this world. We love you and we celebrate you. Controversial topics, but it's I do. I don't know. Sometimes you need that somebody to make you think. So if you're looking for a page that's gonna make you think and really challenge your beliefs, it's a good one. Oh, Don said totally following anyone you suggest. My God, on today. God bless you, sweetheart. Listen, speaking of which, y'all go and follow Dawn because Dawn has been going live consistently, and I'm so proud of her sharing her story. Okay, I'm gonna let Wayne time out. And then I want you to pin yourself, Dawn. If I'm not able to pin you, I want you to pin yourself. Totally following anyone you suggested because I'm gonna suggest you because let me say what's Dawn is such a beautiful soul. Dawn is such a beautiful soul. And I really celebrate her life because I don't even know if she understands how special she is. She's such a joy. Like it's so interesting for me when I'm on the other side of the chat. Because I get to see you all, right? I get to be the typer and I get to like, oh wow, this is what it's like being on this side, you know. So let's do some classical. Let's go. Y'all ready? Yeah. Come on. Y'all ready? Let's go.
It's not about that I wanna help my people.
Psychology shit is real when you done lost your last feeling. Jump to bounce back off the glass ceilings, back to stealing to Xanax, smack dealing.
That because it's a lot of teachers, but it's not a lot of people putting their hands on the ground, their feet on the ground, and their hands on the people, and showing them that I love them and I'm in love with them. And my following is gonna help me help somebody else, right? That's what we finna do. My ultimate goal in it is to start helping people who are homeless, right? Who parents died, or something happened with their family and they out here like this, or just get out here and help people, man. Even if it gets to the point where we start getting people houses and cars, I don't care nothing about it. That's what we got to do. And somebody who cares about our people got to step in and start doing it, because that is the most connection that you're going to get with your people, right? The world has got so petty. The world has got so petty and so selfish that people won't even get out here and help their own people, bro. It's all about, can I shine on everybody else? Is my car better than theirs? My house better than theirs? My clothes better than theirs? It's all about that selfishness and pettiness, and being petty with your people, and acting selfish, and it's all about you all the time. And we finna stop that. I'm finna get out here and help people. I want y'all to bag me up as I do this now. I need y'all help now. I can't do it all by myself. But starting next week, y'all gonna see the videos popping up on my TikTok. And I ain't gonna do as much. I know some of y'all gonna be mad at me about this, but I'm not gonna do as much teaching as I used to. I might do it like twice a week or something like that, because I'm to the point now, the information is out. Everybody's saying the information. Everybody know the information. Our people are more enlightened and they know more about our history at this point. And a lot of other guys are pushing that, the knowledge real hard, and I respect it. But I think it's time for me to transition over to helping our people. That's what we're missing. We're missing love. We're missing compassion, nurture for our people. That's what we're missing. That's what we're missing. We're missing love, compassion for our people. We're missing it. That's what we're missing. That's what I feel we're missing. Empathy, we missing. So I'm still gonna do both, but I'm gonna do more of getting out here touching the people and helping them. Because, like I say, I see a void right there that has not been filled in a long time. So when I do this, y'all, I'm gonna need y'all help. I'm gonna show y'all what's going on, and I'm gonna need y'all help to help these other people out. We're gonna do it all together. We're gonna do it all together. We're gonna help these people. And we're gonna watch them prosper. Because a little bit of love goes a long way. Right? And it's another thing. I'm from Mississippi, and I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real now. You know, y'all know I ain't gonna get on here and lie. I'm gonna be real. They have pushed our people down in Mississippi so low that it's a void for people showing love. It's a void for people showing love because they beat Mississippi down so bad. The dollar is so powerful. The materials are so powerful in Mississippi because they beat the people down so bad. Everything they get is glorified. Right? A lot of people feel like that. Not everybody, but a lot of people feel like that. And I want to get out here and show y'all that this is nothing. I want to show y'all that this is nothing. This is nothing, people. This ain't nothing. This does not replace the love and empathy and nurture of your people. This does not make you better than nobody. This does not make you a better being or a better person than nobody. This is a piece of paper. If this changes somebody's life around, a piece of paper, and they get out here and do great things after nobody believed in them, you can have this. If this changes your life, your narrative, you can have this. Because this don't control real niggas. This don't control real people. A lack or an abundance of this don't control how I feel or treat my people. Let me say that again. A lack or abundance of this don't change how I feel about people. I'm going to treat you the same way without this, or if I got 1 million of these. Because this don't get these motherfuckers away. I promise you. I'm going to show y'all. I give them away. So I'm going to get out here and help my people. I need y'all to get my back. So when I start posting these videos, y'all see what's going on. Y'all already know. Y'all know what it is. I love y'all. I'm in love with you. And we at a void for helping our people. And that's where I'm finna step in at. Too much petty shit going on. It's too petty out here. Our people are not petty. Roll the coin. This system making our people petty. We not petty people. We're not going to sit there and go back and forth with you about no $10 meal. That's for the petty people. We don't do that. We don't do that, go over there, eat our food in the corner and everybody over there hungry. We don't do that. When I see people doing that shit, it bothers me. This is the land of abundance, bro. You might not have everything you think you want, but you got what you need. I promise you that. And that's all you really need. So now, I want to literally get out here and help my people because I done taught a lot, people. I done taught a lot. So now I got to move on and get out here and put my hands on the people. I'm still going to teach, but I want to move on and put my hands on the people because I think that is more effective at this point. Sitting up on a podcast all day, sitting up talking all day, not unifying. I'm finna start unifying the people more too. The melanated copper color American Indians. We finna start getting deep, pulling up too. That's my 2 things I'm on now. Because that's what we need. That's exactly what we need. Now let me show y'all something. So next week, that's what I'm on. And I'm going to get out here and touch some people. At least 2 or 3 people a week. And I'm going to show y'all what's going on. Y'all just get my back. If I need a little help to help them out, y'all just get my back and we're going to help them out. Even if it's somebody on TikTok that needs help and they can DM me or some of my people and we can come together and help them, that's what we going to do. That's what family do. Y'all know somebody who need help. You send it to me. We get it out there. We help them as a group. And we keep doing it. Because everybody in the chat might need help one day. So as an extended family of indigenous people, that's what we got to do. Ain't nobody else going to do it for us, y'all. Somebody got to spearhead this thing. Ain't nobody else going to do it but us. For us, by us, with us. It starts and ends with us. That's virtue. That's love for your people. It ain't about this shit. If this make you feel some type of way, if you go to sleep mad about this, you a hunter-gatherer. If you go to sleep mad about this right here, you a hunter-gatherer. Because at one point, this shit didn't exist. Shit didn't exist. You just a hunter-gatherer. Now, people been coming at me talking about truth. Run for mayor. Truth, run for mayor, Truth. Hell no. No motherfucking mayor. Get out of my y'all. I know y'all seen Chief Sekou run for mayor. I'm not a politician. I don't even want to sit in there with the hunter-gatherers. I don't want to put my suit on, go in there and sit down with hunter-gatherers, talking over my head, acting like I'm in control or something. That shit fake to me. No disrespect to nobody, but Truth is not a politician. So come, I'm against all that bullshit. I'm against the voting. I'm against the left, the right. I'm against all that shit. I don't fuck with Trump. I don't fuck with Obama. I don't fuck with none of these niggas. What Truth look like sit up in there with Trump and goddamn with these racist ass Mississippi politicians who took our people's shit and I'm in there with them, like in there chilling, laughing and shit. How you doing, Mr. Such and Such, Mr. Governor? I love you. What we gonna do for the black people? Hell no, hunter gatherer. I'm not asking y'all for shit. I don't give a damn who win nothing. I look at this shit different, people. Hi, Mr. Governor. How can we help the niggas over there in South Jackson, Mississippi today who need some help over there? We can't get their roads paved or nothing? Damn, let me go home. Man, listen, bro. I know y'all niggas some sellouts because y'all be want to join it. Y'all be want to join that shit and act like you prestigious. I don't want to join that shit. I can easily do it now, but why? Why? What have a melanated politician ever done for us? Think back through history now. What have they done? What did Obama do? Nothing, nigga. I ain't trying to get at Obama, but he ain't do shit. Me and Michelle, man, fuck all that, Obama. What you and Michelle gonna do for all these oppressed people? Y'all ain't do shit. Roll the corn. I'm not joining the YT team, man. No. Have me up in there looking like a damn fool. My people asking me, Truth, can you get this done? I go to them try to get it done. No, we can't do that, Truth. Get your ass out of here. Now I got to go back and tell my people I'm the mayor, though. We can't get no new school books for Jackson, Mississippi. We ain't got no books. Jackson, Mississippi ain't even got no books like that, bro. They ain't got no books for the schools. Bro, these people have turned Jackson, Mississippi into a goddamn third world country. We ain't got enough books for the kids to take home, bro. Y'all think I'm bullshit? I'll pull that shit up on the internet right now. But we supposed to believe in their system and join it and go vote and all that. Man, I ain't doing none of this shit. Roll the corn. Voting ain't never helped us do shit. All these so-called political niggas, we got to rally up and go vote. For what? What are they gonna do? What rallying up voting gonna do for us? Have it ever done something for us? I don't believe in this shit no more. I used to kind of look at politics a little bit, but I don't believe in none of it no more. Roll the corn. So Truth ain't running for no mayor, no wardsman, no alderman. I don't want to be none of this shit. I don't want to be in part of y'all system at all, bro. I want y'all system to crumble. If y'all want me to be honest, crumble the whole damn system and rebuild it from the truth. Y'all system already flawed and fucked up and criminal. Why do I want to join a criminal organization? I might well go get with the cartel. Why would I join a criminal organization and I ain't getting no money? If I'm gonna go criminal, I might well go criminal and go join the cartel. Y'all, they criminals in the White House. Trump a felon. Trump is a felon, bro. Come on, y'all. Roll the corn. I ain't with none of that political shit. That's not an achievement to me. That don't move me at all. I don't care nothing about this shit. I'm sorry. I just don't. So y'all might care. I don't care. I done seen melanated people get in there and turn white so fast. I seen melanated people get in the office in Mississippi and turn white overnight. Motherfucker wake up white. He get elected the day before, next day he wake up white, a white man. Bro, you done switched already? Oh, you hanging out with the country club people now? Okay. You a hunter-gatherer. I done seen it, bro. I can name the people. I ain't with that shit. They don't do nothing. I'd rather get out here and help people with y'all backing on my own than try to go in there and play political roles. No, that shit is games, tricks, jokes. They change laws just to make it fit their narrative. You will sit your black ass right there and watch them change laws to hurt your people. And you can't do nothing about it. Then what you gonna do? Them melanated people in Alabama and Louisiana and Memphis, y'all been seeing them videos. It's melanated people in the government sitting right there with them white people, changing the laws to zone a melanated area. They sitting right there. They can't do shit about it. Sit there and look stupid. Why these folks take our land more and more and more? Pushing the inner city in and in and in. Y'all don't see that shit happening? Why ain't no melanated people stopping it in politics? They can't. They just sit there and ride the wave with their nice clothes on, acting like they some type of superior nigga. They just giving away Memphis land, giving away land in Louisiana to the people. You can't nobody stop it. Y'all been seeing them people roasting them politicians in Memphis, putting their hand all in their face, giving away their land, zoning. If we had a melanated politician to do it, we wouldn't have to go up there and do it. Got our people all out there, all upside the white folk. Shit crazy. Now, let me show y'all something. I ain't with none of this shit. I don't want not one vote. I don't give a damn about this shit. I don't want not one vote from none of. Don't put my name in the ballot. I don't want to be none of part of this shit. Listen, this is the so-called seal of the United States. Let me say one more thing, y'all. These people disclassified us, turned us to Negroes, oppressed us, took our land, pushed us in the inner city so we can put the guns and dope in there so we can kill each other, drove us crazy, unalive our ancestors, and you go right in there and join them. You go right in there and join them. No, I ain't vouching for that. I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, that's ulterior motive the whole time. It's ulterior motive the whole time. You want to be, I ain't with that shit, bro. If you know your history, why would I join these people? If I join the enemy, that means I bow down to the enemy. Because there are levels to the government. It's levels to this shit, people. You right here, it's 1,000 white men over you. Your word gonna go up one level. He gonna shoot it to the man above him. He gonna shoot it down. They gonna shoot it right back down to your ass, and it ain't gonna work. It's level is judiciary, motherfucking executive. It's level to this shit. European levels to this shit. Not European levels. I'm not gonna play them games with y'all. Now, the United States State Seal, right? We got the olive branch and we got the arrows. We got the eagle with the red and white stripes with the blue. Where do they get this shit from? You think this they creation? This not they create. Let's keep going. Roll the coin. Now what the hell is this? What's this? We got the eagle, the red and white stripes, the arrows, and the olive tree. Now, what does the olive tree represent? What the olive tree represent? Look at my hands. Peace. What does the arrows represent? The defense of a nation, military strength, war, military strength, the defense of a nation, olive peace, war, the defense of a nation. Which way is the eagle facing? Which way is the eagle facing? Put it in the chat. Which way is the eagle facing? What side? Peace. See that? Let's go look at the seal of the president. Which way the eagle facing on the seal of the president? Huh? Oh, okay. Okay. Y'all get it now? You get it? You feel me? Now, to prove my point, let's go back to ancient Egypt. Because I got to take this shit so far back that you can't even put it in the same playing field. Let's go back to Egypt. The goddess Isis who gifted the olive tree to humanity, teaching them how to extract the valuable oil. Peace. A gift to humanity. This goes way back in our ancient knowledge. The olive tree represents peace. Gifted the olive tree to humanity. So this is saying our culture gifted the olive tree to hunter-gatherers. Do you understand it? We weren't talking to ourselves because we already knew this shit. We was giving this shit to hunter-gatherers. Gifted the olive tree to humanity. Humanity is Africans, Europeans, and Arabs, and Mongoloids. That's humanity. We're not humanity. We are the people who had all the knowledge at the time. The rest of the people were just roll the coin. That is a representation of offering peace to hunter-gatherers. The olive tree. You get it? Now, why these Indians got the damn olive tree representing peace, even though we know we might have to go to war. That's balance in nature. We representing peace, but we might have to go to war. That's what they're telling you. But we seek peace first. And if you think I'm lying, put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat, 2 in the chat, 2 in the chat, 2 in the chat. Y'all hear me? We good? If you think I'm lying, look at the seal behind Donald Trump. It faces the arrow. It faces the arrow. We're going to defend the nation with military force. That's what they telling you. If it faced the olives, it'll be peace. But we didn't fuck that peace. Hunter Gallup was like, fuck peace. We're going to defend it with military force. That's what the eagle facing the arrow means. Now, I taught y'all what does the eagle mean in the first beginning. The eagle is Aguila, family. The eagle is Aguila. So we had the continent of the eagle is the Aguila star constellation teaching. The olive represented peace, and the arrow is representing we will defend our nation if we have to. They took our symbol and turned it into the seal of America and turned the eagle head towards the arrow. Now, 2026, this is what we got. 2026, this is what we got. The new U.S. dime design removed the olive branches from the eagle. What does that mean? Ain't no more motherfucking peace. That's what that mean. Peace ain't even on the table no more. It's your arrows and the eagle now. You see who you dealing with? Do you see who you dealing with? Why I want to join this? They took the damn olive straight out the eagle hand. He just straight ready to go to war. Ain't no more peace. Oh, peace. In they mind. So we're gonna use the symbolism. If you don't know the symbolism, they're gonna play on you. Roll the coin now, truth. How can you show that these people know the bow and arrow came from Indians? Let's go look at the real shit. The figure supporting the shield was an Indian warrior holding bow and arrow and carrying a quiver of arrows. That became what? And the olive branch for peace, bearing the olive branch. Beneath them was a Latin motto, prepared in war or in peace. Charles Thompson put together the final design for the Great Seal after the Indian shield and arrow. The left is the sinister talon. The left holds the arrow, therefore the left is sinister. Specifies the bald eagle holding his sinister bundle of 13 arrows for the military or no peace, war. The olive branch arrow denote the power of peace and war, which is exclusively vested in Congress. Peace and war, huh? Now, my people go up there and buck and act a damn fool. What you think they gonna do? Ain't no, they gonna turn to warlords. They are warmongers. Why do I want to join them? Not for truth now. Y'all can keep that shit. Let's keep going. Roll the corn. Bundle of arrows. Here go the primary sketch for the symbol of America. And it was peace. Now is war against everybody. Roll the corn. We ain't even looking for peace no more. We want all smoke. That's what they trying to tell you. And for you even think I'm even look that way, I'm just gonna take the whole damn olive branch off the damn symbol. Ain't no peace. we ain't even to play with y'all. Do what they saying. We just gonna take the whole olive branch off. Fuck the peace representation. Just take that shit off. All arrows for niggas. Now, military. Let me show y'all. Olive branch symbolizes peace. The bundle of arrows, military strength and readiness to defend the nation. Show you the receipts. Receipt God. Roll the coin. Now that y'all know that, right? The ancient peace sign. The fingers are together. They are together. The European peace sign. Okay. Let's go to Wisconsin. Let me show you another one. Then I'm going to break the words down. Then it's going to go right with the Mississippi River. Watch what I tell you. Wisconsin intaglio panther. Interesting. Yeah. Let's go look around. Because it's all over the land, people. You just got to know what you're looking at. It's all over the land. You just got to know what you're looking at. The panther intaglio, right? Known effigy mound in the world. Purposes of American Indian effigy mound. 8 were similar, representing a panther, and 2 represented bears. Now, let's look at it on the ground. Roll the coin. Panther effigy. Watch this. They gotta show me the one on the ground. Show it to me on the ground with the water. That's what I want to see. Built going underground with the water. Roll the coin. Milwaukee Panthers, huh? The college? Milwaukee Panthers? Oh, okay. Why you think they named them the Milwaukee Panthers? The black, okay. There you go right there. There we go right there. You see how that mound going underground shaped just like a panther? There go the leg right there. There go the head. There go the body. You see that? Wisconsin? That's a mound, people. That's not just no puddle of water. That's made to be shaped like a panther. These your ancient ancestors. Then right there by the motherfucker, you got the Milwaukee Panthers College. Okay. See? This shit over motherfucker's head. They don't understand it. Now, let's go back to Mississippi. To the Big Panther Lake. Let's go to the Big Panther Lake. Roll the coin. Here you go. Big ass lake called Calling Panther Lake. Let's get to the real name. Why that receipt so damn big? Roll the coin. Hold on, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll show it to you online. I'll show it to you. I don't want to stop the line no more. Now, is the were-jaguar, watch this, is the were-jaguar associated with building lakes? Let's go see. Roll the coin. Mound builders. Monumental earthen mounds and ceremonial landscapes, right? Hold on. They ain't telling me what I need to know. Associated with lakes and water, people. Lakes and water, because it's the underwater panther, right? Give me the receipt. Computer just straight froze up. Roll the coin. This is foolishness. Give me the receipt. I ain't even put Jaguar in there. Hold on. Watch this. Let me show y'all something. Yeah, jaguars. Half human, half figure, central to ancient Mesoamerican cultures like the Olmecs, deeply associated with rain, water, aquatic environments, right? Olmec had a deep drainage water system. The jaguar with the underworld, right? Jaguar gods. Lily jaguar on the water. Swimmers that hunt in the rivers and flooded jungles. So as you can see, it's associated with water, lakes, right? Let's go back to Mississippi. The Calling Panther Lake. Now, watch this. Put a 2 in the chat. 2 in the chat, 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 2 in the chat. We good? We good? We good, we good, we good. 2 in the chat, 2 in the chat. Okay. Calling Panther Lake is entirely man-made. This ain't no natural lake. It's entirely man-made. They try to say hunter-gatherers flooded out a reservoir and made the lake around 2000, 2003. But that's cap because my great-grandmother used to talk about that lake in the 90s. Y'all lying. That lake was already there. Y'all either made it bigger or y'all flooded out part of the area where ancient culture lived there. But that lake is not built by hunter-gatherers. That lake was already there. Because my great-grandma used to talk about going fishing on that lake in the 90s. So y'all can stop playing, talking about y'all built it in 2000, 2003. Cap. Now, as you see, it's man-made. Right? Where does it sit, Truth Now? It sits in Copiah County, Mississippi. Copiah County, Mississippi. Copiah, which literally translates to calling the panther. There you go right there. Choctaw, hunter, gatherer. Now, XL, are you in the chat? XL, are you in the chat? What's the name of the Mississippi River? The ancient name. Misha, right? XL to know what we on. We linked on some frequency shit. Misha what? Mississippi River. Misha Sopokney. Misha Sopokney is the original name of the ancient Mississippi River. Let's go back to the name of the calling panther in the old language. Sopok is Hebrew. Don't you ever forget that. S-I-P-O-K is Hebrew. Now let's go look at the name of the calling panther. Roll the coin. Let's go look at the name of the calling panther. Watch this. Watch this. I gotta shrink that again, y'all. I gotta shrink that again. Hold on. I don't know why these receipts come out like that. Misha Pushu, the powerful water spirit, underwater panther, the great lynx. Watch this. Mythological figure among the indigenous people of the Great Lakes. Misha Pushu. Misha Sopokney. Then you get the underwater spirit of the panther, Misha Pushu. Now, what does these words mean? Misha is the same thing as Michael, but it's feminine because the feminine teaching comes first. You get it? Misha is before Michael. Misha, the woman, always get taught in nature first. Don't you ever forget that. Michael is a breakdown of who resembles God. Misha is a breakdown of the same thing. So let me show you. Same thing. Same shit. I'm going to prove everything I tell you. I'm going to prove everything I tell you. Yes, linguistically and culturally, they are the same name. Michael and Misha. Hebrew. See, stop playing. See, right there. See, everybody acting like they ain't got nothing to do with none. Your words created the other shit. Now, Michael. Let's break down Michael and Misha. Right? What Michael mean in paleo? He who is like God. The name is rhetorical question made up of 3 parts, read in the right to left. Mem, Yud, Aleph, El, God, Michael, Misha. He who resembles God, he who is like God. You can't debunk this because it's over these people's head. They don't understand it. Right? You can't debunk that. Ain't no way you can debunk that. Now, why the hell is the Mississippi River named for he who resembles God? The people who is like God on the river, who believe in Misha Pashu and name the Mississippi River Misha Sopokni. Now, Sopok, S-I-P-O-K, is Hebrew. Who taught these people these languages? See, I'm going back before the Bible. See, you stuck on the Bible. Truth now is before the Bible. When you're on my page, think BC times. Don't think AD, nigga. Don't try to be like, here go the Bible, and the Bible say, don't do that. Not on my page. Take that shit over there. When I teach something, this shit is 2,000-3,000 BC at least. Roll the coin. Sapok is a Hebrew word. You see that? Okay. Now that you see that, let's go find Misha. Put an N-I on the end. Sapokni. What that mean? What that mean? What that mean? Huh? The old ground. Huh? Choctaw. Chickasaw. Mississippi River, Misha Sapokni, beyond age, Hebrew. Roll the coin. Mississippi translation rip. Okay. see, I'm just different. I'm different, bro. I'm not going to sit up here and teach y'all all that France and European ass knowledge. What the fuck King George was doing. I don't give a damn what King George was doing. What my people were doing on Misha Sopokni. That's all I give a damn about. I don't care nothing about the crown, jewels, King James. I don't care nothing about the Moors. I don't care nothing about what the hell the French were doing over there humping on each other. I don't care nothing about that old sweet ass shit. That ain't my history. I know some of it, but that ain't what I'm here to teach. Roll the coin. Only time I teach it is when it coincides with my people. Other than that, I don't care nothing about it. I'm not going to teach you about no English king who I don't know shit about, who probably unalive all our people over there. We don't know. Give a damn if he melanated. Who cares? Now, let's look at the artifacts. This is at the Penn Museum. This is at the Penn Museum. What do you see right here? They know that these people knew about Cygnus. They're going to Cygnus right there because they're going to deny up at the top. The museum telling you your people knew about sickness? The damn ibis, the damn swan. And the pyramids in Giza shaped just like this cross right here. Sickness. They know this shit. You see the Mississippian artifact. This ain't no Native American. The Penn Museum telling you we knew about sickness, going with the Mississippian artifacts. Let's keep going. They knew we knew astrology. They put them artifacts right with the stars. They already knew. Let's keep going. There go your Panther pipe right there in Mississippi. The underwater damn Panther in Mississippi in artifacts. Same thing as the Olmec shit. It's the same. This the Olmec underwater Panther. He go to Mississippi. Who you think the ancestors is? Who artifacts look older? You see how the face all crinkled up and shit? See how the face all crinkled up? Let's go back to the Olmec. Face all crinkled up. It's the same damn people. We the Olmec ancestors. Our artifacts older than theirs. They come from a bloodline of our people on the Mississippi River. Facts. Because here go the old one right here. We know the truth now. Let's keep going. The Mississippian Panthers. You thought that shit come from the Olmecs? Y'all around here talking about the Were Jaguar, the Mayan, Tutushi Mayans, Olmecs, Naga. Nigga, that shit come from the Mississippi River. You better teach it that way too. Don't be teaching it came from the Mayans and Olmecs, all that old starting history with them folks. Them people not older than us. They come from us. We older than them niggas. Olmecs start building in stone. We all mound building up here. That means we older than them. Stone come after earth and mounds. Then you get pyramids next and temples. You must know that about your culture. They know these cultures start on the Mississippi River. As you can see, with the underwater Panther older than the Olmecs ones. Acting like this shit come from South America, Mexico. You done lost your damn mind. Let's keep going. Big ass underwater Panther on the bluff in Alton, Illinois, on the Mississippi River, with limestone pulled out of the cave and made buildings. The big ass underwater Panther, they tore it down. It was right outside a cave on the Mississippi River, where limestone and granite was pulled out to build buildings. He got old pictures of it, but they tore it up and put a new one up there. They changed the original one. The original one might have had our people face on the motherfucker. You never know. They changed it. Same way they changed the Sphinx head. They changed everything. Let's keep going. Underwater Panther in ancient caves, all up north. This looked like some type of solar boat underwater. But anyway, they go Noon, which is the snake of creation. They go to underwater Panther. All of it is on the walls up there. The Smithsonian know this stuff. Let's keep going. Here is the underwater Panther staves that they found in and around archaeological spots. As you can see here, the fleur-de-lis, the corn symbol, right on top of it. Roll the corn. as you can see here. Y'all see it? Let's keep going. Whoa, Truth. You pulling out them big artifacts. Panther, underwater panther, different animals. Ancient symbols. But I'm gonna get into that another time. I know what that shit means too. Let's keep going. Roll the coin. Now this shows an ancient culture with the underwater panther. Now you see the horns on the head? You see the horns? See the horns? This is what happened in history. Let me skip over some shit and show y'all this. This is what happened in history with the horns, right? Did I get that receipt? Right here. The sacred ram horn of God, or moon, were evoked by kings throughout Africa. Now they try to say it's Africa, but these people wore the horn. You see that horn on the copper color Egyptian? Then the hunter-gatherers come back and turn that into a Satan teaching. Now your culture turns demonic. They did that. Ain't no Satan, nigga. Satan does not exist. Evil just exists in the heart of man, not in the heart. Evil exists in the heart of the beast. The beast is them. They transferred that energy over to our teachings and made all of it evil and used the devil's symbolism for the horns we used to wear in our ancient culture. But them horns represented nature, not evil. So now, everything these people done in nature became characteristics of the devil. He come from underground with horns. Just like your ancient culture come from underground when they built tombs and stuff like that underground. Now, 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons of the melanated people was called the beast. Because of it was melanated people's history. So you call it the beast. And you treat it as if it is evil. Now, every site around the world that your ancient culture built, they put archangels on top of it, said to fight the evil people. You get it? You put the archangel on top of a mound, on top of an ancient burial, on top of some ancient, so he can fight the evil coming from the ancient culture's mound or something they put on the ground. That's their symbolism. You get it? Let's keep going. So it shows you the horns, right? Now let's go look at some more stuff. People of America. Who that look like to you? Who that look like to y'all? This book is by Samuel G. Drake, The Peopling of America. You like a Native American to you? With them bow and arrows, with that hatchet? Huh? Who that look like to you? Like your damn auntie. Look like your auntie cooking greens and cornbread on Sunday. No, we wasn't evil. We was deemed evil because we didn't believe in their religious system. If you believe in nature and yourself, you evil in their eyes, people. This is how you learn real history. Nature's people fought religious people. They've been clashing forever. They've been clashing forever. Do you understand it? So all of nature's people got ran out of their ancient spots, taking over by religious people. And then they put religious symbolism on top of it, or masonry symbols on top of it that come from our ancient culture, but they just do it in a way to make it look like they the ones built it, or they the ones occupied the area first, right? Melanated Indians. Let's keep going. Let's look at some of the old books. The youthful America was also a Negro continent, a statement backed by the findings of European explorers. See that? Several Indian tribes trace their ancestry to ancient melanated people. On the land, who are the ancient melanated people? The mound builders. Y'all better screenshot this stuff. These receipts. Elite receipts at that. Let's keep going. Now this is very interesting. Watch this. African Egyptian presence in ancient America. Now watch what they say. How to explain why several of the urn figures seem to depict an Egyptian sphinx. The urns found in America. Another, the bird-headed god Ra, reliefs in the gallery of the dancers are partly in Assyrian style, partly in portrayed of Negroid types. In Mexico. Interesting. Let's keep going. Ancient writing, including an autobiography left by so-called Moses, explained that a civil war in Central and South America had forced the Egyptians to flee from America. They escaped to the east side of Africa, where they built a second Egypt. Damn. That's crazy. Let me read this again for the people in the back. A civil war in Central and South America had forced the Egyptians to flee from Americas. They escaped to the east side of Africa, where they built a second Egypt. He had seen the city that ancient Egypt had built in the mountains in South America. It was the city that had stirred his fears and his reluctance. Ancient Egyptians had named the capital city Haru to keep alive the name of the ones of Egypt's founding kings. The city Haru was eventually called Jerusalem, then Jerusalem, and it had stood in the Americas. Now, just because we know the truth now, I know exactly the spot they talking about. Check because I am who I am. I know what they talking about. Machu Picchu on top of the mountains. As you can see here, the wings of the falcon. The altar is up here aligned with the equinoxes. The city in the mountains, shaped like a damn falcon. Jerusalem. I taught that before I even found the receipts. I taught people this before I even found all the receipts that go along with it. Because I knew something wasn't right about this place, and I studied it, and they said they called it ancient Jerusalem. Then I started to find the old receipts in the books, because I know I was right the whole damn time. Roll the coin. What is going on with the... Hold on, y'all. Here they go with the fucking up the TikTok. Hold on. I can't even pull the receipts up. Hold on. All right. I got to go out and come. I got to go out and come back in, y'all. I got to go out and come back in, y'all. I got to go. Two in the chat. Put the 2 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 in the chat. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. I'm just warming up. Now, in these books, it said the city Haru was eventually called Jerusalem, then Jerusalem, and it had stood in the Americas. Ancient Egypt's Jerusalem in the Americas, they kept scholars quiet and preachers fearful. When I showed them the old maps, the ancient writing, and the forbidden histories. Now, let's stop. Stop, Truth. Stop. Stop. Just stop right there, because this is something I've been telling y'all the whole time. Why do these new teachers try to tell you that Egypt ain't got nothing to do with Jerusalem? Don't they teach you that? Jerusalem ain't got nothing to do with Kemet. Paleo-Hebrew ain't got nothing to do with ancient Egypt. You a damn lie. You Egyptian pyramid humping hunter gatherer. You don't know where they come from. They come from Tamari. So stop bopping on Egypt and start doing your research around the world. Then you will understand where the Egyptians come from. They said they come from, their ancestors come from the land of reeds, paradise. Paradise is in America, not in the damn desert. I got people in my comments talking about paradise is West Africa. You a damn lie. No paradise, no West Africa. They over there kicking their own people out of towns because they sold a pair of socks. Ain't no abundance right there. They beating people up in Africa because they sold a candy bar in South Africa, and they from Nigeria. Ain't no virtue in that. Africa, I love y'all, but that's not the land of paradise and abundance. That's like me trying to beat up somebody up the street from another side of town. Come on now. Now, there were others who knew the forbidden histories, right? South America, Orinoco River flowed out of the paradise where Adam and Eve had lived. That's what Christopher Columbus said, but he don't even understand Adam and Eve ain't even the right story. That's the switch in the Bible. It's Adama, the man born from the earth. The brown copper-colored man born from the earth is Adama. They took that and turned that into Adam. Now, a tomb and Adama, all that stuff go together. But anyway, Egypt built the first Jerusalem in South America. And it said they fought a civil war and they moved. Now, we find huge ships under Egypt with records on them. It all go together. It all go together. The ship got the history of them moving to that land. The east, it said it moved to the east side of Africa. See, that's how I know he know exactly what he's talking about. Because the east side of Africa, you get right into the Nile, my baby. Watch this. East side of Africa. Nile River map. So let's look at the world geography. Let's just look at the world geography before I move on, right? Let's look, right? Let's get to looking around. On the east side. We on the east side now. Now we go to the east side of Africa. On the far east side, roll the corner. You hit the east side of Africa. Then you hit the area where the Nile sits. But if you coming from Peru, that's the way to go. It makes sense, right? Let me take this off the charger. It makes sense. If you're coming from Peru, let's see, Peru to the east side of Africa, Nile River. Let's go look at a map. Let's find a map, because you can go right from Peru, right there, and hit roll the corn. Let's go right here. This will work right here. This will work right here. Just give me a map. I just need a map. That's all I need. Now, if I'm in South America, either I can go this way and come around and go to the east side of Africa, or I can come out up north and come out right here on the Central America part and just float around. Now, it said the Egyptians left South America and went to the east side. This is the east side of Africa right here. And settled. Okay. It make a lot of sense. It make a lot of sense. It make a lot of sense. I want y'all to screenshot that receipt and study that, because that's amazing. Right? It's amazing. Let's ask another question that go along with history before I move, because I want to go through all of this while I'm on this particular thing, right? Now, is it possible let's ask ask this what's going on. It might give me a solid answer. It might. It might give me a solid answer. It might. Now, I asked this motherfucker, is it possible after Egypt got attacked all them times, after all them years, that those people became the Paleo-Hebrew people north of Egypt? It is widely discussed in the theory in biblical history and archaeology, suggests that early Hebrews originated from indigenous Canaanites, right? From memories of Semitic people, and potentially a smaller group of Egyptian exiles migrating north, merging into the early Israelite society. Whoa, shit, truth. See, it take a genius brain to understand what happened. See, you can just sit there and teach Africa all you want, but this story is way deeper than what you think. Now, let me break down what I'm trying to teach y'all with this. Them first Paleo-Hebrews might have been exiles from Egypt. They try to tell you that they ain't. Oh, them just some white Ashkenazi Jews. The exile from Egypt, probably the one that built Jerusalem over there, the second one. Migrating north. Okay. It's very possible. Now, what if that culture left South America, built up the Nile River the same way they built up in America, with the corn already on deck, built up the first pyramid in Saqqara, the first underground building style in the desert in Saqqara, named after the American Falcon, built all the way going up north to the Delta, kept building, and then these other people started attacking them. Let me just give you my theory. Then these other people started attacking them, right? We know they had enemies, because like I showed y'all yesterday, King Tut enemies are Africans and some type of Mongolian Chinese Arab man. I don't know who the hell he is. We're going to call him Kung Pao and Africans. Now, what if we built these great cities on the Nile and these people were attacking us the whole time? Just think about it. It all started to make sense. Then these people take over the land over thousands of years. They ended up pushing us out. We fought their ass for a long time. Taiseti, Tamari, the people of the bow. We all know America is the bow and arrow capital. Y'all can stop playing. I can go outside and find an arrow in my backyard in the South. You already know. We already the bow and arrow people, popping your ass with the bow, riding chariots. That's us with the horses. Now, how do the Egyptians know to go back to the land of Punt and get exotic goods? How do they know that? Because their ancient ancestors knew about the land of Punt. They knew the route. They knew that them was our people. We went right back over there to Central and South America and got baboons and different types of corn and hollered at our damn cousins. Pharaoh Hatshepsut went right back to Punt and got goddamn corn and baboons and American avocados, brought them bitches right back to Egypt. Stop playing when we know the truth now. It's starting to make sense. So when y'all take over Egypt, after we fall, a new dynasty starts. The second dynasty or the third dynasty. I don't know. It's one of them. I'm still studying it. But then you get African pharaohs, more African bloodline. They still mix with us, but they're more African. Then they enslave these people, the original people. Do you get it? When I read the books, it said the people who are buried near the pyramid, who worked on the pyramid, got the same bloodline as African Americans. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Y'all enslaved the first ones, which was our people. Then y'all took it over. Then the Africans ran it with our bloodline halfway mixed. Then the Arabs took it over, or the Muslims, or the whoever. The Arabs there today. I get it now. I get it now. Roll the coin. That's just my theory. Y'all, if y'all study it that way, you will see it too. Let's keep going. I ain't gonna stop. I'm just giving y'all a little background on what I be studying. Now, American Negroid mask found in Canada, 1879. 1879, Negro basalt mask in Canada, North America. Now, that's my theory now. I'm sticking to it because it makes sense. The corn was there. I know it had to come from Tamari somewhere. I just had to find out where it came from. Now, a basalt mask. Egypt made basalt masks also. They didn't wear them, they just made them for artifacts. Basalt mask. Same culture, people. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Elite receipts. Aboriginal found in North America resemble what currently could be described as African Americans, an unsolved morphological position between modern South Pacific and Europeans. Aboriginal, Asiatic, Indian, Aboriginal. Fire. African Americans now. That's what they say. Shit is crazy. Let's keep going. Now, y'all already know they called everybody Moors of color. See how I say Moors, dark or black skin color? It ain't telling you where they from. It's just telling you they color. So they don't even matter, right? Because African and American, some look the same, but they're not the same. It's just a color teaching. Forget all that Moorish stuff. So a melanated Moor is from over there, and I'm going to show you at the bottom of this. Now watch this. The word admiral comes from the Arabic word amiri, meaning commander, right? The rudder in the root amir is amir, meaning American. The word admiral comes from amir, American, navigators of the sea, originally applied to the Aboriginals, the copper color races. American means a native to America, originally applied to the Aboriginal copper color races. Now let's go talk about some Moors. Since y'all want to act like we Moors, watch this. Why would it say? The monastic brotherhood, the Catholic Moors from Morocco, landed in Connecticut, North America, near the coast of Long Island Sound. The inscription found on granite outputs at Cocker Punzit Forest, and the inscription of Hajj Mamoun Rock located toward the east. Mission for Morocco and New York. This is showing Catholic melanated people from Europe coming to North America in 480 AD. This not us. They Catholics. This is not us. Them people was melanated. These are melanated Moors coming to America. These people are already here. He just pulled up in 480 AD. Stop calling us these people. They Catholics. They already are transitioned to Roman Catholic teachings. What you Moors don't understand about that. Stop DMing me talking about we Moors. Y'all, Moorish history coming on fucking boats. And it was Catholics from Morocco. So all you Morocco, get the fuck out of here. I'm not Kevin Gates. Morocco, I don't care nothing about that. Y'all just came over here too. Y'all came a little bit before the hunter-gatherers, I don't care. But you not original to the land. Y'all pulled up in Connecticut. Morocco, Yucatan, shut up. I'm not trying to hear that shit. Let's keep going. The melanated people in America are the oldest group of people in the world, according to the ancient Egyptians. This is what I be teaching y'all. Egypt. Look what Egypt said. Why would Egypt say? According to Herodotus, the Egyptians boasted that their ancestors come from the land in the West, where the oldest man on earth is from. The land of reeds, paradise. Even the Egyptians told you they come from the land of the West. I ain't listening to no hunter-gatherer. I'm listening to what they wrote in hieroglyphics. My ancestors come from the West, not West Africa. We got a ship with receipts written all over it called the Khufu ship. Go research it. Even the Egyptians told you your ass ain't from over there. You think them people dumb? They built pyramids aligned with stars. You think they don't know where the fuck they come from? You playing with our intelligence, bro. I'm like Malcolm X now. Look here, hunter-gatherer. You're playing with my intelligence. That's what I be telling them. Look, you're playing with my intelligence, bro. Move around. How dumb he gonna teach me something? You don't know enough. American Aborigines pictures found in the U.S. Library of Congress. This the real picture. Copper color people. Here go the fake one. Here go the Native American book. Here go the one found in the Smithsonian, in the Library of Congress. Here go the Native American book. Acting like us. Acting like they fight. Y'all ain't fought nothing. Native American book. A history book. Then the real war, melanated people. You hunter-gatherers ain't bust a grape in a fruit fight. Y'all ain't bust a damn grape in a fruit fight and ain't drunk no wine. Roll the coin. Get y'all ass out the way. Quit switching history. Nigga ain't bust a seed in the fruit fight. Just acting like we mestizos. I'm sick of y'all. Josiah, if I catch you in real life, I'm going to kick you in your ass. On count. I'm going to kick the dust off your ass. Boom. Get your ass out. Now, if I catch your ass, I'm kicking the dust off your little cynical ass. Just for the ancestors. Hold my phone wide. Roll the coin. Let me shut up on TikTok and the trip. Now, white supremacists start Native American history with a late 19th century photo of a Mongoloid, Plains Indian, falsely saying that this is who was genocided and killed by disease. When you got the Chippewa melanated, the Choctaw melanated. Historical accounts show melanated people had their identity changed, and this entire land and mass owned to the indigenous people they're still persecuting today. This is why they on your ass. Not because you black, a black man driving a nice car. That's not why they on your ass. The police on your ass because you indigenous. You don't supposed to be riding around here in your Benz, boy. Get your ass out. We tried our best to oppress your ass. And you still riding around here in a Rolls Royce. Put your hand behind you. It's not driving while black. It's driving while indigenous. See, this over your head. This ain't got nothing to do about driving while you black. This got something to do about driving while you on your own land. They want to tax you, oppress you, give you tickets, take your license, tow your car, unalive as many as the indigenous people as you can. Beat them up, hurt them, don't give them no job, don't give them no loan, don't let them move over here on the land we took. It's not because it's a white neighborhood. It's an ancient melanated people's neighborhood. They just don't want you to come back after we kick y'all out the first time. You gotta look at this thing different. We fought to get this beautiful land on the river, all white T folks living in the mansions, and you want to try to come back and live there after we fought all these niggas to get it. You not moving back over here. You might fuck around and find a mound in the backyard. We can't see, this shit is way bigger than what you think. You might fuck around and find an ancient nigga burial in the backyard where these mansions is. We don't need you snooping around here finding out what happened 80 years ago. So therefore, don't let them people move over here in this gated community. It's gated for a reason. Something is back there that they don't want you to see. You get it. It's bigger than you just being melanated. It's bigger than that. See, that's petty thinking. You know how I know that? Because when melanated Europeans and white people came to America, they were marrying each other, making alliances against your ass. That's how I know they're not racist. They're not racist. When they first got here, they wasn't racist. They always lived amongst melanated Europeans. In the old days, they was married. Go look up. They were throwing parties when they first got here. Melanated Europeans meeting up with white girls, dancing off beat and shit. Go look it up. I can't think of the name of it right now. Melanated Europeans in there juking with white girls, marrying their ass. Go look it up. They wasn't racist then. Amalgamation. Arawak 1804. I appreciate you dropping that jewel in the chat because that's the name of it. Amalgamation. Melanated Moors marrying white girls from Europe. When no motherfucker wasn't racist then. The white girl wasn't looking at your ass like a nigga then. Why they looking at us like that? Because we not from their culture. So it's not about you being melanated. It's about you being indigenous. Because if they didn't like niggas, they wouldn't have married them when they came from Europe. It wouldn't have mattered where they were from. If you don't like them, you just don't like them. They was marrying them people, coming into allegiance, going against our people. Go look up amalgamation. I got a live on YouTube about the whole amalgamation. That's facts. Let's keep going. Choctaw, Ida Lawson Daniels, 1876 to 1960. Somebody said this is their maternal grandmother. Melanated, long, straight black hair from the South. This ain't no African. This is not an African. When you seen an African hair grow like that? And I ain't trying to be funny, but when you seen an African hair looking like that in the 1800s, find me a picture of an African with hair like that in the 1800s. They mixed all in with all type of people now. Find me an African in the 1800s with flowing black hair down to their butt, please. Two different people. Two different people. Even the grains of your hair grow different. Let's keep going. Roll the corn. The Seminoles were proud people. They had no form of worship. No form of worship. A statement that seems far too broad for many of them were Christians. That's what they say. But that there was a view of live as you please, but die brave. Live as you please, but die brave. A Seminole facing death in Duval County. Duval wrote it, the dude that named Duval County after. I am a man and a warrior and not afraid to die. Looking just like DeAndre Jordan that played for the damn New Orleans Pelicans. And this man is 7 foot tall. He's 7 feet. I am a man and a warrior and not afraid to die. Come on, man. Yo, people were warriors. You wasn't no goddamn druggies and drunks and homeless and niggas and you ain't shit and all that. That ain't what your history shows. They want you to think that that's not your history, bro. Roll the coin. They don't want We Know the Truth now on none of these major platforms teaching the truth. Don't nobody invite me to be on their podcast. Y'all go get Charleston White. Y'all go get motherfucking Billy Carson and hunter gatherer as what's his name? The nigga from Pennsylvania, Philadelphia African nigga. Y'all go get Billy and 19 Keys and what the other boy name is? African dude, always talking about the white people. Umar. Y'all gonna get Umar, pay him $5,000 to come up there and lie to his own people. Y'all are paying motherfuckers to lie to their own people for content. Roll the coin. But truth now day coming. Don't worry about me. I'm coming. I'm coming, and I'm going after all y'all who lied to your own people because y'all are the first enemy. I can't blame the white T man for what he done. He not even of my culture, but the people of my culture, I'm getting y'all out the way first. Then I'm going to deal with them other ones. Roll the coin. These original indigenous people, right here, right there. Let's keep going. How many receipts you want? North American Indians, written by Geo Catlin, melanated people. Y'all go get these books and pull them up and read them. Go get these books and pull them up and read them. Let's keep going. The Negro type is seen in most ancient Mexican sculptures. Negroes figure frequently in the most remote traditions. Mexico, historian. It is indisputable that in very ancient times, the Negro race occupied our territory, Mexico, when the two continents were joined. There you go. Old mix. Receipts. Y'all got that one? Keep going. Here's a statue of a Totonac Indian, head of Totonac, dancer. Totonac Indians are the Indians at the pyramids in Mexico when the Spanish came. The Totonac Indians are the Indians at the pyramids when the Spanish came to Mexico. Let me show y'all another depiction of the Totonac Indians that's older than that one. Because I want y'all to see what kind of people these are. Totonaca. What kind of people them is? That ain't no African. He was already on this land when the colonizers came. Here go another depiction of the Totonac dancer. Right here. Totonaca. Totonac. Same people. Right? Famous head of an Egyptian queen, Tyre. It looked just like it. Tyre, one of the first people on the Nile. It looked just like her. That's what they trying to tell you. Might be the same damn person. We don't know. But this melanated people, all I want to show y'all the melanated people here way before they told you in history. That's all I'm trying to do. I go deeper into that later. Keep going. Now, that's the devil one I showed you. Let's go to this one. The origin of so-called Black Buddha from Guatemala, not India. A so-called Black Hebrew Israelite from the Americas, not India nor Asia. These people coming from Timeri with the first Buddha teaching. Facts. That's why the corn is on the ancient statues over there at these monumental statues in China and Asia. Somebody said, all you got to do is go to the Grand Canyon. If you give me go get me a stealth bomber, and I'll go out there. Shawnee tried. Go get me a stealth bomber, because you can't just walk out there. don't go too far, right? You better be ready to go to war. You go out there. Now, let's be realistic. Now, melanated Buddha. Look at that. That is fire. This is on the walls over there, the first people there. This is where they get their culture from. This is where they get their culture from. Us, every time. We found Buddha on shells in the Mississippi mounds. Buddha face carved on shells on the mound builders. Somebody connected to nature. I'm telling y'all, all this stuff exists now. Let's keep going. Now, this is interesting right here. Right? They say, watch this. Ancient Chinese record documents the presence of the Kua people who fought against the Chinese rulers. They were renowned for their seafaring and trade. You always hear about these seafarers, and they melanated. Now, why would they say? Seafarers and trade, they are the Kulin, Kunlun, or ancient texts. Kunlun refers to dark-skinned people in ancient China. Let's go look up these people. This is a descendant of them people. This young man here, the cool young man, still was in China before all these people got rid of. Let's go look. As you see, there were seafarers who fought against the Chinese. That's when the Chinese takes over power and claims the pyramids over there. You get it? Let's keep going. Let's go look into his tribe. The Kunlun warriors, well-known, highly specialized style of Chinese martial arts. Them same Kunlun, right there, Kunlun, ancient texts, they are the martial arts people. They put that in the Marvel movies, Iron Fist, showing the Kunlun with the martial arts, acting like they Chinese. The elite receipt gang. This is what they do to your culture, right? Highly aggressive, fast-paced style of martial arts. Fierce, close combat. Getting on your... This is what your ancestors do. They created martial arts. Let's keep going. Now, you must understand what Jew means. Y'all go read this book, The Jew or Negro. You must know what Jew means. Jew means jewel of nature. The closest thing to God is nature. Not Jesus, nigga. You can get mad at me all you want. Jesus is not the closest thing to God. The closest thing to God is nature. So the first teaching was jewels of nature. Now the Ashkenazi call themselves the jewels of God because they want to look up to a deity. The jewels of nature is the original Jews. Because in the eyes of nature, these are the closest people because they took care of nature first. Then it turned to religion. You get it? Do you get it? Sagala. Gala, Geechee. Gala comes from the jewels of... Boy, y'all got to learn these words, bro. I'm telling y'all. Sagullah. Where you think they get Gullah Geechee from? That's not African. Sagullah meaning. Here you go right here. God's, nature's treasured possession. See, if you don't know this stuff, you think everything religious. Oh, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Oh my goodness. Everything religion. I ain't trying to do that goofy shit. My bad. Roll the coin. Watch this. See, if you don't know no better, Sagullah means Hebrew word treasured possession, special treasure. God's relationship with his people. Sagullah. Let me take that back to you can understand what this stuff means. Why are the people living on the East Coast, is Carolina and Virginia and Florida and Georgia, called Gullah Geechee? You think these words African you want to, that is Hebrew, nigga. Gullah comes from Sagullah, the treasured possession of nature. Then it turned into the treasured possession of God. Personal jewels. This is where you get the word Jew from. You around here thinking you ain't no jewel, you are a jewel. Your ancestors are the jewels of nature, the jewels of the Creator. Because they was the ones closest to nature. You called them Sagullah Geechee because the Sagullah people, the Paleo-Hebrew name, lived on the Ogeechee River. So you call the Ogeechee River is Tamari's River, not Africa's. It's in Georgia. Sagullah Geechee. Gullah Geechee. The jewels of nature, the jewels of the Creator's people, living on the Ogeechee River. That's where the name comes from. Now, if Truth Now lying, he lying again. He don't know what he talking about. He lying again. Niggas just be talking shit on the internet. How do we got a 294-mile Ogeechee River in Georgia, down through Savannah, called the... This is an American name. You know, Ogeechee in no goddamn Africa. Show me an Ogeechee River in Africa. Please. The rivers are older than history, nigga. You can't outdate your fake history with the name of the river. Your history not older than the river. The rivers are ancient. So if I'm named after a Hebrew name and an ancient river in America, that means that bloodline come from here. They didn't come on no damn boat. They didn't name the Ogeechee River when slavery started. It was named the Ogeechee River before hunter-gatherers got their ass here. Let's keep going, because people don't understand none of it. People be acting like they be... This stuff older than the Bible. Way older. Anything older than the Bible, you got to go look at it and see what it's talking about. Now, in this book, watch what they say. Just like I taught y'all. Put a 2 in the chat. 2 in the chat. My phone ringing. 2 in the chat. 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 Y'all hear me? We good? We good? I told y'all this because I studied it. They said them people who were connected to nature mixed in with Africans. Didn't I teach y'all that? Didn't I teach y'all nature's chosen people mixed in with Africans? Africans not the original jewels of nature, jewels of the Creator. Watch this. Coming out this book, The Jew or Negro, why would he say? Why would he say? The jewels of nature had thoroughly mixed with the neighboring African people. That's all I got to show you. We ain't got to go in depth into the book. The jewels of nature, people, mixed with the neighboring Africans. It's a difference between them jewels of nature and them African Negro types. See, you think you ain't got nothing to do with that Bible. You do. You got a whole lot to do with it. Just because they took it and made it into what they made your culture evil, don't mean you didn't create this stuff. Don't mean them palms didn't come from your people. All them star alignments that go along with deities. You must take it back farther. Y'all know they're not talking about no Ashkenazi Jews because they bloodline ain't even old enough. They're talking about them nature's people, thoroughly mixed with Africans. There's a difference between them nature's people and them Negro African types. You get it? Now, Ashkenazi Jews are acting like nature's Jews. That's why they burning corn. Eating American etrog lemons and shit. Y'all over there praising pomegranates. That's our shit. See, I know how to break this shit down. That's why I'm a problem. I'm a problem to their whole infrastructure. All the fruits y'all be over there praising come from America. The palm tree, the etrog, the pomegranate. We out the first melanated people from over here who were exiled from Egypt put that shit in Jerusalem. Now y'all over there fighting over it, and now one of y'all ain't Billy. And I'm the only man gonna be able to teach it like that because everybody don't study the same. They don't understand it the same. Forget the name of the people. Look at what they are doing. Don't worry about the name because the names are put there to confuse you. Jews and Hebrews and Ivri and Israelites and Egyptians and Sumerians, that's put there to confuse you. Just look at their culture they are doing. When you look at their culture, it's the same as American culture. When you see people irrigating the river in ancient times, waiting for the soil to turn black in the spring, that is an ancient American teaching from the Mississippi River and other rivers around America. It is not a teaching of an African river people. They don't know nothing about no abundance of agriculture and irrigating no river to turn the soil black. So Kemet teachings came from America. You get it? We the first agriculturalists. Now, like I showed y'all earlier, this is the real peace sign. The original peace sign on the walls in Kemet. That's the real one. They go to European form with separation for war victory. This is oneness, togetherness. Oneness, togetherness. This is, we beat them at war. Peace to y'all. Get y'all ass out of here. We beat y'all. This means we together. It's two different teachings. That means separation. That means oneness. That's why it's on the walls in Egypt as oneness. You get it? Roll the coin. This is a hell of a live I done pulled off today. But like I showed y'all, the Black Prince, tobacco Indian in London. They're selling American tobacco in London. So they put the package of the people who grew the tobacco they took from America to London. And here you go. The Black Prince of tobacco in America. Bow and arrow, tobacco growing in the background. They put this on the package of the tobacco to make the package more original to sell it in London. So if you put a melanated Indian on the package, they let you know they growing that thing over there. And that thing, y'all know, there's Za coming from over there. You put the people who put the Za out on the front, let you know it ain't no bullshit. This is not no mid. This that thing. It come from the originator of tobacco growing. My great-grandmama owned tobacco fields. This is where they come from. That authentic thing, that pack. You get it? Roll the card. It's authentic. We know the truth now. The Black Boy. By permission of the National Museum of American History Smithsonian Institution. The Black Boy. Now, why is he rocking feathers? Come on, Smithsonian. Smithsonian, y'all got. I'm going to stop right there. That's enough receipts for the day. What is y'all doing, Smithsonian? Be real. Keep it real. Who is these people? Where are these artifacts at? Why y'all calling it the Black Boy Indian? 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians. One died and fell out of a tree. Why y'all making up these songs about these melanated Indians? Huh? The Indian song talking about unalive and melanated Indians, people, not natives. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little niggas. That's not a Native American song. They talking about melanated people dying. Go listen to it again and go read it in context. One slipped and killed himself, and go read it again. Go pull that song up and read it. Then you're going to see the truth. Roll the corn. Now I'm going to finish it off with what I showed y'all in the beginning. This is not their seal. They stole this seal as a coat of arms. A coat of arms of people. That seal come from melanated Indians. Facing peace of the olive branch. Arrows if we got to go to war. Red and white stripes. With blue stars representing the Guila. The eagle stars in the summer triangle. We are astrologers, people. The eagle represents Aguila. Olive branch represents peace. The arrows represents we will defend our nation if we have to. The eagle is facing peace. Of the melanated Indian, the eagle is facing peace. Now, when I go to the Capitol building with Trump now, the eagle is facing war with the arrows. With the arrows. It's not facing peace no more. It's facing the arrows for war, military conquest, right? And today, ain't no olive branch on the new quarters, the new dimes. Ain't even no olive branch on there no more. Just all arrows. That means they all about war, defending of a nation. Ain't no more peace. They took the olive branch that mean peace off of the American seal. It's all symbolism for something that means other things. Y'all get it? When you face the branch, you face peace. Let me show you. When you face the branch, you face peace. Right? The eagle turned to the face on the branch, reflecting American ultimate desire for peace. When you face the arrow, readiness for defend the state, military strength. So if you face the arrow, you face the military defense of a nation. When you face the olive branch, you desire peace. That eagle is facing the olive branch for peace. The one at the Capitol building is facing war. The arrows. Now, like I just showed you, ain't no more peace. They took the motherfucking olive branch all the way off it. This is what we got to deal with. Symbolism that represents a certain thing. If you don't know it, they're going to keep putting it in your face because you don't know it. Ain't no more peace in America. They're ready for war against us or any other country that goes against their corporation of making money off oppressed people. That's the truth. And if you think I'm lying, I just showed this receipt. I know some new people in here. You think I'm lying? This is where they get the idea from. Watch this. Indian warrior holding a bow and arrow and carrying a quiver of arrows, representing the peace. Olive, peace bearing an olive branch. Beneath them is the Latin motto that meant prepared in war or in peace. They wrote it in the old books, the olive branch, arrows, power of peace and war, vested in Congress. They got it from ancient American Indians down there in Florida, because they look like one of them Florida Indians. They tried to make it look like they were white. The eagle displayed. See, they wrote this stuff in the Congress stuff, y'all. This stuff written down in the Constitution. Then they take that symbol and turn it into the seal, the great seal of America, American eagle with olive branch on the right side. Olive with fish and the olive branch on the side, and the power of the military on the arrow side. And this is what they do right now. They switch the face of the eagle to that. I can't teach it no better. I can't teach it no better. Now, like I told y'all, here go the Indians with their shield, with the olive branch. Now, let me show y'all what they say about this in Egypt. Right? In Egypt, Isis gifted the olive tree to humanity for peace. For peace, people, for peace. Gotta use the old one, peace. For peace. The olive branch represented peace in ancient culture. They know that. That's why the Indians had it on their shield. Peace for the olive branch. Same way the Egyptians did. Now, I want to tell y'all something. I'm finna start getting out here with my people. I'm finna fall back from all this teaching. I'm still gonna do it, but I gotta get out here and try to help people. Hands-on. And then start to organize some of us getting together, doing some stuff in person, and get a lot of people united and coming together at some of these places. So I'm not gonna stop teaching. I'm just saying I'm not gonna do as much. I gotta start getting out here trying to help our people. And I want y'all to help me help the people, right? Because at this point, it's only so much teaching I can do, right? So my new thing is unite the people at these places, these mounds, these cities, these Capitol buildings, these museums, and show these people what we own and get out here and help our people hands-on. That's my new thing. Like, I ain't saying I'm retiring or nothing. I'm just saying this not enough. I got to do damn near both of them. I got to teach, show our people love, and get out here and show it to them in person. Now you got to take on more of the weight on your shoulder, because somebody got to do this stuff, right? Somebody got to unite the people, show love to the people, and teach it. Show the virtue, show the love. And I ain't looking out for nobody but Tamari indigenous people. I'm not going out here getting no $100 to no white boy. I'm sorry, I ain't racist, but that ain't what I do. So I need y'all backing. I'm gonna need y'all backing me up when I get out here and help these people. The same way these other people get out here and help people, for what they doing on their channels, that's not what it's really for. It's really for just our people helping our people, bro. Y'all know somebody that need help, y'all can send it to me. We can key in and everybody help them out. We got to start doing stuff like that and show the world, because our culture has gotten, our people, a lot of our people have gotten petty, bro. And they lower the vibration over a couple of dollars. That's not what we're going to do. Abundance came from our people. It started with the abundance of agriculture to the world. So we started the abundance. Why we can't finish it? Right? So them my two new goals. And I'm still working on getting that land too. Don't forget that. But I got to get out here and touch the people hands on. And I got to unite my people to show the world who we really are in a unified. I got to get the videos of 10,000 people at one spot on the same accord, the energy going to raise. And I got to get out here myself specifically to help people. I got to do that. So start next week, I'm getting out here in traffic, helping people. And I'm going to show y'all what's going on, right? I'm helping people. And I just need y'all to get my back as we do that. Our people now, not no other people. Love y'all, and I'm in love with you, man. Hope y'all learned something today. If y'all missed the first part of this, go to my YouTube, subscribe. Appreciate the support. Follow Casey, Megan, and Keisha the Hood Princess, my moderators. And like I said, I'm finna get out here and start helping people. And I'm finna start putting together these meetups in these cities so we can show these people on notice who we really are. So y'all just look out. Y'all just get my back when I throw the video up on TikTok and let y'all know what's going on. Y'all, jump in and we'll help these people out. Love y'all, and I'm in love with you, man. Roll the coin. We know the
communities, because it would ignite a place where we should be in this country today. We should be satisfied with charity. That those days are over with. Those are not solutions for us. And y'all get upset because those revolutionary minds now are the ones that's coming out here speaking. We're tired of people saying that, hey, we need to be waiting on government subsidies, or we need to be laws and stuff in place to allow us to work for these people. They took businesses, they took everything that we had, they put us on a path of destruction that we're still suffering from now. Yeah, a few of us are making a few bucks, but everybody that's making those bucks, the people that we're working for are 10, 20 times richer than we are off of our skill sets. At that time frame, at that moment in history, the civil rights era that y'all keep missing and y'all keep trying to tear us down for saying, it's the starting point. You can say that these businesses were some of them was failing, they was going through hard times or whatever, but we may have overcame them things. If we still aligned ourselves to support those businesses, who knows where they could have went to? I mean, Walmart, Targets, all these places went through hardships at a certain time. But they had the government and things to fall back on, and they had our dollars that we had started hemorrhaging into those things today, and now they're what they are today. So none of us can get on the platform and deny those truths, bro. We don't know where we. I'm gonna land it right here, twin. We don't
got
know
two people in front of you, ML. You got Legacy, Swan, and Quinn. Well, you got three because they did have they.
Can I get in there as well?
Well, I wanted to speak too.
Yeah,
and I'll hurry up and land it too.
Yeah, you need to land it right now because
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna wrap it up. I
And
promise.
then Legacy may
15,
have none. I don't know if he don't have it right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it in 15 seconds. And then when I hear these people that get up here and try to hold the audience that's listening in to one narrative that they want, nobody with a sound, intelligent mind will want their people to be into a condition where they have to be subjugated to hate, evil, and abuse under any group of people. What they talking about is that mentality that we had during that time frame. That's what I'm talking about. We need to get to that collective mindset about our communities.
All right, you did less than 15. Look at that. Look at you, boy. Go ahead, Legacy.
I think people, get upset because it's a critique, but you have to critique what happened before so that you don't make the same mistakes. That's the only way that you can continue a fight is critiquing what happened already. And golly ain't wrong in that, because we were starting to catch up in some of these lines because we funded ourselves.
So we wasn't paying taxes.
No, we were still paying taxes. You had to obviously pay taxes.
Well, why we couldn't get the good end of our tax dollars like they did?
What do you mean, as far as the bus lines or
bus line, whatever it was? If our tax, like the park, they was in Mississippi, the national parks and thing, they argued that one of their argument was that if we pay taxes, we should be able to get these same things that you guys are getting. So I understand. So it's like a two. Go ahead.
As far as like parks and all that, yeah, you're right. I'm talking about bus lines. The bus lines.
Well, bus line, everything that our tax dollars went to. Why we couldn't get our equal?
The bus lines weren't so much funded by that. The bus lines were funded by. I mean, there's probably some taxes going into it, but most bus lines are funded, like Greyhound, for instance.
We ain't talking about Greyhound. Greyhound was in as a local bus, because Greyhound is for traveling. We're talking about like I'm thinking they talking about like local buses, but then
they are talking about local. Okay. I'm just making an example. Most bus lines are funded by people using them, right? We were using most of our bus lines and doing well and doing so. And what we were fighting for was so that, because they did have further reach on the white bus lines. They have further reach. But when we used the white bus lines, we also had to deal with segregation laws, right? That made it so you had to sit in the back and all of these different things. We wanted to get rid of segregation laws governing riding white lines, which is fair. And we won that fight, but we ended up losing the economic fight by ended up putting more money into those lines, which dried up our lines. It's not negative to point that out. It's just what happened. Because like, as y'all see, Twin just looked it up. Most bus lines are not funded by taxes. They're funded by you using the bus line.
Yeah, most of them back then, they wasn't funded by, they was funded by privately owned and operated entities. It wasn't. They just started putting things to let on.
I'm aware for the people who are saying that it's not just about the bus lines. Obviously, it's not just about the bus lines. The bus lines is a microcosm of one point.
People do want to know, like I said, are you guys arguing that Black people were doing good under segregation?
No, I'm not saying that. Okay. I'm not saying that Black people were doing good under segregation. I'm saying that Black people were circulating their money under segregation. Okay. We were circulating our money amongst one another. And that's how every group eventually grows, is by continuing to do that. What we did was get outmaneuvered by people who understood that. And it's like, all right, well, we'll give you the segregation laws and you'll give us your money. And then it dried up all of those lines. And now most of those lines are owned by white people. You know what I'm saying? Like, they took all of that. And people will be upset about that being a reality that we're speaking on, rather than just acknowledging that it's a reality. We can fail too. And we can learn from those failures, or we can get upset because people are talking about the failures, which is a weird thing to do, because you're never going to usurp your failures if you never point them out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can fail against a system that's overreaching. And if you don't care, then I'm not talking to you. Go use some.
Why are you talking to the comments?
I'm just saying in general. If the people who don't care, I'm not referring to them. I'm talking to the ones that do care and understand that you can absolutely be in a space where you need to analyze what went wrong, rather than only focus on what you accomplished. It's cool to focus on what you accomplished, but in order to get better, you got to keep focusing on what you're not accomplishing yet.
Yeah. Awesome. It's a line, ML. I'm so sorry. It's a line. We got Swan, we got Quinn, we got Zoe, Black Malcolm wanna go. So ML, it's a line, man. They've been waiting, ML, but I got you. Just hang in there, my brother. Pop to the people. Go ahead, Swan.
Yeah, I think I'm still kind of confused because, like, just overall, like, outside of the situation with the buses, right? Because I do agree with what Quinn and Kat were saying about it and more Legacy. My question, though, is, like, because there's two types of segregation. There's de facto and de jure, right? One is on the books legal. The other one is still in place, but it's not necessarily, like, in plain language written in law. But I think the biggest thing to understand is that when it comes to segregation, it's about, like, an uneven, right, distribution of resources. So you're gonna have, right, white people who will have more things, and they're gonna purposely keep those things away from Black people. And like, they did this, right? So much so that y'all know, like, the pool situation when integration happened. You know, they put acid in pools and they filled it up with cement because they just don't want to have to do that, right? Like, we are still segregated currently. So I'm just trying to understand, like, is there, like, a clear cut plan on how we would, like, strengthen the things that we need? I don't understand, like, what the argument is and what the plan is and how they're trying to execute this. That's the part that I'm not understanding, because we are still very much so segregated here in the US.
So you would have to be a little more specific on what industry you're referring to. What specific subset?
Just anything, though, because I just don't understand why we have to take it back to segregation in order to be able to, like, have this discussion. I think that we would need to assess our material conditions as they are right now, figure out what the most important issues are, and then put a plan in place to deal with those issues. I just don't know why we have to go back to that. And the thing is like, for example, right, we're up against something completely different, right? When we talk about voting in the past versus voting now, the amount of corporations that are in politicians' pockets, like, people are talking about, like MAGA was talking about, they want tangibles from the government. One major way to impact a politician is to get in them pockets. But we don't even have the ability to do that now, right? Because we've taken a financial loss because of this administration's decisions that is in the billions, right? It's about understanding our current material conditions and that we don't have to rely on the government, but also understanding the importance of comprehending what the political playing field is. So when we take all of those things into consideration, then we can execute and put a plan in place that's going to be beneficial to Black people. So I'm not trying to understand. I just don't understand why we have to take it back to segregation in order to improve things.
So to answer that, segregation as far as...
And then after Legacy, as you answer, it's a line. So Quinn trying to get in there, Zoe, and then Black Malcolm.
But segregation as far as how segregation was in the 60s, that's to me, that's nonsensical. We can't do that. But separating our financial positions, we should do. Because the only way that you actually get what you're talking about is by us continuing to use money amongst one another. And then you grow from there. You got to continue to grow doing that. You can't actually play the financial game in the politics at all unless you're doing that. If your money's going out and bleeding out everywhere, then it doesn't matter what administration you're under. Because if you got the billions, but the billions aren't going to a specific goal, then it doesn't matter that you have the billions. That's the first thing you got to address, is that we circulate our money everywhere besides with ourselves. So we'll never have that position until we
respond to that, if you don't mind. So because I think you're of the like-mindedness that, like, we don't have to rely on politicians for this to happen for us. This is definitely something that we would be able to do with ourselves, right? Like, obviously voting strategically, I think, is important to a lot of people, but also understanding that, like, based on that discussion we had yesterday, there are so many things that we can do for ourselves. We don't need to just say, I'm voting Republican because the Dems aren't giving enough. We don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, if that makes sense. But I think you understand and acknowledge that already, Legacy.
Go ahead, Mr. Quinn, Mr. Meanie.
So the problem, Legacy, you can have a criticism or you can have a critique of what happened prior. But to sit up here and totally denigrate what happened and what those people
DJ,
did.
y'all put some W's in the chat for DJ.
We
you guys, W's in the chat for DJ. I'm so sorry, Meanie.
We weren't in that situation. None of us were standing there with hoses focused at us, but now we got the right. Now we sit up here and criticize those people. It's one thing to have a critique of what were the outcomes that happened. Okay, how can we improve on that? But to sit up here and make it, because right now, let's be honest, Legacy, most of us couldn't withstand what those people went through. Let's be honest. And to sit up here and like I said, tell these to sit up here and, well, he wasn't good because, well, I just don't think so. And you ain't done nothing. You have no evidence that you've done anything. You can't show us a receipt for nothing. And want to sit up here and criticize people who were unalive for standing up and allowing you to have the rights that you do have? Nah, bruh. That ain't never gonna slide. We ain't never gonna sit up here and stand by and watch that. We're not. That's just not gonna happen, Legacy. Now you can have a critique and sit up here and say, hey, especially when people come up here and we find out that bus companies weren't impacted by the boycotts, we sit up here and we look at what the economic situation, bruh, you're not gonna get that win off. I'm not gonna stand for it. You're not. It's okay to sit up here and say, hey, maybe we can try this tactic versus that tactic. But you're not going to sit up here and the people who stood in the gap for us, because if they didn't do anything, where would we be right now? Them white folks weren't giving us anything. Where would we be if it wasn't for Martin, if it wasn't for Huey P., if it wasn't for none of them? We'd be nowhere. We'd be. So to sit up here and say all this message y'all saying, yeah.
To be clear, I didn't say that. I ain't say nothing about MLK being bad. Just for the people who don't know how to separate what you're saying from the people who actually said it, because I ain't say that.
You better make it clear on your end.
None of them on them other three on that side. The other three on that side wouldn't have nothing that they have. They may not have even gotten to the age that they are, because white folks would have kept running wild around this joint and putting us where the birds are. And they sit up here and they talk bad about, like, bruh, that ain't never gonna fly with me. It's not.
Are we allowed to respond to that?
You read the first? It's on Black Mega. Then we have Zoe. It's a line. Black Mega, Zoe, Bag. Then you can go, God.
Thank you. Thank you, Twin.
ML. Black Mega, Zoe, Bag, ML, Godly. Black Mega, Zoe, Bag, ML, Godly. Black Mega, Zoe, Bag.
Man, that's a hold on. That's a long line.
Thank you, Twin. Bag the Black, I think that's your name. Don't think I'm coming for you or anything, but I want to share something with you since you seem to believe what the FBI put out on King. You know, there's a saying, don't believe. There's a saying that I want to share with you. Don't believe what others say about you and your people without first validating it for yourself. Those videotapes that they claim was King, if you took those up in the court, you'd have to first validate them before you could introduce them as evidence. And I wanted to share that with you. So don't believe it. His wife didn't believe it. So why are you? And let me say this. Another point that I wanted to make, Swan, I wanted to share with you when you talked about the Black Panthers. They're not the original Black Panthers. The original Black Panthers was an all-black first integrated tank division of World War II that fought in Patton's army. DJ. They were the tip of the spear that went across Europe and conquered it, and they were the first ones that engaged the Germans and stuff. And they had a flag that had a Black Panther on it, and their motto was, "We come out fighting." And next, I want to say, and my last point that I want to make is about that even though I agree with Legacy about some of the points he made about the integration and stuff and how that hurt our community.
Let's tap that live, y'all. Let's go, chat. Let's go.
I want to remind everyone that the civil rights is still in existence today, the Civil Rights Act. And if you want to know who that Civil Rights Act was for, Google President Johnson and Martin Luther King, and you'll see the signing of the Civil Rights Act. There was no one in that room but Black Americans and white Americans. That's how you know it was just for us. We should be spending our time on figuring out how to get our set-asides back that's been given to everyone but us. And I'll land with that.
All right, and we have Zoe. You still with us, Zoe?
Yeah, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
We can.
What's going on, twin?
What's going on, sir?
Chilling. So I'm trying not to be long, but it's been a lot said that I did want to respond to. The first thing I want to say is that there is a difference between critiquing something and criticizing it. What the gentlemen that were doing earlier that are talking about the consequences of integration, they're not critiquing at all. They're just criticizing. And the distinction between the two.
I'm so sorry. What's going on? Y'all tell my sister Blueberry Hey, chat. Y'all tell my sister Blueberry Hey. Go ahead.
Now you good. The difference between the two is that in critiquing something, it's a holistic analysis. And so you're looking at the positives and the negatives and just taking the net of everything, right? So it's like a holistic review of like a thing. And criticizing something, it's overwhelmingly focusing on the negative attributes or outcomes of a thing. And that's what has been kind of displayed earlier. So I just wanted to make that distinction before I move on. Going to the civil rights movement, the civil rights era, Jim Crow era, I think that there has been this sentiment reiterated in informal, like avenues where people are discussing the realities of Black people in America during the times and during those periods. And I find it funny sometimes because it's just like, what are you talking about? Right. So it is a reality that Black people did own things, hospitals, bus lines, insurance companies, etc. But it's also a reality that those things were incredibly underfunded, like people said earlier. They were restricted and they were also underperforming. And so case in point is that, yeah, we did have Black hospitals. It also was a reality that those Black hospitals had a fraction of the number of beds. Sometimes they didn't have beds at all. They didn't even have updated medical equipment if they were working with medical equipment at times. They also had restricted staffing as well. And this is because they were systemically and systematically under-resourced, underfunded, and restricted financially. So when we kind of form this into an economic conversation, I do have a problem when people make it seem like we were institutions, when at the time, the people of the time in the 1940s, in the 1930s, in the 1950s were feeling the ramifications of those or the effects of that time because of the economic disparity that segregation created in this country. The second thing is that another good example would be HBCUs. HBCUs existed before the modern civil rights era and prior to before the modern civil rights era and during and after it, right? So we know that during that time, HBCUs was still pushing out Black professionals. However, no one would ever make the argument or be silly enough to say that HBCUs were at parity with white institutions during Jim Crow or during segregation, even though that they were Black controlled, maintained, dominated, etc. It's just such a ridiculous argument. From their inception, HBCUs have been underfunded, and it's been systematic and systemic. It's been systematic in that way in which it's been packed outcomes. Yes, we had Black doctors. Yes, we had Black teachers, preachers, etc., coming from these institutions. But we also know what could have been had they not been underfunded at their inception and had segregation not existed. To really just close all of this out, I think that when you think about Black people prior to the civil rights era, you think about Black economies existing on an island within a country. So it's almost like a domestic embargo that's placed on a community. Black people that were business owners were restricted from getting capital or having access to capital needed to start businesses, right? So you couldn't get the loans that you needed from the banks that many white counterparts could get.
It's not true.
Okay,
not true,
so allow me to finish.
Let him finish.
So I find it funny when people say these things are not true. But we're going to give our citations after. And then just to end off, a lot of this is just understudied. It's understudied internet rhetoric that has been going around, and it's not critical. It's not an analysis. It's not even a critique. It's very, very, very particular sentiments coming from people that are just simple and common. If I'm just being real, and that's not an elitist text. That's just what it is. You have access to the resources that W.E.B. Du Bois wrote. They're actually online. You can look at his analysis, a sociologist, of what he says about the Jim Crow South and its institutions and the ramifications of segregation. He talks about it in the Souls of Black Folks, actually, the parallel institutions that had to be created and how economic conditions created a systematic underfunding of Black communities, and he gave the ramifications of that. Here we go, fast forward in 2026. It's just like, bro, what are we doing and what are we talking about? I don't know, man. It's actually it's sick at this point. I've had this conversation with Godly before, which is why it's kind of just like
we ain't had the conversation,
again.
but appreciate you though. I think it's Black Bag's turn.
My mom did tell me to never argue with a fool because onlookers will never be able to tell the difference. So with that, I'll just lay it there. I actually don't have anything to say further to you.
I actually agree with your overall assessment of that. HBCUs and hospitals most definitely needed government assistance, and they needed equalized government assistance. I was only speaking on the bus line part because bus lines don't need that, but the stuff that's pivotal to a community did need that and still does. So I agree with you on that.
Let's tap that live, y'all.
I totally disagree on that, but I ain't gonna take Bag's turn.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bags.
Well, I ain't really got too much to say, but I would just say, like, if we are to help the Black community, like all of this, we're gonna have to delineate from other people, but also be supportive of our actual Black Americans. We're not really that supportive of each other. I think we go and fight causes for other people and get nothing out of it, and we allow other people to use us with this like pro-Black crap. Like Dr. Umar Johnson been begging the Black community for money for a decade now and ain't built that school, and he been talking about Marcus Garvey, that school, for 10 years and been getting donations,
DJ, I'm so sorry,
and stuff like
you guys
that.
Put some W's in the chat for DJ for me, y'all. W's in the chat for motherfucking DJ.
And I think culturally, we just it's our culture right now that's really prohibiting us from being better than our forefathers, even in the segregation.
Go ahead, Bad. What happened?
I'm gonna let you get your call outs in, man.
Oh, go ahead. I got him in.
Okay. If we're to be better than our forefathers, even during segregation, and have these Black-owned companies, hospitals, like, we don't contribute in each other anymore. Like, as soon as somebody in our Black community gets money or gets some form of a status, they leave the Black community. They say, they give off a persona as if they're better than the average Black person, but then on the top of the hill of success will be screaming about the inequities of Black people when they left those Black people behind, when they went to the white communities and left. Because that is a saying in our culture: as soon as you get your money, you leave the hood. You get up out of there. You don't reinvest.
Well, there are successful Black neighborhoods versus just the hood.
I understand that there are successful Black neighborhoods, but in totality of all of Black culture, we don't reinvest in our own businesses. We don't buy Black. I get why sometimes, because a price of oxtails at a Black business is worth $35 for 4 oxtails, some rice, and a piece of cornbread, but you can go find that at a white establishment for $15. I definitely get it.
I'm not on this. That's why I feel like, and you have noise. That's why I feel like it has to be y'all surrounded. Now, some of the stuff I can understand, but it have to be y'all. I'm surrounded by so many successful Black people. I've been to so many successful Black events. I've been to so many successful Black neighborhoods. I buy a lot of things in my house is Black. My washing pile I have is Black owned. So it has to get to a point where you have to also look at your surroundings. Also, you can't. It
Are
has
you
to
making my
be.
point for me, twin? Twin. What I'm saying that it's black people in your position. You saying you're around all these good
Get
black
back.
people that's doing good and successful, but then the same people that's doing good and successful will get on the stand talking about how black people can't make it in America when you already on the other side of the fence.
No,
You make
them
it
be
with that type of rhetoric,
mostly
with that type of
them the
with
ones
that
on your side, man. You're the
with
them
that
the
type.
Trump supporters. Them the
Man,
so-called
absolutely
FBI.
not, man. Stop it,
Absolutely
man.
is.
Bad.
Matter
Let
of
him have
fact,
that. He just tried.
hold on, because Wesley Hunt, he say the same shit you saying. He say the same thing about black people. Wesley Hunt, you can't put that on our people because
Wesley
the
Hunt say
difference.
black people can make it and stop blaming a white man.
No,
That's exactly what Wesley Hunt says.
Wesley Hunt.
He's a representative, a congressman of my state,
Let
Texas.
me
He's in my state. I
pull
watch him
him
all
up.
the time. He doesn't say no things like, "Oh, black people won't never be able to make it." He just talked about how his father or grandfather was an actual slave or something like that that was on a plantation the other day, and that none of that stuff goes on today. We need to stop crying about that and just start getting up and doing something with ourselves. But it's people at the top that's doing good that sit up here like Casso, get up here and talk about all this he got.
Listen, you know
We are
what?
not bringing up nobody's name. No.
Go over there with that. Cause we ain't doing that over here. Go over there with that. You really just got yourself replaced. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
All right,
Let me
moving on.
I think it's
speak to
ML
this.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Emil.
So,
Wait, I was waiting. Oop.
Well, I got
Hi.
you, black man. It's a line. You can go out to ML.
so I'll be
No,
fairly short.
She's
Golly.
new, so we have to let the new person go. Then you can go, Godly.
Yeah. So let me just sum this up. I'm going to echo some of what Quinn stated, and I'm not in the business or practice of teaching anyone about the history in which they should already know. But I'm going to be very pointed in the things that I say, and it's attacking the argument, not you per se. But I'll say this.
They're about saying ML because you gonna put her to sleep.
Yeah. But in reference to, again, a Gale or even a Bags, y'all haven't done anything. No contributions. No one stated to you that Black people were, when we say about the integration piece, part of that was needed. And I keep telling individuals like yourself, which resonates today. You have people that's so-called doing good, successful, but in $15,000 houses or on Section 8. You have people that allude to doing well when they got yarn in their hair and they call it a style. People's interpretation of doing good is not the same as really doing good. It's not. You have people all there, as long as they got a pair of Jordans on, they're doing well. They're living their life. Or they got a Geneva chain on or watch or Bolivia, whatever the case may be. You're doing well. See, and let me direct this directly at you, Golly. Your ideal of doing well is a poor man's ideal of just trying to survive. I don't think you understand what living well is. The fact that you allude to your grandmothers and fathers and things like that, a lot of Black people are severely poor during that time. You want business to constantly keep going on. Unfortunately, I ain't gonna say legacy. He said he pulled back off of it, but you want business to go on, even if they're underfunded and not able to actually sustain during those times. It was a reason behind it. Did it have unintended consequences behind the integration? Yes, it did.
Come back tomorrow, bad boss, but we don't mention other people on my line.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that historically speaking, and people were alive during that time and witnessed it and have corroborated these things that was suffering. And you went on this. I have to bring one last thing. You played that video. First of all, it's from a content creator such as yourself, which you took a clip of what a woman said. Everybody's when it comes to that time, yes, everybody wasn't doing well. Just like Jackie Robinson, we can point to him. He was successful. We can point to Muhammad Ali. He was doing well. He was driving all types of Cadillacs. We can go to the Temptations. They was doing well. That was not indicative of what the community as a whole was going through during that time.
My bad, Mel. If you're in the live and you know you haven't grabbed your daily heart meet, also make sure you get that daily heart meet chat.
So I'm gonna go ahead and let Black go ahead and go. I'll revisit this conversation later.
Who's on? Oh, go, Ms. Black.
Hi. I'm listening and I'm completely aghast at the denigration of your ancestors and the struggle that they went through. It's hugely embarrassing, and I can't understand why it is. I only hear black men of a particular voting section, MAGA, who keep pushing out this nasty supremacist talking point. When I'm speaking, I'm referencing 3 books because I know we like to have our facts. I'm referencing, and shout out to the Black Cabinet, because some of you could have done with listening to his tutorials online. I'm referencing a book called Sisters in the Struggle, African American Women in the Civil Rights Black Power Movement. That's the first book. I'm taking this off my bookshelf now. And then there's another 2 books that I think people, where have I just put them? That's it. Hands on the Freedom Plow, the personal accounts of women in SNCC, and also Black Women and the Battle for the Ballot Box, Lift As We Climb. The reason why these movements happened was because of the backs of Black women, okay? When you talk about the Montgomery bus boycott, it was the Black women and their clubs and societies that had the infrastructure already set out that allowed it to happen. When you're talking about these Black coaches and what do you guys call them, buses, you negate the fact that they weren't operating on the same playing field as the YT ones. You also negate the fact that we have got records and accounts of the YT people dragging people off of these black buses, and a lot of them weren't buses in the way that we think them. They were literally just vans with a flatbed, and they were dragged off when they were doing the boycott, so much so that the women said we'd rather walk than try and be forced out of cars and vehicles. To fix your mouth so confidently and say that that the civil rights movement led to the erasure of these industries, and not realize from the own document that you read from that it was the licensure, it was the fact that they made these companies have to apply for licenses. They deliberately obstructed these companies after, similar with the hospitals.
What's up, Mo?
And also with the school. There are records online where they said that they deliberately held back the poor attaining black teachers, and the exemplary black teachers were made to lose their jobs on purpose. There are documented records of this and testimonies. Du Bois actually at one of his last conferences said that they feared integration. They didn't want to integrate. It was never about sitting next to a white child in the classroom. It was about getting access, as Twin said, to the money. And so a lot of you need to pick up some books rather than stare at them. You need to read them. A lot of these books are free and online. You can just Google the PDFs, they're there. Because for you to fix your lips and say this, it is embarrassing. And then you want to do the whole barbershop talk about, the money is not circulating, we're not supporting black businesses. That's wrong. When the last time I read the stats in the US, black women's businesses are actually flourishing. And if you really believe that, a lot of black women are setting up their own businesses. If you truly believe that, you would have been out on the picket line when those 300 black women lost their jobs. Because one of the strongest ways for the black community at the moment now is the fact that it's black women that are supporting their children when they go to school and when they're doing other initiatives. It's the hair shops, it's the nail shops, it's those other industries that are supporting and also flourishing in the community that's helping it to circulate. But you don't like that because all you want to do is talk about how you're MAGA and be misogynistic. You're never going to be up in Master's Castle. You're never going to be accepted by these YT people that you aspire to be. Stop it. It is embarrassing.
Did say it was about the money. I thought we did say that. They brought us in so that they could take our money and circulate our money through their...
You misrepresented it. You said that they were going to the hospital.
Hold on, Legacy. Let her land her plane because up next. No, man. It wasn't even his turn to ask you no questions. So I don't even need to hit him.
Stand down because he's misrepresenting.
I didn't mention hospitals. I didn't mention hospitals at all. So you got to be speaking.
Yeah, I did though. I did. And I showed the receipts. And showed and gave you the names of those receipts, even though I gave you an overview. I gave you the actual receipts that you can go out and look at.
But you missed out the context.
But hold on, man. I don't want to debate because I'm gonna be honest with you. Unlike these other people, a lot of these other people don't see what's going on. We've been infiltrated. We got a lot of people that don't have ties to a lot of stuff that they talk about, so they have to highlight only books. We've read those books. But the problem is we got family members that's tied to these things that y'all complaining about and talking about. So some of the stuff that we talk about are firsthand accounts from people who actually went through it. And on the contrary, which y'all like to keep on talking about and tear down our points and say it's only men, most of the stuff that I talk to you about come from the women in my communities. I had a great relationship with both of my grandmothers and their peers that was in our communities, women, who also talked about the great things that they accomplished long before y'all started to accomplish these things now. That's why I keep and make a point to tell people like Emil that all my heroes are in my family. I can respect Malcolm's what he did and his intention, but I also can critique the fact that it was adversely affected our communities. You guys look at these people as heroes like they the only one. Malcolm was on TV, on the TV screen. Martin Luther King and
but
Malcolm,
they are heroes. We're not looking at them like they're the only
I'm
one,
not saying that they're not
okay.
my heroes, bro. I learn as much as I
they
can
are
from
heroes.
them. Okay, that's fine. I'm not trying to take that from you.
Well, it sounds like you kind of did at first.
No, what I mean is, bro, is that and they pushing me into this position because I use a lot of them in my studies to sound and to shape how I see the world, right? But I also can understand that they also was growing. That's why you can have Malcolm on the public stage saying things early on in his political career, and then he turned around and say things different as he learned better. These people were on the path of learning, just like MLK. Initially, he thought what he was doing was right for the people, but at the end, he realized he made a mistake. The problem is the people who capitalize off the mistakes are the ones that control our education systems today. Them are the ones that control the books that you're reading and the narratives that you have. Then you have people that's first and second generation interjected in our conversation because all they know is what they read. And then it really behooves me when I have Negroes that come from the same culture we come from, that go into these institutions and then glorify the things that they taught in and ignore what these people went through. We had great people in our communities despite whether they was on TV or not. I watched my grandmothers and grandfathers and people in the communities come together to resolve issues that was there. Then you talk about I ain't been through that. Then you try to marginalize my life experience because you're trying to compare it to people that they put on TV. Bro, I've been in the trenches. I've held hands with people that was going through things. I've sat in and had conversations with gang members and unalivers about things that we could do better. I was mentoring kids when I was a kid. So when y'all get on these platforms to try to tear down and try to tear down a person's life and what they've done, bro, you need to think about that. But I know
you're right, though, God.
I know
but you turned around and prayed for Trump.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But that's my perspective. And then a great point that's been made, and I've been eating that political maturity statement up since I heard it. Because every time I look at it, I dive deep into it and understand those are the very principles that everything that I say stand on. When I talk about the importance that we need to control not only our politics, but the politicians, the people that makes the things for us. When I talk about re-educating people to focus on what benefits us as a whole and stop following narratives that they've been told is beneficial to us. Because it has destroyed our community, those communities that you talk about, but a lot of you left them. And you look down on those people that's still suffering in there as if they don't have the want or drive to do nothing different.
Who does that? Because
Twin, I'm not talking about you, Twin. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that, Twin. I don't tear you down about charity, bro. Charity is a good thing. But I tell you all the time, for me, charity is not a solution.
Charity. Well, I don't call it charity. I call it helping my people. Helping the people
that's fine.
I know that
but I'm never
help
gonna tear you down for that,
Twin. I've been there.
Yeah,
let me tell you something, though. Let me tell you something. What I got now, I haven't always had that. When I was young, I had to come home to make sure if our stuff wasn't sitting out on the side of the streets. Right. I've been through that. I've been through our lights being cut off. I've been through my mama have to move. We had to move in with other people. But my mama was a hard-working woman. My mama worked hard. My mama did what she had to do for her 5 kids, and she worked. You hear me?
I see that in you.
I barely seen my mama because my mama worked. Yeah. So that's why I know that, guy. I'm just saying that's why I do the things I do because I've been in that position, and I know that there's people out there that is still there's new generations and new people out there that's in their position. You know what I'm saying?
Might not never get out of it. So, twin, that's why I respect you so much, bro. That's why I come to your live, even though we had the differences, bro, because I know you got a great heart. But there's a lot of people that get into these spaces, bro, that don't feel the same way about people. And that's okay. But we need to stop championing them and hold those people above people who really care. Just like you talk about me praying for Trump, I've had sleepless nights, bro, about things that's going on in our communities. Things that's still going on in our communities that's never a topic. When I'm talking about other people, when I'm talking about going into things that I'm tied to, Facebook and different places like that, where people I actually know they're still suffering and watching their kids unalive and their other kids in the communities. This stuff is still going on, and I understand how it got there. So I'm not talking about it on just a political stage. I'm talking about the effects that it have in those communities today.
You got to go to the land, guys.
You're saying that, but how would
I will land.
He about to land, Miss Black. I'm gonna let you respond. I'm gonna ask you.
Ain't nobody push you to land, Miss Black. Ain't nobody push you to land.
I got this. I got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what I'm finding in all these conversations. You can't have a debate because people are tied to the things that you're debating. People get upset when you talk about your foundation American because they're tied to continents that's not here. So that story sounds good for them in the conversation. But the truth is, it's dissolving the greater atrocities that happen in this country. And that's the voices of the foundational American people here. You champion the things that they go through, but you're really not connected to it. And it shows in these conversations. And the ones that do get in these statuses, I'm landing with this line here, bro. The ones that do get these statuses and get out of those communities, bro, y'all have forgot about them. And that's the truth of it. Y'all really don't care about them, because if you did, then you understand what we're saying. And the voice that you hear me coming up with is somebody that's speaking from them. Because I sit in the room with all of them, not just in part.
All right, got it. We got them. Don't mute them, y'all. Just let them land this plane right quick. Go ahead and land your plane, and then.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm looking at it from both perspectives, and I chastise and give critical takes on the people that's impoverished doing these things, and I also gonna do the same thing when I see all people who feel like they high and mighty, and they feel like they're above them people, because you're not.
All right, go ahead, Miss Black. I'm gonna let you respond. Who want to go after Miss? Prodigy. We got to welcome in Prodigy because he's new. Go ahead, Miss Black.
I'm gonna try and be so quick because
Legacy Prodigy.
Okay, I'm going to be really quick because I hear what he's saying and I'm not disregarding it. But one of the things that concerns me, he's saying that, but then he said that he voted for Trump and he prayed for Trump. Your actions they're not meeting up with your behaviors. And it's really weird because in the same way that you're saying that, you also then are denigrating the greats that have led your people to where you are today. And it doesn't make sense. I'm saying that as an outsider listening in and catching this live. It doesn't make sense. And so when it comes down to it, I'm listening to you say all of that to say that, and then I voted for Trump and I prayed for him. Do you understand how silly that sounds? And then also when it comes back to this myth about the hospitals and stuff, the people were forced, their hospitals were deliberately closed down. No one even today.
Read a book, and I got people that don't live.
I am still.
She was muted the whole time, got it. She been muted the whole time.
Thank you. There are people that even today, there are Black women today that are still being mistreated in the YT hospitals. So to think that these people had a good time and they were getting treated better than their own Black hospitals does not make sense. Even if we look at it rationally, at that time when they were still being racist overtly, do you really think that they would want to go to a hospital where they know that these people, the day after the law was passed, would still be racist? It doesn't make sense. But you're so quick to swallow the pills that these whitey supremacists are giving you. You're not thinking logically through what's happened. Now, look, I don't want to sit up on this platform because I know the accent can sometimes be triggering, but I can't sit here in good conscience and good faith, learning what I have learned, reading what I've read, and listening to people who've gone through things and allow you to denigrate your history like this. Your history is so rich. So to come in and be like, you're giving a critique, how dare you feel that you can even critique it? Because right now you should be focusing on what you can learn from the people that have done it with less, and how you can move forward. But instead, you're recycling these talking points that you hear in the barbershop or wherever it is, and it doesn't make sense. Before you can circulate anything in your community, you have to have the structures there. there. You have to have that desire. But you guys don't do that. All you want is the easy wins. And I think a lot of it is projection. When you're talking about people speaking down to you, although I don't think it was just him, you're betraying the fact that you feel fragile. And I think you need to look through this with it doesn't make sense that you're being triggered by a stranger on the internet when we're trying to have conversations about moving people forward. And then you're leaning to FBA. That's even more psychosis on top of that. Anyway, listen, thank you, Twin. Let me move.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, thank you for go ahead, Legacy and then Prodigy.
Yeah, I like the accent, by the way.
I'll be calling the Prodigy.
And I don't know, maybe you has to critique even its successes. Like you have to critique your failures and your successes in order to continue to have them. I don't mean to say that criticism is the same as critique, though, because it's not, as Zoe said earlier. But any group that has ever existed, it's better as they continue to critique what they need to continue to get better on. But what's the one thing that you were saying? I don't understand how we slid from the money in the Black communities. Majority of it is going outside of the Black community into the misogyny point. I don't really understand that, because even if you focus just on the only way you can come to that conclusion is if you focus only on MAGA. But this was happening prior to MAGA. This was happening prior to Trump. This was happening prior to. So yes, it is by design. I agree with you that it's by design, and that's exactly what I was articulating. That the design was for them to make sure that all of our financial gains were split amongst other communities.
Thanks. Do I need to tell you what happened with your own black bank? You're not referencing that, though. And if you did know what happened with your black bank, you would know that that's simple.
I didn't.
Let me stop. Apologies. That was rude.
That wasn't the only black bank in America.
But yeah, there were numerous black banks that happened to. Actually, you're 100% correct. That's actually my point, though. I'm actually making the same point as you, that we were forced into using other people's stuff. That was the actual point. Whether it was the hospitals, banks that actually stripped us, took our money, not even just black banks, some white banks who took our money, never gave us the interest on it, kept the money, never gave it to us. And some families are still trying to get access to the money and the interest that would have been accrued from that to this day. There was one out in Kansas that did this. But my point, overall point that I'm making with this is that every time that they give us a concession, they're playing us on the back end for it to benefit them somehow. And we have to analyze that in anything that we do moving forward, knowing that that's always
my bad. Strategy. Can y'all tell my sis Tay what's up, y'all? She's in here in the live. Can y'all tell my sister Tay what's up, chat?
What's up, I'm not sure if he's finished. I just wanted to say what happened with your banks is that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the fact that black people had their own banks, and it was the YT people that came in who were allowed to get loans, and black people, funny enough, weren't, and they systematically refused to pay them back and bankrupted those banks. That placed black people at a disadvantage. When you're talking about the economy of circulation and stuff, you need to have those structures, the hospitals, the banks and stuff as well. They were deliberately broken because they were already moving their money out of the banks. So for you even referencing the bank, I know that you need to go back and re-examine the period at the time. It wasn't that simple. And it's the context that I'm concerned that you guys are missing as to why I've come up here today, because it wasn't that simple. Black people couldn't use the banks in that system. So for them to be able to keep a hold of it doesn't make sense. A lot of people like to reference Tulsa. Tulsa tells you when you had your own black staff, the YT people were still infiltrating your systems. It doesn't work like that. They won't leave you alone. So again, it doesn't behoove you to then speak ill of what's happened in the past when you truly don't understand the context of what was going on.
That's
can
my
you
point.
I'm sorry. And can you
There's a
guys
few
put
people.
some W's in the chat for Elmo for me? He's like one of the most realest and kind-hearted people I've actually met on this
Yeah,
app.
Elmo
Y'all put
is.
some W's in the
I
chat for
almost
Elmo for me,
said, I
I'm
almost
gonna give it.
pushed
I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it to
Elmo.
Prodigal after this statement. There's quite a few people in the comments that said I just said what you said. I think maybe we're saying the same thing. We're just talking past each other because I'm not saying anything very differently than what you're saying. You're just not catching it for whatever reason in my articulation. Go ahead, Prodigal.
Well, first thing I was going to say is that you guys are both kind of very right, and one of these two things can kind of be true at the same time. Moments. Instead of talking about the past, because everybody's kind of talked about the past and the history of everything, I'm going to focus my statement more on like what I think.
Levito, y'all put some W's in the chat for Levito too, y'all. He's one of my favorite content creators.
Yeah,
go ahead,
W's for that guy. But anyways, I want to talk more about like what I think is more of a solution, right? With the black dollar. I think that what I'd like to see from the black community is us find a market. We've got to play the markets like everybody else is playing it. Well, I like to see us play the industries and find an industry or market that we can get into and corner.
I said W, Emmanuel.
Just before, just 1 second. I don't want people getting off and thinking this is about what we should do about the conditions. The question is not about that. It's not about that. Twin, move over so he can see the question, please. It's not about what we're not coming up with plans or solutions or coming up with 501c3s. That's not what it's about.
That's not even what I'm. That's not.
I just want to center it back where is it.
I mean, we can keep it. It's. I'm taking a solutionary standpoint. Like that's it.
Go ahead, finish up.
I mean,
appreciate that, Levito.
As I said, like I'd like to see us take the black dollar and corner a market and kind of beat somebody to that, so that way we can beat someone to beat them at their own game essentially, and see the black dollar kind of get. The topic is about that. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You sure, Prodigy? Because it's gonna be a long time before we get back to you.
Go ahead, Prodigy.
And Godly.
Go ahead and finish up.
Oh, I mean,
you sure you want to land right there because it's gonna be a long time for it.
Love to see us take the black dollar, corner a market. I mean, look at Palantir, right? Alexander Karp, they put him on the Forbes richest black billionaires. He does not claim. He's not claiming the black community. What is Palantir really doing for the black community? They're propagating the surveillance state that's going to help throw us into jail. So like, we need to. To a market, corner something that's actually a resource that the world has to rely on us for, and I think that's our come up. I'm just,
So, what are your thoughts on this Martin Luther King question, Prodigy? It says, as Dr. King's own daughter warns that her father's legacy is being distorted and repackaged for political convenience, has America turned MLK into a sanitized symbol while ignoring the radical parts of his message on poverty, racism, and injustice? It's always a pleasure, Miss Black. I'll bring you back, Miss Black. I'm still bring you back though. If you still be in here, go ahead, Prodigy.
That's deep. I mean, I think there has been some perversion of when I say perversion, I don't mean sexualized, but I'm using the word of Dr. King's message by some people on the right, the left, in many cases.
You don't say like 15 times. Can you talk? But you don't say But go ahead.
I'm sorry. Let me try and get my train of thought back. I think that there has been some perversion of his message on both sides, and I do think that the right has tend to do that, especially after we know what the FBI did to Dr. King as far as trying to vilify him and surveil him. That being said, I mean, like we some of us know the truth of Dr. King. Like he wasn't a perfect man, but his message was what mattered. And I think that trying to take any of that message out of context and use it for any sort of political positioning rather than just seeing the actual humility in his message is kind of sick. So I kind of do agree with Dr. King's daughter there. But I think that that's not just a one-way thing. I think that that's a thing for all people to really take focus on and understand what she's saying there about her father's message.
Go, who we had it on?
Yeah, dang,
Ooh,
there was something.
lemonade.
I think I
Go
lost
ahead.
my train of thought.
Thank you, Maddie.
You know what? Can I come back? Can you come back to me right after the next person? I lost my train of thought.
I sure can. Black Malgo, go ahead.
No, excuse me. I'm on a call on my other phone. Excuse me just for a minute.
Hey, no, everybody busy now. Everybody busy now.
Well, go ahead, guys. Oh, Quinn, give me a second, guys. Go ahead, Quinn, and then guys.
I think it's been, the whole thing spawned from the criticism of Dr. King. And if you notice, the people who have all the criticism on one side of this particular thing, and that criticism, if you want to critique him again for the movement and where we are now, I would say I would ask this: number one, what movement do we have now that's advancing anything or stopping any of this stuff that we have? And then you're trying to attach it to a party. Notice that Dr. King and none of them attached it to a party. It was not attached to a party. And the only party that responded when Dr. King was in a jail cell and was his wife was reaching out because she feared for his life and they were getting unaliving threats at home, was John F. Kennedy. He was the only one that reached out. It was the Democrats.
Gala put in the comment here, agree with you. But go ahead. But you can go next, that Swan, since you remember, and then Gala. So Quinn, Swan, Gala.
So it was Democrats that actually reached out to help Dr. King and change the situation. Richard Nixon and the Dixiecrats and the Republicans all left him. Hey, if he unalives, he unalives. He was just an uppity Negro who, was stirring up trouble to them. So I think when we're sitting up here having these conversations and people try to, one, they were the ones who reached out to save Dr. King's life. Two, without them, we would have never gotten the Civil Rights Act or any of these bills that Black MAGA champions all the time. None of those bills would have gotten across the finish line without them. Mm-hmm. And then if you just take from that point forward, you can clearly see that no policy written by Republicans has gone to serve us. There have been several policies written by Democrats that have benefited our community.
Appreciate that, boss.
There have been multiple. And then just look at the expansion.
Get your daily heart meet, Eddie.
Look at the expansion of power that we've gained within the party. We have sat up here and we have people in... Stacey Abrams is the most powerful Democrat in the state of Georgia.
What's up, bro?
Name me another Democrat more powerful in the state of Georgia than Stacey. So when you ask what we've gotten from them, we've gotten a lot. At least they are responsive to what we bring as issues.
I would say my bad. I would say Stacey Abrams maybe like the modern day Fannie Lou, because she fight very hard for our rights, especially our rights to vote. So I would say she's...
and you've got Raphael Warnock, a Black man who is a senator from the state of Georgia.
Georgia. Wait, I want to clear something up with private.
So
wait,
why is
Georgia is turning more of a swing state. They're not leaning red like they used to.
We got to see in this midterms. I'll concede that in this midterm.
What? So again,
well, Democrats are leading here in Georgia for the mid. Look, they're leading. if you don't know that. But go ahead, Quinn.
So when you ask what we've gotten that. We've got the Republicans shut down the George Floyd bill. The Republicans shut down the John Lewis bill. The Republicans have shut down any policy that has been put forward.
You can't marry your cousin, and they also shut down the bill with. I mean, they were trying to make it higher, but the Republicans want to keep it where it is. So I want to throw that in.
So you have all these things. When you talk about the ACA came under a Democrat. So all the things that have moved us forward have come under Democrats. You can't name for me policy or legislation that has moved us forward under Republicans. And before you try to say First Step Act, opportunity zones, First Step Act was started by the Democrats, and it was it was a continuation of Obama's bill that reduced the sentencing. And before you say opportunity zones, that was also I believe Cory Booker and VP Harris were in on that one. So that wasn't a Republican-led initiative. You have no
You're breaking up. Mayday, are you with us
forward?
There you go.
So you can just stop it with that. But again,
hey, Sophia.
Martin and that whole movement, SNCC and all that, they didn't wait on a political party to get it done. They went out, got it done, and then the political parties attached to it.
All right. Go ahead, Golly. And then Moon. I mean, no, Swan. Golly, then Moon. Go ahead, Swan.
Yeah, I guess I have just a genuine question, and I don't necessarily need to like respond afterwards. I know other people want to speak, but I just keep thinking to myself, like, how is it that I'm going to build community with people that still support Trump and don't regret their vote after the negative impacts that we've had? Like, I'm gonna be all the way honest. I genuinely feel like these people who look like me that are still continuing to support this and don't regret their vote are compromised. Like, I genuinely think that y'all are compromised. I know that there was this effort, right? I think it was Steve Bannon that had said that he wanted to convince Black men. If y'all know anything about that, or if y'all have looked into that, probably not, is my guess. But I think it's just wild to me, like seeing groups like FBA, right, get excited because James Fishback, they called James Fishback in spite of Byron Donalds, and then he has a conversation with Tucker Carlson, and they say, oh yeah, I mean, you're a heritage American, we'll listen to you, and then they laugh, or when we hear these talking points, like let's go back to segregation, when we still hear people talking about wanting to do things, right, that are going to uplift the community, while not acknowledging the fact that their votes did negatively impact our material conditions. I just genuinely want to know, like, do people who understand the assignment, the 92 and 86%, do y'all think that the ones that voted, that are Black, that voted for Trump, that still side with him, do y'all think that they're compromised? I just personally don't see how I'd be able to build community with those people personally. But yeah, if y'all want to respond to that, let me know how y'all feel.
We're going to have to at some point. We got to at some point.
No, we don't. Guys, it's my name. It's my name.
Golly, Moon, and then Elmo, because on the panel.
Yeah. So we can say that all Americans are compromised. That we're going to use that statement. People on this side who think differently, you can believe that you're compromised, and that's because everything that we read, research, study now is controlled. So you fit in the narrative and coming up to your conclusion by what you believe to be true, because you found it in books or information that they allow to be out to us. So I think it would be more intelligent for us to take those leaders that y'all champion, like Malcolm X approach, put your politics to the side. Have conversation from an unbiased place with people that's from your communities.
Get your daily heart, me chat.
If you want solutions truly, that's how it's gonna come. If not, it's gonna always be a disconnect, and that's what's going on with us now as a community as a whole. is everybody is holding on to something more than they care about their own communities. I've never seen a time in history where people were taking their political affiliations and saying that means more to them than their relationship to their family members. This is the environment that we in now. And then you talk about another group as if you can't build with them. You can't, because you love the lies and stuff that we've been taught more than you love the people that you're trying to deal with.
Well, I don't think it have anything to do with living a lie. It have everything to do with morals.
It's
And also
everything
have
to do with it. It's a
it also
lie.
have things to do with this administration is taking away people's rights or trying to. This administration is blocking people from promotions. This administration is suing and claiming that white people are being discriminated against. So there's a lot of things why people chose to deal with their family members the way they dealt with due to support this administration, because this administration is not caring about anybody but themselves, not even their own white counterparts. So I wouldn't say that these things were based on lies that were fed to us. It was had everything to do with the actions of this administration. Go ahead.
So, Twin, I just think a lot of people are very, very disingenuous, bro. I can give honest takes, right? I've met quote unquote white people in my life that became like family to me. I've met Africans in my life that became like family to me. But if we haven't, I've met people with different sexual preferences than mine that's like family to me. But when we have a conversation about certain things, that's not going to curb me from telling the truth as I see it.
Well, that's
and
you,
I don't
Garland.
want.
And
That's
I
right. No,
think you need to
I
accept
got
that.
you.
That's you.
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, it don't come from a position of hate. And people from different communities and those said different groups, whether they're white, different preferences, different places or whatever, some people can get in the conversation and say that it's hate. But my life doesn't show that. My experiences doesn't show that.
Yeah, you don't, but you support administration, a party, and a man that come from a place of hate, is what we're trying to tell you.
Twin.
The people that you're aligning yourself with have demonized immigrants. They have demonized our recent, our only black president. They have demonized women within the Democratic Party. They have demonized the LGBTQ people. They have demonized the T people. They have demonized a whole group of people. So they come from a place of hate, and you align yourself with a party that comforts it. So I understand what you're saying, but you need to.
You have yet to hear me claim a political party.
I didn't say
or
you.
I mean, but you said Trump. You said you were probably 9 times right now.
Trump.
Right.
You prayed for Trump. Trump is a part of the Republican Party.
George Wallace. Don't forget about George Wallace. Segregation.
I support that statement because those are principles to what I grew up on. Our segregation and the way we seen it was about us consolidating what we had to benefit us. It wasn't about alienating and hating other groups of people. That's just why people who are highly intelligent seems to deliberately be ignorant when it comes to that point. Yeah, I can agree with the fact that we should have stayed separated, or in a sense, during those time frames, because I feel like it was better for us as a whole. Then when it comes to Donald Trump, my disdain is for our true enemies. It's not a Republican Party, it's the government itself. The government is collectively implementing things that hurts us as a people.
But we're under the most corrupt government in history.
We've been up under the most corrupt government since the onset of it.
No, we're under the most corrupt government in history.
So ain't nothing going on now outside the fact that
there's a lot of things going on. When there's multiple things that's going on within this administration. There's way worse than the things that already that have happened. So name me an administration where you get to attack a federal building and get paid for it. Name me an administration that actually openly say the things that they say, do the things that they do. It's a big come on, bro. It's a big
we
difference
went through the Black
between
Lives
this
Matter
administration
era, bro.
versus
when
any other administration.
And stuff like that over there.
It's not a response to what he said, dear. God,
So
this guy's
Moon,
gonna talk all day.
bro. This man hijacked
But
my time
I
to
did.
talk.
So
Anyway. And when you took
just
the
go
policy,
ahead. But you don't have to go long term anyway. So
okay,
just
I'm
go ahead
not
and
trying to
land
go
your plane.
long, but now
Give
you took the policy. Now
I
I got to
did.
land the plane.
Yes, you have to
So
land your plane because you were talking a minute before you took the pilot. But go ahead.
no. But overall, what I'm saying is like the enemies to us, the destructive things to us, the things that affect us the most is us, and we're championing these ideologies that they put in place. The fact that we champion the civil rights ushered us up under systematic oppression, and y'all still haven't figured it out yet. Even though we were being oppressed, people were doing hateful things. Our power structure was centered and focused on us. All money circulated and benefited all communities more than it's doing now. Now we're in systems now where these people control it, and our dollars and resources are pouring out into other places, and it's not benefiting us. Period. And I'm gonna land this point too, because I know they're gonna come back and somehow we got more businesses now than we had then. I'm talking about businesses that created job opportunities for other people. We can establish 5 or 6 businesses right now, but are we employing people in them? How many of those businesses actually are employing and helping, quote unquote, individual Black people getting up out of these conditions that they're in? That's what we had. That's the difference. That's the difference in what we created then. Everything that we created then provided a better way for people from our communities to survive. And we're not, and that should be back to focus. That should be the focus that we have today.
Awesome sauce. Go ahead, Moon. Then we go welcome in Elmo and I think Prodigy or Black Mac wanted to respond. Go ahead, Moon.
Yeah. Good morning, afternoon, all of that. I don't want to comment on too much of nothing that was said just now. I do want to say I think the Republicans made a mistake with the theater that's been going on around these new voting maps and just talking about voting and redistricting so much. I think they may have advertised voting to a group of people in a way that they didn't want to. I just say participating in the primary today, I saw a lot of people I don't normally see outside voting. I think a lot more people are just motivated to participate just because a lot of people are talking about it. Right. And, you know, when more people
history, almost 1 million people. No, last day. I mean, today is the election day for the primaries in Georgia. So if you in the live and you know you haven't voted and you are registered to vote, please go down there and let your voice be heard because today is the election day for the primary. I voted for Keisha Lance, and I expect for many of you others to vote for Keisha Lance so she can take home this win and she can make history twice. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just saying I think they pushed out a lot of free ad dollars, free advertisement to the people to get out and vote regardless of what they should be voting for. I think it's cool a lot more people are participating. And then the second part I'm gonna comment on is when we do these conversations about political parties, I'm gonna give y'all my anecdote. I got a mentor, one of my mentors who pretty much raised me, but he introduced me to one of the lobbying members out here in Alabama. And he mistakenly said, this guy's a Democrat. So I'm listening like a lobbyist Democrat in Alabama. Let's see what he's got to talk about. We get through 5 minutes of talking and I'm like, this guy's not a Democrat. What the hell is this guy talking about? The parties are quick labels. It's just, that's it. It's just quick label. I don't have to hear you talk or hear your party. You give me 5 sentences, I'm going to know whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. Y'all hide and say, I'm not affiliated. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I don't champion any party. Your ideologies are the party. If we remove the parties from the ballot, you're still going to vote for the same rhetoric. So that's how you guys fence ride. That's how you hide. When Black people don't match the ideologies of the party, we switch parties. We've done that before. If Democrats start pushing racist rhetoric or stop funding programs in our communities, we're just going to go somewhere else. And that's all I got to say to that.
Yeah. What's going on, Elmo?
Oh, hey, Troy, you can get my spot. You can get my spot to somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Elmo, bro, please don't never talk to me again.
He said he trying to. It's on Elmo.
Yeah, I know. I'm just telling you. If you got somebody to come up, I'll get my spot up.
Go ahead, Elmo.
Hey, Twin. Good to see you, man. I just want to say before I jump into the conversation, a massive W to Twin and his family. Bro, we hit that target like it was nothing. We got 4.6K out of the 2.5 that we were raising. That was absolutely remarkable and amazing, Twin. You turning up and you helping us get that target alone by itself was absolutely amazing. I appreciate you so much. You have no idea how many smiles you're going to be putting on these children's faces.
Well,
And I
W
appreciate
to
you.
you and Swan. It was nice to see y'all in y'all element and y'all environment doing what y'all. I got to see it firsthand, y'all. I got to see them work their magic firsthand, chat.
And yeah, 700 people here, bro, guys. Please follow Twin and join him. Like the link in his bio for the school bash, and like try to help get that. So make sure that you check his Twin's link in his bio. So I just find it interesting because the things that Godly was saying earlier. About him trying to blame the government but not blaming himself for putting everyone in the States in that current position. Like you voted for that man that is currently in power. You voted for that party that is taking over and has been doing all of these things. Like I don't even understand what else are you waiting for to wake up and realize the crimes and the issues that this government has been doing and has been hiding, from insider trading to fraud to all the way to actual WAR crimes. Like it's actually remarkable that there are people, and like Swan has said, there are so many different people sold out their own communities for nothing. They have gained nothing from this whole thing. And we're seeing it here again. We're seeing it here because we've got a party that is almost the same as Trump. It's a mini Trump party that's trying to get in power and trying to implement the same policies that Trump is implementing in the States. When is everyone going to wake up and realize that you have not gained anything? All you've done is just nothing. You just exposed yourself, sold out your own communities. You didn't help out anyone, not even yourself. Like seeing this whole thing about the Republican and the policies that you mentioned earlier, about them going against, yeah, Levito, reform is not going to win. It's not going to win. The vote is going to split between reform and restore, and they're not going to win anything. Let's just make that very clear. And you actually cheering on reform is absolutely weird. Like you going against, like Levito, you said yourself you're not going to vote for Trump if you had the opportunity again. And you're telling me reform for the win. Oh, just stop. Anyway, look. Okay, Godly, you can respond to what I said specifically. I don't know what's your beef with me. Go ahead. I'll shut up.
Well, you need to get a chance to land your plane. Hold on, God. Let's give him a chance.
Oh no, he said go ahead.
Well,
I wouldn't
we
cut.
just want to.
I said that in the chat. I didn't cut him off.
I just want to make sure.
I'm being respectful, Twin.
I know I'm being respectful too. I just want to make sure he land his plane. Did you land your plane, Emma?
I did. Yeah, I don't want to repeat myself. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a little fuel in there so you can
Prodigy,
take back.
You don't have to run, Prodigy.
So Elmo, I think you got it confused. We're still asleep as a whole in this country because we fail to recognize that system, no matter how we champion or what side we hit it from, as long as that system is not addressed, it's going to continue to be the same thing that's going on. We sold out people out in the 60s during the civil rights era. We sold out ownership to be
I need
workers.
20 more daily heart meal, you guys. 20 more.
That's the truth, Elmo. We sold out ownership to be enslaved. We poured ourselves and destroyed the system that we had in place that we can control to put ourselves up under systematic racism. And this government tells you that quote unquote white status means full citizenship, and those that come into the system up under black is at the bottom. So we're just digging our feet in the dirt and getting nowhere. So we have to do and create charities to give us some type of fractional relief. But overall, we still gonna be in those conditions that we suffer, because the truth is, historically, which y'all might not notice, Elmo, not being from here, is that the quote unquote Black Americans have always built themselves up from the mud, and by lacing their own bootstraps up. That's the mentality that we had that I keep talking about, right? Understanding that they owe us something, but not waiting on it. You know what I'm saying? Moving forward and doing what we can do for ourselves, despite of, which is how all of us in here who got whatever success that they have in life, you got those things on the work that you put in, not because of no handout. And I think that's what's missing. And that's why I feel so disrespectful when I hear people attacking our elders back then and say that they didn't do nothing. They dedicated themselves to those communities, and they didn't lose communities under their watch. These generations we are in today lost them because now we believe that what they're teaching us and what they're telling us is for our benefit, and it's not. And those societal things you can see today, because you have to pretty much move out of your communities to have some type of better quality of life. And that's because we no longer pour in those positive resources or mentalities within those communities. And until
Please
all
land your
people
plane.
understand, I'm gonna land it right here, Elmo. This is the question. And I believe
Okay, so let me just break down.
I'm gonna give you the question.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant you landed it. Sorry, I thought you meant you landed it.
So my
Sorry.
question be,
Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how to shape it. So my question would be to you, Elmo, if you can be honest, right? Would a people be more inclined to rise above the circumstances that they suffer from by their own means, or waiting on a government that's benefiting off of it to resolve those issues?
Wait, let's just break down what you've said since the beginning. You voted for the government. You voted for that government that is benefiting from
Elmo,
the own suffering of
I'm
its
not
own
putting you off,
people.
Elmo, but y'all saying I didn't vote. Y'all keep saying that
You
I
prayed
didn't
for
vote.
him. So you prayed for him, Godly. You prayed for him. You prayed for him.
He didn't vote. He prayed for him.
You prayed for him, and you stand by the things that he's done, and you always come up here and defend him in every action that he's done. Come on, man. Like, you are actually talking about the 1960s and not sticking to the topic, which is 2026. The current government that is in here is corrupt. The current government that is doing this is benefiting from the suffering of its own people. You have seen all the policies that they have passed and the problems that they have been causing. If these are things that are not willing to wake you up and say, you know, to be the make or break to make sure that we can get things right, then I don't know what else to tell you. You come up and say the same thing every day, but don't show any remorse in regard of all the people that are victims of this current government. You don't say anything in regard of how people are struggling and suffering because of it. Like, the people that are having so much issues alone just by the increase in prices that is inflicted upon them without them voting for it. They didn't vote for going into a WAR. They didn't vote for these policies that are being passed every time. Yet you're still willing, even if you didn't vote for them, you're not willing to stand by the people and the communities that are telling you enough is enough. Stop. Like, people keep on telling you that, but you don't listen.
So, Elmo, you landed?
Got ML want to respond right quick.
Okay.
And then I have to welcome in Fonzo because I need to bring Quinn back. So give me 1 second, Elmo and God.
I wait on ML.
I mean, not Elmo, but ML and God. Give me 1 second.
Then
But I have someone new because I have to bring somebody back. Go ahead, Fonzo. Alonzo. If I can
thanks again, Twin, for helping me up. You know, I watch these y'all lives just about every day and whatnot like that. And whenever I get a chance to get up there, then I take it and I keep it moving. But my thing is, I'm really upset with people trying to play in our faces right now. That's what's getting me, because you can't keep saying that you all about our people, but you have not done the necessary research to look into the history of why our people are here. You can't keep saying that, oh, we had all this and we had all that, when systemically it was proven that we wasn't, that we didn't have all that. Yeah. And you're saying that we need to, talk to the people within the communities and whatnot like that. I come from the communities. I'm still around those communities. And if you go and you talk to the people in the communities, you got a lot of them that's saying and espousing the same goofiness about getting money from Trump and this, that, and the third because they fell for the banana in the tailpipe. So you can miss me with that, because if you go and talk to the people that's the community actioners, the ones that's doing the work within the community, even they're saying, hey, man, why is Trump in office? He is tearing down everything that we are trying to build. Just by the fact that they're trying to take voting rights away from predominantly black areas and split them into these sub-districts where we won't have a voice, that don't plague your mind, brother? This is what they are doing. So when the brother came up here saying that we needed to learn how to play the game that they playing, he is being completely correct. Because if you're not even voting at the local level, then nothing that what you're talking about makes sense. Because there is no way, no how possible in this country, with us being the minority, will we ever amass the type of power we need to challenge the system that it is right now. No way, no how. Unless we start getting people in place in the local, in the sub-local. Like, we got to get people in these positions to where they can affect us locally. Then we can go at it on a national stage. But definitely voting for people that's against our interests off tops and then going, well, nah, man, they ain't doing nothing. Come on, man. Stop playing in our faces, brother. I'm not hearing you're using your anecdotal experiences to localize that as the whole black experience. You brought up going through BLM, negating the fact that 95% of our protests was peaceful. Like, cut that out, bro. Stop playing in people's face, bro. And when they say that when people come up here and say you're not doing nothing for community and all other good stuff, I feel where you're coming from, because I mentor people too. But the reality is this: if I'm not putting boots on ground and teaching these people that what's going on currently is bad, and I'm sitting there going, oh man, never mind, then we can still get it out the mud our own. How are we gonna get it out the mud our own if they're keeping us from getting out the mud? That makes no sense. And I'm gonna land my plane.
Oh, I agree with.
Hold on, Prodigy, because if ML, let's ML gonna go.
Yeah, we're gonna let ML go. And you guys put congratulations in the chat for Godless, son. He
How
did
many turns
graduate.
Godly gonna get? Godly,
y'all
like
put
8
some,
turns.
I think I start first.
y'all
I
put
want
some.
to get in here. Yeah, I'm about to give y'all the whole flow, man.
Well, hold
Go ahead,
on.
Mel.
But y'all, his son did congratulations to your son for graduating. But y'all put some congrats in the comments for me.
Yeah, that's the second one to graduate.
The second one. Okay, cool. Who about to respond besides Godless?
ML finna go.
So, I don't even know where to go with this, but I'll just say this, particularly to you, God, because you and Black MAGA.
ML, you
Actually,
always
not even
start.
Black.
There you go, ML, because you be saying like you want to put us to sleep.
Yeah, I have to. I'm in the federal building right now, but
White folk.
you know what? I'm gonna stay on task, but I do have to say one thing.
I got you, Prodigy.
I don't think you're capable of actually getting in here, because you probably wouldn't meet the criteria to get in here. Because even though you don't call yourself a Black American, you really just an NIGGA with nothing else. But I'll digress. Imagine this: a person that has absolutely nothing, no capital gains, no capital whatsoever, no buildings, no power, no influence, other than from the street corners and from his aunts, uncles, nieces, and nephews, telling you not to vote. Meanwhile, the people that have the power are voting, still voting, continue to vote. Imagine that. It's called the magic. It's what we like to call the magical Negro system. That's what you got, Colin. You this what I call magical Negro that wants to tell everybody what they shouldn't do. Meanwhile, you have absolutely zero power. Mind you, I'm only taking this shot at you because you said what you said. Mind you, you have told us publicly that you ride around a dusty truck trying to be a jack of all trades and master of none. You have no power. You're not connected to anybody in the Senate, in the Congress, or even locally or even statewide, whether it be Atlanta or in Mississippi, to where you can do anything substantial to actually bring any type of common sense or wealth to your community. But what you can do is consistently revert back to those that maybe assisted you with your upbringing, cultivated you, and told you maybe actually at least one lie. She's seen aliens and such. I don't know. Maybe she's seen E.T. Who knows?
Why y'all? I mean, have you ever heard me bring anything?
Excuse me, I didn't mute you, but the only reason why I'm doing this is because you took a shot at me.
That's fine, but have you ever heard me bring anything up about your mama?
I don't care about my mama like that. So moving along. Don't take shots at me if
well,
you don't
you
want
talk
to
about
shot.
me enough, boy. In the words of the great Dave Chappelle, you talked about me enough, boy.
Yeah. But anyway,
You didn't
I don't
talk
think
enough too.
I don't think you have any room to really say anything about what someone is doing or actually focusing on when you have no power whatsoever to adversely change anything as it pertains to the communities in which you currently sit in, maybe chew bubble gum in, or whatever the case may be. So I'll land it there.
I've
All
changed
right.
the direction of my life, my kids' life, a lot of other people in my family's life, and in my communities. And to the contrary that you might believe, I got a direct line to the mayor of my hometown. So when you say I don't have the ability to talk about people that's in powerful positions, the ones that I need to, I do have access to. The thing is, ML, is that I keep trying to remind you as I teach my kids as well, so I give you that same lesson, ML. Your life means something. Who you are means something. You don't have to be the person to be on front center stage and be the most famous thing out there to be an impact in this world and in life. Your voice and what you do to the people around you is enough. You fulfill that position. And if more of our people in our communities understand that they have that power and stop sitting on their hands and doing the best that they can, the better those communities would be. Y'all get upset with me because I'm telling, and I know y'all don't like to say it. I like to speak in absolute truth. And that means that you control the things that surround you. You control your communities as a whole. You can wait on people outside of it to do things for you, but you'll be waiting forever. The truth is that we are the ones that have the ability to change those conditions. The problem is that we allow people to program us to believe that they are, when the fact that they're getting rich off the pain and the things that we suffer. And to you, Elmo, I've learned a long time ago coming up in this life, the things that really affects my community in a negative way.
Yeah, Mogon.
When I can look at people today unaliving from diseases and cancers and different things that wasn't normal at one time, and I can understand that these are direct relationships to the things that we allow these elitist companies do, and I can watch the government approve these things to happen for us each and every day, as a whole, Democrats and Republicans. So why would I sit back and say that that's not the thing that I need to be focused on? Why should I be talking about a political party when that's what they want us to do? So we don't understand that we're suffering from those collectively who govern us. That's an issue. It's hateful. You can go do something as simple as go to your store and buy a bottle of Coca-Cola. Get the Mexican version and get the one that they sell to the American people. And you see the ingredients on there.
Thank God.
It's more accessible for them to put all these chemicals in it, things that they're serving us. But when you look at the ingredients and the things that we ship into other countries, it's far less ingredients in them. I think it's easier, it's cheaper to leave out the things that they put in, unless these things are leading to more dollars that they're generating off the American people. And I land this point. I'm intelligent enough to look around this world and understand that we're consumers. And I'm watching all these great advancements and things that these people are doing in these other countries off the fact that we're pouring our money as Americans off into these countries. I'm looking at leaders in the government who are tied to these very same countries over there. So these policies are aligning with things that benefit these people all over the place. So when I made that statement, Elmo, that we sold out
He's not here.
in the 60s, when we sold out, he's down in the chat, that when we sold out in the 60s, that's what we did. We gave them our power. We gave them our minds, and now we got the moons of the world.
No, he's not. He's not in the chat.
Everything that they're educated in and taught is better for us.
Elmo's not here at all. He's not here at all.
I'm glad you woke up in time to be laying my plane. I'm gonna go ahead on that. That flight was just a smooth. You can sleep like a baby. I got you. All right, man. But I appreciate you for having me up, man. I'm gone, bro.
Let me come in.
Go ahead, Black Mac. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to kind of respond to Swan a little bit.
All right, guys.
And let me say this, and also add to he just left, but our people did. You know, I'm doing a video out here, on Juneteenth, 4-minute video. So I'm looking at our history. And one thing that impresses upon me is our people really did leave those plantations with just the shirts on their back. So we're the only people in this country that actually pulled ourselves up by the bootstrap. Everyone else that comes in here is given stuff. And that enrages me. And they got the nerve to tell us every immigrant that's come in here has been given resources by the government.
Well, you know, the administration, your administration have taken things away.
Well, let me say this. We're the only ones that have pulled ourselves up by the bootstrap. And that's what I hate about the this.
So now you gonna switch up after finding out that your administration is taking away things?
Well, what? They're not taking away nothing from me.
So let's see what they did for the black farmers. Didn't they sue pertaining to the black farmers?
Well, everybody's getting sued under race base. If the
this
farmers,
administration, let's see.
See the black farmers. Well, what I was going to say is the black farmers should put their claim in under descendants of United States chattel slavery rather than black.
They shouldn't do that at all, because you stated that the immigrants are coming in and getting resources. But now that we're telling you that the administration that you align yourself with is taking away resources, now they need to put their identity up under something else. No, you need to hold this administration accountable, just like you're trying to hold everybody else accountable.
Well, you cut me off. I do hold them accountable. They're not taking nothing away from us. What this administration is saying is that we're willing. See, Trump calls us Black Americans. The CBC calls us Africans. They erase us. And let me say this, because the only people that this country owes are the ones who went through slavery and Jim Crow, not everybody that looks like us. And that's the race base. And that's why we'll never get no policies as long as we try to give it to everybody.
Well, Black man, this is my thing. Yeah, and my thing is you align yourself with a party that have been taking things away from people for years, bro. I'm not understanding, and it's the black men. You literally align yourself with a party that has after taken away things from multiple groups of people. Like, come on, and your own people. They literally is trying to say your party, the people you voted with, is literally trying to say that white people in America is being discriminated against, sir.
Well, I listen. The Republicans have taken nothing from us. Oh,
these ghetto headphones. Sorry, Black Mac. I got a question for you. Do you don't think that they know who is and who isn't descendants of chattel slavery? Like you genuinely don't think that they know this based off census?
Oh yes, they do know it.
Okay. So I'm the erasure thing you're talking about is not going to happen. If they were to sign reparations into law tomorrow, they know who to give them to. So I'm not understanding your beef.
Well, here's the problem: is the Democrats keep putting race-based policies. How you got beef with
somebody and you can't fight?
Well, let me say this: race-based policies are unconstitutional according to a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court. Democrats keep advancing race-based policies to repair us, knowing that they're going to get shot down. No one's going to support it.
Give us a policy you feel with race-based versus equality. Give us a policy you felt that the Democrat pushed that with race-based.
Well, first one is go look at HR 40. They talk about everybody but us in there. They're talking about HR 40, which is the reparations bill that the Democrats have been trotting out for 37 years. It's for everybody that's got the skin color that looks like us, when it's only supposed to be for the Black Americans.
But you said it wasn't for us. I gave you the policy. For us and everybody else, because you said look at HR 40 and it talks about everybody else except us. But then you come back.
No. I said it's for everybody else, and it look.
So it's not for us.
Well, it is for us, but the problem is they trying to give it to everybody else that comes from around the planet.
Okay, but the white people been doing it for the white people not giving you nothing.
Well,
the party
Democrats,
you voted with,
no, we're not getting nothing from either party.
The party you voted with is not giving you nothing.
Neither are the Democrats.
We're able to do a lot of things that we do because of the Democrats. I'm confused.
Like what?
So
Every
like what?
I'm so
Black Maggie,
confused.
if every Democrat unalived tomorrow, you're still not getting reparations. I'm not understanding the logic. I'm not even trying to be funny, dark, morbid.
Well, let me give you the logic,
every
King.
congressman that is a registered Democrat or independent could unalive tomorrow, and the country could fall to the rule of the Republicans, and you are still never getting reparations.
6 more daily heartbeat.
Well, that's why the Democrats lost, because we give our votes 90.
You vote to the Republicans and they ain't did nothing, so you lost too.
I gave my vote to the Republican first and foremost. Punish the Democrats because they're the ones that we've been giving our vote to.
Exactly. You ain't doing nothing but punishing everybody along with us.
I ain't punishing no.
You black
I ain't
just
punishing.
like us.
Did you vote
Check
for?
this out. Check
did you
this
vote
out.
for reparations for Gen Sixers? Did you vote for them to get reparations? That's a direct
Here's
question.
what's not gonna happen with
I'm
Republicans.
asking a question though. Did you vote so that Jan Sixers could get reparations before black people?
I don't give a damn about what JR6
What language?
get.
What's your language?
Why are they getting paid before black people?
I don't care about them. I defend the interests of black Americans.
Y'all close your eyes
and other whites defend
every
their
time
interests.
a valid question is asked. These Jan Sixers
I answered it.
You just don't care. You don't care if Jan Sixers get paid before black people. You're still.
Well, they don't care about me.
It's so odd. Y'all are not serious characters. These conversations.
No, that's their business.
Exactly.
That's the problem. Black Americans.
Your president is giving reparations to Jan Sixers who attacked federal property and ignoring black people, and you're like, cool, that ain't got nothing to do with me. I'ma still vote for him.
Well, what about Joe Biden?
Back before you respond, because I need to. Prodigy was trying to get it. You still with us, Prodigy?
Okay.
You still with us?
I'm cooking something. Just kill me. I'm coming back.
Okay. Mel, what's going on, Mel? Well, hold up, Black Malcolm. What's going on, Mel?
What's up, big dog?
What's your thought on this MLK question and things like that? And maybe the J6 people is getting reparations.
Yeah, that J6 that J6 stuff is.
And I have to ask you,
it ain't Friday, bro. I can't.
And you know, I ask you all the time, are you still supporting this administration?
I mean, what? I mean, this is me, Twin. This is one thing about me, bro. I'm gonna give you in 2.5 years. I give you the truth behind it. But I gotta. It's what I voted.
But why
for.
You gotta wait so long?
I gotta see everything. I'm gonna call out everything I see. I promise you that. If whatever the results is, bro, I'm gonna put them out there. I don't. It is what it is, man.
But do you have to wait so long? What did you wait on?
I mean, because what I did, this is me personally. I gave Biden at least 2 years. I say I know he coming in during a certain time, so I give him 2 years to see where everything is. That's what I did, bro. I ended up giving him 4. I didn't even judge it after the 2 because I knew what we was dealing with. But come the end, yeah, I had my results of how I seen everything, man.
Well, how you see everything going on right now? What are your thoughts on everything?
I mean, it's all. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. America is all over the place. What a time to be alive, bro. To witness all this stuff. It's all over the place, bro. Man. Some people they happy with everything yet, and some people they not, bro. I feel like that's life, man. Regardless of who in there, man. Do I like everything that's going on? Like I always say, hell no. I don't. I don't like seeing nobody affected.
So Ben, this is interesting. I didn't know about this. Ben, Black Malcolm, Ben said, "Do you know about HR 2100 bill?"
Excuse me, I didn't catch that. Twin.
Do you know about the HR 2100 bill?
No, I don't know what that is.
No bailouts for reparation act 119 Congress.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that. That ain't gonna go nowhere. It ain't gonna pass nothing.
Okay, who started it? Republicans or Democrats?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They got some.
Who started
it? They got racist Republicans and they got racist Democrats.
But who started that bill? Republicans, right?
Yeah, yeah, and it ain't going nowhere.
All right.
But we don't vote for Republicans. We vote for Democrats.
We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that. You didn't vote for Democrat. You voted for Republican. You put Trump on your ballot, so you didn't vote for Democrat.
Oh, it never will. It never will.
Use Spencer and duct tape are more interested in punishing the Democrat Party that you're willing to go down with the ship with it. Like, as somebody who, listen, I will absolutely
white people do that, Cat.
BLOW myself up in the process if it means I'm taking whoever I'm trying to take down with me. I get it, but not to the detriment of others. Me,
white
I
people,
don't believe that.
Let me tell you, y'all have the same behavior white people have.
But
they
with
will
me,
take
like
themselves
when
down.
I take Moon down, I blow myself up in the process. But everyone else, no. You get what I'm saying, Black MAGA? Like, you're so hurt about, like, you're like a child who has, like, your daddy didn't come back with the milk or something. Like, you're hurt. You, Spencer, and Duct Tape are hurt that you're more mad at and wanting to punish Democrats than you are to what's better for America.
Yeah. Hey, you can come up and ask Miss Pat. You can join the panel, Pat, and come up. You say what we get from Democrats. Come up, Pat, and have a conversation with us before we can tell you what all we got from the Democrats.
And I want to say this. I want to say this real quick, man. It's a shout out to me, man. Today made 18 years since I've been home, since I've been free from prison.
That's what I'm talking about.
I got out of prison, bro, with $75. I got out of prison with $75, man. Y'all know my education status. I ain't the smartest. I don't got no college degree, none of that, man. But I put a plan in my head, man, when I was in prison. I just stayed to it, and I fought all kind of obstacles, man. I wanted to give up 100 times, man. So to
and
anybody,
you close to being
bro,
a millionaire?
Nah, but it's coming. It's coming for sure. It's coming for sure. I don't know if millionaire, but yeah, but I'm on. Thank you.
And he
man.
also showed out. That's why I don't understand why he's still supporting this administration. But he out for the back to school bash. Mel showed out. Like, he showed out close to $400. He showed out. Go ahead.
Yeah, we gotta take care of these babies, man. The government, it's not their job, and they ain't gonna do a great job, especially when it comes to black people. So we gotta be the motivation and like we gotta take care of our babies. That's why I told Twin, man. We gotta take care of these babies, bro. Some kids and shit, they might eat one time a day, man, and that's reality. So man, for anybody, bro, if you could do anything, man, shit, help, man. Help anybody, man.
Yeah. So Prodigy, are you still cooking?
I'm here.
All right. So what are your thoughts? You being an immigrant and you in America, what are your thoughts on all this?
Wait. I'm not an immigrant. I'm a product of an immigrant.
No, Levito, when Levito was up here going there, you said you was an immigrant to your mother.
No, Levita. I remember Levita. I wasn't up here. I haven't talked. Well,
so you were born here?
Huh? I was born here. You know that.
And your parents?
No. My dad was born here. My mom wasn't.
Exactly. You a product of an immigrant. Go ahead.
What they say, a tether? Black MAGA, is he a tether?
Yeah, but yeah, that's what they like to call me, a tether.
I'm being
not black. I don't know. I don't know what the new term. I can't keep up with it, man. It's almost like it's like the new alphabet.
Melanated.
It's like they cry about LGBTQ, but now they got their old new alphabet now too. So I'm missing it.
Let's not pivot to the gay hate. Like
no. I'm calling out. Listen, I'm calling out.
Not you threw the gays under the bus to alleviate your
I'm calling out the hypocrisy of this whole, like, the hypocrisy of the whole, like, we're fighting this lettered community, yet we're fighting it, creating our own.
Let's get back to the topic.
In the midst of it. No, I mean, it's true.
But what are your thoughts on the MLK? Did you look up to him?
Well,
give me your thoughts.
I think I shared my thoughts on it already, but I did want to say to Moon, was it Moon, or I don't know if it was Moon that came up here or somebody else that said it, but about the whole, like, playing the game situation, is that's really, like, and ML kind of touched on it too, is like we got to start like excuse me, I can't cuss, so forget all the talking, but really, like, what are you doing impactful? And I mean, don't get me wrong, being in the community can be impactful, is very impactful. But if you're not doing that, at the very least, what are you doing impactful in your career, and whatever hobbies you choose, or whatever the case may be? Like, how are you impacting? How are you making change? That's the real question. So we can sit up here and yap all day about this. The real question is, like, what are we going to take from it and do in the community? What are we going to get out of this?
We should do what I saw old white women and men doing today with canes, and they look like they on every level of AARP and medication. They may have a year left on earth is what it looked like, and I'm not wishing that on them. And you know what they doing? They still voting. They can't walk at more than 1 mile per hour, and they still voting. And we get in here and we say the vote don't matter. We don't need to vote. We need to hang out in our communities and talk to poor people. Get y'all black behinds off the couch. It takes 5 seconds. Go vote. You probably spend more time looking for snacks in the gas station. Go vote. It don't cost you nothing.
Let me tell you something, Moon.
Vote with a purpose.
Oh, you weren't done? Go ahead. My bad.
Hell no. Y'all have been monologuing for like 30 minutes and I've been quiet.
I just got up here.
Finish. Why do y'all do that? You handed the mic over.
No, I did not hand my mic over, Moon. I just let you go because I didn't want to create a ruckus. But it's okay. But you're right though. Like people got to get out. We got to vote. And honestly, if more people get out and vote, I don't like that whole terminology and thought of like the vote doesn't matter because honestly, the vote speaks for the people. Like I know I stand on one side of the aisle and I have my views, but at the end of the day, if the people come out and we come out in masses and we believe that our vote matters and our vote goes one way and it says something, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that decision because that's the people speaking. And honestly, that's what I want to see for our people all the time, regardless of what side it is or what party. I want to see our people getting out there and making our voices be heard.
I want to ask King Cat a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you think that the Democratic Party is going to win back Black American male voters that they lost in the battleground states by appealing to emotionalism rather than policies?
No.
I'm gonna say no, but I think this is the thing when it comes to Black male voters, and not all, but when we talk about the what was like 20% that voted for Trump, and I'm not going to say you because you seem to have a pretty clear agenda. You just want to punish the Democrats, but a majority of them don't know what they want. They know that they want to be angry at somebody about something, about their shortcomings and failures in life, but they don't know exactly what it is they want. So like, for instance, we kept hearing the talking point, Kamala ain't proposed nothing for us. She ain't going to do nothing for us. And then she made a 10-point plan. And then they said she was pandering. Like, it's like they want to be angry about something and they just don't know what it is. But then you have like the other 3% of that just wants to be so contrary rather, that they're going to just go against everything that's good for them because they've been butt broke. Like they have to have the white people presiding over them because that's the status quo. And they wouldn't know how to function in a society without the white men telling them what to do. And that's just my take on it.
Oh, well, so you're not being told by the Democrat white man what to do. I don't understand that, but let me say this. So you're saying that Black males who are watching Black American families, the number one homeless families on the streets of all these cities, and meanwhile, you don't see any immigrants on the street. You see us, Black and white. You saying that we're not responding to that?
In my state, and that's the thing, I don't know where exactly you live. And I tell people that it has to be done on a state-to-state thing. I'm in a ruby red state. I'm in Tennessee. Everybody on the street. Like, if majority whites, because again, it's a majority white area, but I see more whites and Hispanics on the street here, and even some Arabs than I do Black people here. Like, I'm not understanding where like you say that a lot.
I will say 100 to 200 Black Republicans ran for some form of city office this last election cycle, and y'all didn't elect any of them. I just want to point that out. I'm not talking about ran against Democrats.
We need y'all help.
Hold on, Mel. Y'all don't need. I'm talking about primaries. They're in the primary, which means that on y'all's side, the white people that are Republican are not picking Black people. Black people are getting voted for on the Democrat side. Y'all had 100, which is a 70% increase over the last 20 years, which means Black people are showing up at the Republican primaries, asking for white people to join in with them. Hey, we got conservative values just like y'all. Vote for us so we can represent y'all. And the white people are saying no. So it ain't got nothing to do with black people on the Democrat side. Y'all not even winning inside your own house. It's not that black people aren't running over there, and that's why they're not represented in the Republican Party. Black people are actively asking for a seat at the Republican table, and white people are turning them away. Y'all are going to have one person. Y'all are losing 4 this year. So before we even talk about Republican versus Democrat, y'all can't even get chosen at home. Why aren't they voting for y'all?
It's because we think that we're perfect. It's because that Republicans think the party's perfect, and they don't think that there's any work to be done. So that's
not an answer to why they're not picking black people. Black people hold the same conservative values as the white people they stand next to, the same way that they did Vivek Ramaswamy. He said exactly everything he said, and it was the same thing Elon Musk said. Somehow he is kicked off Doge, and now he's not going to win in his state anymore. Black and brown people aren't even getting picked inside the house. How do y'all stand on that side of the room?
Let me tell you, first of all, why did Jasmine Crockett lose?
That ain't got nothing to do with what I just said.
Well, let me say this. Let's see if black Democrats can get elected after they can't rig the districts. See, Jasmine Crockett should have won if she would have appealed to black American voters, but instead she campaigned on doing for immigrants, and that's why she lost.
Awesome. So back to me talking about the 1 to 200, because you bring up one person, talking about the 1 to 200 black Republicans who ran that didn't get votes from white people. I asked y'all a specific question, which was, before we talk about Democrats, why can't black people who are participating on the Republican side get a seat at the table? And you pivoted to Jasmine Crockett. Anyone else?
I think it's the same reason why black Democrats can't get elected.
Exactly. Y'all can't have a conversation without pivoting. This isn't an honest.
All you got to do is
I'm asking
y'all get elected because you got a rigged
district. I'm asking
district.
you to look in the mirror, and I'm asking
you get elected because you got a rigged
100
district.
to 200 black people. Y'all don't have a Westmore. Y'all don't have a Westmore on y'all side. Y'all don't have black governors. Y'all don't have black mayors. Y'all don't have it, and it's not because of black people. It's because the white people on that side do not vote for them. They don't want y'all at the table. And then you turn around and say black people on the plantation. My brother, you are the $1 still left on the slave plantation. It's just you. And they telling you no to your face. To your face.
No. You're the one that was left on the plantation and had to be drugged off.
No.
It's just y'all at the party and the lights have come on already. The music's still playing. The DJ is playing music that's saying go home, and y'all still hanging out.
See, you still on the plantation.
The DJ told y'all to go home a long time ago,
voting for people while our people are failing. You're voting for failure because of your emotions.
Why aren't the white people voting for y'all? I keep asking. On the Republican side, why aren't white people voting for black representation?
You vote for failure. The Democrats ain't doing nothing.
He's not going to answer my question. Would any other Republican like to participate? Any other Republican want to participate?
But MAGA, how are we failing?
Won't? Yeah, don't let him pivot. Don't let him pivot. This is a serious topic because we always talking about representation and they think representation is only on. People show up to participate in the election and say, hey, I want to represent black conservative values. And the white people told them no. And you're still talking about Jasmine Crockett. Why isn't the Republican Party picking you?
Well, first of all, I don't even believe that. Produce your proof.
Oh, okay, cool. Now I gotta expense my labor. Sure, it's always all in my closet.
What's the claim?
I always got sources.
What's the claim?
I said over the last 20 years, we've had a 70% increase.
20 years. Okay,
no. This last election cycle,
This last
election cycle, it was 100 to 200 that participated. Black Republicans.
Produce that.
Sure. You're still not going to answer my question. What are you just
going to say?
Well, I think it's because, let me answer it for you.
No, they didn't win. They didn't win, Mel.
See, the Democrats are no more less racist than the Republicans. They just don't admit it. Like Malcolm said.
Question I asked you
did answer your question.
I asked you, so you're admitting you
got racists in the Democratic Party too.
This is that's
a lot why they only advance weak men.
Democrats.
This is a lot of sucking and jiving we doing.
Name a strong black man you see in the Black Democratic Party.
Westmore.
They put women. They put black women ahead.
Westmore.
Name it.
Westmore.
Westmore's.
He's a joke.
Well, first of all, he ain't even us.
He's a joke.
He's not even a black American.
Westmore's a joke.
Westmore's
not even a black American.
Westmore, he's a joke. How y'all just say things?
Go look at how he's budgeted for the simple rebuild of the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
Black American. He's not a Black American.
What is
the
Westmore?
Simple rebuild of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Westmore's a joke, bro. I'm sorry.
Now he's not black. Now he's a joke. Y'all just saying random things.
No,
what about it?
I said he wasn't a Black American descendant.
What is he saying? But I don't agree with the.
What is he, Black MAGA? If he's not a Black American, what is he?
Caribbean.
Y'all gotta miss.
Oh yeah, well I can't.
That's what pride is. That's what your boy under you is. He's Caribbean, so he's not black now.
It doesn't matter what y'all are talking about. I can name numerous.
That's not That's
not the point. We still not getting. We really sneaking past white Republicans
That's why
not
we're all
voting for y'all.
up. You got stuff messed up.
We really sneaking past white
Is that
Republicans
what you were
not
saying?
voting
That there's no black Republicans or governors or.
I was gonna say because I've heard nothing but who is it? What's his name down there in Florida? Byron. Byron was gonna win. Byron was gonna win. And some random white guy I've never heard of in my life is somehow up like 20 points beating him. They went and found somebody to vote for him. I'm not in Florida, so he could be known.
Donald, by the way.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Okay,
yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
not surprised.
Despise him because he says he's against reparations because he doesn't qualify for them because he's an immigrant.
Well, if that's the case, that is stupid. But
so my answer is nothing on why white Republicans don't vote for y'all.
Hey, Kat.
I mean, there are plenty of people of color. There are plenty of. If the argument is that there's no black or brown or Latino or Indian.
Swallow your food. Can you swallow your food?
If there's no black or brown or Latino or Indian people that are on the right in office, is that your claim? And I mean, that's not true. I think there's about a good I don't know what 10, 15. I think maybe 15 in between the House right now. That are Republicans. I mean, that's black, brown, and Latino mixed. But I mean, you're kind of right, though. I mean, you're pointing out a problem that we should definitely identify as to, hey, we're putting black people in these positions to run, and they're not winning. What's happening? What's the real
So this is he wanted me to expend some labor and do the digging for him. In 2022. 27 black Republicans ran. In 2024, it went to 81. 5 of them won. After this next election cycle, only 1 of them will return. So there's your me reading it from the internet. It went up. No, it went from 27 in 2020, to 81.
You said 200, man.
I said 100 to 200.
You said
this
200.
This is in the House primaries, though. When my original research was federally and local. This is just House primaries. So you got 81 that ran in the House primaries alone. If I include the rest of the local elections in the United States, it goes up. So just in the House this past cycle, you had 81. You had 5 win, and you're only gonna have 1 after this next one.
Hey, can I rescind my conversation, my statement on Westmore? I actually recently saw an ad that he put out. I'm gonna apologize publicly for that, because after seeing one of the ads he did recently, I really enjoyed the messaging from it, and so I'm gonna just rescind that statement publicly and not say that Westmore is a joke. I just wasn't happy with what he was doing in the state of Maryland at the time.
Are you?
He vetoed reparations.
You're in the DMV. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Westmore is not going to get elected.
You're a Republican prodigy?
Yes, I'm a moderate conservative.
Bill, you had a question for me? I got questions.
Oh yeah. How do you feel about this FBA and black stuff going on?
Well, all my life I had to fight to be black, and then now black people fighting each other about who's black and who's not. So I'm just sitting here like, okay. I don't feel any type of way. I think there's some valid points to FBA, but I do think it's some of it's rooted in anti-blackness, because there are people who's been here prior to chattel slavery who do have direct roots to Africa. I mean, you can't hide genetics and genealogy, but I get that there were already some indigenous people here that were upper-toned or melanated. I just don't feel. I just feel like if we all were in bondage together, because they weren't delineating at that time. You was dark. You was a certain color. We was all together. We should still just be all together. Because I'm a big believer that Black American culture is something beautiful and so amazing that since we've been here, we should all be a part of it. Black American culture, but I don't know. I don't know why we're beefing. I think it's a CIA psyop, but that's just me.
Well,
Yeah,
can
I don't like it either.
well, let me respond to that and just add. Let me just answer that
you
for
talking
you.
about
The FBA is basically delineating because of reparations and everything. And what we found out is we can't get our reparation claims right because we got all these other foreigners trying to claim it. So we have to delineate or disaggregate the data. And because a lot of people who are not us don't want that, they get into our politics. And that's where the fights are coming from. Because you got people in New York where there's a reparation study going on that are immigrants that are basically saying if they can't get it, no one will. And that's where it's coming in from. And that's where the battles are coming in. If the immigrants get out of our business, you won't see this. All they got to do is get out of our business.
So
We are your business.
that's about the same. That's the same as you saying. So you made a point. So let me counter your point with the things that you say on here. You claim about immigrants being in our business, yet every time that you come on a panel, as recent as today, you mention them every time within your argument.
Have I
As a
mentioned
matter
them
of
once
fact,
today?
you actually did. And on top of that, you also mentioned that you don't actually care for them, but you follow people that actually follow these trans people, which is quite a bit weirder coming from you. I've mentioned to you about your weirdness before, and it's even weird now. You also, another point, you also publicly acknowledge, which is very ignorant of you, that because of your detest for whatever reason with the Democratic Party, you go and hurt us more by voting for the other side, even though you don't technically agree with what the other side is doing.
Mm-hmm.
How lame is that of you? You like that Judas was the Jesus. You only here to cause confusion. Why should we partner with you, listen to you, align with you, even stand shoulder to shoulder with you when you would do anything, and as long as if you don't get what you want, you'll do anything to hurt us until you get what you want? How silly of you as a so-called Black man. I don't even need your explanation. There is no follow-up because of most of what you had to say. Now, I've listened to you almost 6 months now. Most of everything that you had to say has been pure ignorance. I think you're emphatically ignorant. I think you're primarily, in terms of politics, incompetent. And I think your voice shouldn't even be heard on this panel whatsoever, or any panel for that matter, because you say a lot of things that are just absolutely stupid. I'm not going to even give you a big word for that or a collegiate word for that, because I don't think you're capable of actually understanding what I'm saying if I use a word bigger than stupid. So I want to stoop down to your level and use the word stupid. Sir, the fact that you have, I'm insulting your intelligence as it pertains to Black history, as it pertains to your politics, as it pertains to your education. Actually, I'm talking about your education. I don't know you personally.
All you got is insults.
It's like I'm insulting your level of understanding of Black politics.
That means
You're
you usually
absolutely right.
lose when all you can do is insult.
I'm actually not losing, because at the end of the day, I hate to use that because people say that it's so cliche with that, but even in the end, you're going to be on the wrong side of history because you're expecting the white man to come in and save you. You're talking about immigrants, where they're saying shoulder to shoulder. I'm sure you work with some immigrants. I'm sure you actually good friends with them. I'm sure you actually eat a bean burrito, and you probably have actually went there and got some, some cheese burritos or whatever the case may be. See, we call people like you frauds, because the same people you stand shoulder to shoulder with, you actually worse than white people. You're worse than them. I'm almost willing to bet 100% you work alongside an immigrant. You work alongside them, but you hate them because you're thinking that this
Only
white
the
man is actually
hostile ones. Only the hostile ones.
Now you prove my point even more. So he's just, ladies and gentlemen, for the 662 people in here, he's admitted he
Hey, hate us. They don't hate
Just
us.
to
You have to
just
watch your
to
language.
just to land on the that hill that I was trying to get Black MAGA to walk down. It ain't even just that y'all don't elect black people. Y'all don't elect women either. 82% of y'all party is men. The rest of the percentage is women. But it goes much further than that. The whole party is just white men. And that's not all that's running for the positions, but that's the only ones y'all elect is men, white, specifically men. Y'all love white men. Y'all don't give nobody else a chance to speak for y'all. Like you said, Democrats put women in office. 60% of the Democrats' congressional seats are held by men. 30%
And
are
we
held
on the
by
bottom
women.
of everything with those women in office.
30% are held by women. They don't even elect their own white women. Not only will they not pick black men, even if white women want to be Republicans or conservative, y'all don't give them a seat at the table. This is a party
We could have
for
got Wilson
massa.
Sears in Virginia, but they
The
fumbled the bag
party
on
is
that.
for massa. How do y'all not see that? This is the NBA, but in reverse. They're not picking y'all. I don't understand what y'all think y'all gonna get from that side.
So now we got Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. Thanks.
Awesome. That again, I be speaking directly about what I be talking about, and y'all jump all the way across Candyland.
No, nobody's jumping. I'm agreeing with you. I just said we could have had a black woman in Virginia as the governor. And we fumbled the damn bag on that.
Yeah, you know white people wasn't going for that. She's black. Conservative or not, she's black. Conservatism is for white people.
It was small. I mean, I'm sure racism plays into a part. Definitely why she lost, because the margins were small. And it wasn't like she got blown out the waters in Virginia. No.
White people have shown us far too many times, white women specifically, that they will choose their race over their gender. But white people are going to choose their race over party. They're not getting out of bed to go vote for a black conservative. They'll just stay home, which is why y'all can't get the push in your own party.
I disagree, Moon. I think white people would choose party over race any day. Because do you see how white people do their own? Do you see how some white people really do their own people?
You just said what I said.
I think you said it the other way around. Maybe you misheard. Oh, okay. Misheard.
What does it do?
They make the exact same outcome.
I'm saying they put party over their own race.
He's repeating you.
Wesley Hunt is a black man and a majority white.
Because he's repeating Moon.
Don't get up here acting ghetto.
Yeah, we ain't got no seats, man. We gonna leave a bowl. We gonna leave a bowl outside for y'all. Y'all can come home, man. It's safe.
Leave like for the cats.
No, Wesley Hunt is a black
John
man.
_, can lick my left ball sack.
Off a coon.
Yeah, we leaving food plates out for coons. They can come home. You know, it's a leave the Republicans alone. They don't like y'all. Just come on home, man. They not giving y'all no seats.
Right, and you're right, Moon. Come home. They not giving y'all anything. Just come home. It don't make sense to continue to be over there rattling up.
We sound like
we don't
this is Shirley.
We don't want to be with a bunch of fairy tales and bunnies and twinkle toes in the Democratic Party.
Well, you.
Why do we always go back to the?
You have a double wide.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather stay in my double wide and be where I'm at.
I don't
want to be a part of the twinkle toes.
You got reported. Probably.
I got a warning. I know.
I
know, and I stand on it. It's cool.
But you have to watch your mouth.
That's fine. I stand on business. I normally never say nothing out of pocket.
It messes with my life. That's fine. It messes with mine. So you have to be mindful of what you say. But double wide, what was it? Y'all don't want to do what now?
To be a part of the Democratic Party.
I don't think we want you.
Wait, but the problem is you want to be a part of the Republican Party, and they don't want you to be there.
I want to be a part of the Republican Party neither. I want to be a part of the person who gets up there and advocates for what I believe in and my industry that I work in. That's what I want.
Got it. That place you want to be don't want you.
They give me tax breaks. They give me more jobs. I can make a whole lot of black money and take care of my family and help out others. So no. You say they don't want me, but they sure doing what I want them to do for me.
They want your labor, sure.
Hey, listen.
I'm
not begging. Listen, I'm not begging to be in nobody's house, to be at nobody's cookout, to be at nothing. As long as I get mine, I don't care. It's the difference between me and y'all. Y'all would rather choose party and be begging, bumming, asking the government for something, that's not me.
That's
Was just
exactly
begging.
what they expect you to
Hold
do.
on, Emil. He was just begging Mr. Hart yesterday for some money.
No, but that's
Not even
If
that.
you hold on, wait.
Elon
If you
Musk is the
hold on,
most.
wait.
that was
Let me
He's
respond to Ted
Being
right
unequivocally
quick.
funny.
asking.
I'm
Let me
being
respond to
funny.
Ted right quick.
No, I'm
So
being funny.
I
It was a joke.
specifically said,
It was
"Oh,
a
okay, yeah.
joke.
Watch what you're joking about."
Oh, Lord.
Go ahead, Emil. But Elon Musk is the main one on government assistance. Why y'all don't ever criticize him for that?
Yeah, the crazy
Who
part
get
about this.
way more subsidies than Elon Musk, my friend? Open your eyes.
Oh yeah, it's working. One thing
Who get more
about
than
this
Elon Musk?
is that Big Hawk, that's what they expect of you. Unfortunately, they expect people like you. See that they can easily. It's kind of what Swan mentioned previously. Well, I'm gonna word it a little different. It's kind of that's what they use William O'Neill for. See, they can manipulate you with money. As long as you get money, you don't care about nothing else. You have admitted this now several times. As long as you get money, that's all that really matters to you. Nothing else. But see, that's how those on the other side have always gotten over on us, particularly the lit hat folks. As long as they can feed Black people, biracial, whatever you are, at whatever time you choose, they get you by that. You don't care about your political power or your vote. You don't care necessarily about the conditions in your community. As long as you can just get money, feed your family, that's all that matters. We get it.
Hey, Mel, can I ask you a question?
Get you.
I'm gonna ask you a
Right.
question. This is serious. If I'm effed up, right? I'm effed up. Who gonna save me? Huh? Who gonna save me? Do I got to go stand in the line for 2, 3, 4 hours waiting for some funky food stamps and unemployment? Who gonna save me, huh? Where I'm
What's going
from, it ain't the white man that's trying to unalive me, or people who look like me, or darker complected from me.
Oh
And guess what?
Lord.
When you stand in that line
That
on?
line
and
Let him
you
go,
gotta
Twin.
hold on. When you stand in that line and you got to go out there with that little Louisiana EBT card, it's people that look like you clown you the most. So I don't care what you say. All your morals can go out the window. I ain't begging or asking nobody for nothing. I go out there, somebody who ain't gonna get in my way and try to hinder me from going out there and get it, then by all means, sir, you can come here with all these morals, Judas to Jesus bull crap, but ain't none of you people on here gonna come pay my bills, like I say all the time. So save me with the moral compass.
So here's the thing: is that
Always
Yep, yep,
clowning
yep,
people about
yep, yep.
who you feel.
you,
You the number one person be clowning people who you feel less than you, calling people jam. You be low-key closet racist
okay?
when you say that, right?
Appreciate it,
Which ain't
Bill.
no problem. But you always talk down on people that you think are under you, right?
Did you just say we was broke and begging the government?
No.
Let him
But what
go.
I'm
Let him
saying
go.
is,
Let him
ML
go.
is the type of person when he feels like he's better than you, he gonna talk down
Godly
on you
moment right
and
here.
try to. So you want me to go choose outside of my industry for you? And man, please miss me with that, man.
All right. So I'll address this pretty quickly. So I'm sure other people want to speak up. So one is that in reference to
Inbox me,
money,
Bill.
in reference to money. So this is where knowing your resources come into play. This is about knowing where, in terms of the municipality in which you stay in, you need to know what resources are available to you. One of the reasons why you probably don't know the resources that are available to you because you're not involved like that, or the government which is in play may
Just
not
voted in
actually.
my local election. What are you
So
talking about?
I
Save it.
listened to you and I was
I ain't
quiet.
debonair who you talking to. I vote in my
This is not about your vote, and
I don't need no
Well, he trying
handouts.
to
Stop.
talk.
You
Big Hawk.
can't never
He's
talk to
trying
me
to
when
talk.
I'm not gonna do the
why
disrespect,
twin.
though.
Why did we
Yeah,
can't
but
never
he's
have a
not finished.
conversation?
How? Because you just
Oh, go
went
ahead.
on. He
You're right.
stayed quiet.
I apologize. All right, I apologize.
All right. Yeah. So I'm not going to just speak to Hawk. I'm going to speak to those that may think like them. So if you're down and out for whatever reason, maybe you run into a bad time, it's important to understand the resources that are available to you in your city. It's highly important. But what happens is systemically or discriminatively, you don't know anything about these things. You may not know. People that are clowning you are probably no better than you, likely. That's typically what happens. I don't know particularly what goes on in Louisiana in reference to the community in which you're in. That's fine. The other point you mentioned is that I want people to be more than janitors or people that are dishwashers or be some type of senior level fry cooker. That's not what I want people to be. The problem is that a lot of us are so complacent and so content with being at these low levels that it's okay. We don't go beyond that. And we think because, let me tell you something, bro, and I'll be short. Twin, I want your attention too. And this is important. I'm going to give you an antidote. So the other day, I ran into
stuttering because you know you're wrong, but go ahead.
Oh, if you want to be disrespectful, that can be real condescending to you. I really can. But I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna choose peace versus anything. But you think I talk about people. I don't. I don't look down on anyone because I'm no better than anyone, because I've mentioned several times on this panel in which I used to push carts. I used to clean restrooms, clean toilets, clean up SHIT, mop, sweep, be a cashier. I've done all these things, stock as well. All right. So I the pot calling the kettle black, if you want to call it that, fine. But I rose above that. In saying that, though, I wanted better for myself. So I started seeking out things to actually get better, because I know within this world, the man is not my color that happens to be pale looking of European descent. It's always, prevented me or my community from rising. In saying that, that doesn't mean I hate him, but I am aware of him. And I'm aware of what I need to do when in the event that I come against him. I can tell you openly and publicly that some of my best or truest assets have been white people. I'm sure maybe even Twin can attest to that to some degree.
I was about to say it. I was waiting for you to finish.
In saying that, though, I am
I can attest to what about white people?
Some of them, I say you may.
No. Who don't help?
Damn, you ain't got no white friends, Twin?
Yes, I have a white friend, but he said something. Would you repeat what you said, ML?
I said may have helped you somewhere along in life.
Right. The white person ain't not me.
Yeah. So, and that's fine.
I don't have white friends.
But I will tell you this.
I decided to have white friends, but most of the people that have helped me
become an asset. They were an asset. But I've learned that I used to have this very militia-like attitude, but I'm different than that. And I've learned to conform and play the game and get where I need to get in order to help my people get where they need to get. So that's my MO. No, I'm not out there on the block and maybe where you are or even speak like some people that you are helping. So, and I think that's what you and Golly tend to frown upon me on, because I don't.
No, not all, he cut out, but not all, but some Dominicans, they do have a black side, but I think it messes with them when they don't have their melanin skin. So there could be what wrong with how, I don't know, but that's what be going on.
Is it my turn to respond?
Go ahead.
So this is why, you see, what you said that last point when you said that certain white people have actually helped you in your progress. When I was young, I used to think in high school and all that, the white man, the white man. Majority of the people who gave me the best opportunities and most opportunities in my line of work come from a white man. So that's when I knew that all this stuff about racism, all that, I always said this. This is my philosophy. If an MFer get off of work at 6:30 and decide to go sit on this lazy boy couch and turn on Bonanza reruns and put a sheet with 2 eyes in his head and drink Keystone Light, that's what he want to do with his off time. But as long as he don't disrespect me in my face, and I get, hey, listen, the first person who
They
ever
say you're a
gave me,
worker. Disrespected how
yeah,
they say
yeah.
you're a
Well,
worker.
hold on. Actually, I'm a general foreman, so it's I
Where is
have
this
crews
going?
that I oversee.
Where is
So
this going on?
But you still work.
what?
Yeah,
What's
before
wrong with being a
that's a
worker?
pretty
That's what's
respected
wrong with.
role.
Hold on. This is why everybody want to be a business owner. But when they go out there. I'm a business owner, and your business only making $30,000-$40,000 a year, and you're still on government assistance. That's what kind of business owner is that?
What government assistance is they on?
Oh man, listen. Okay, you trying
If
to
they
knock me
making
off
30,
my?
40
You talking
hours
about
a
gross
year, what
revenue, big
government
hawk.
assistance would
Gross
it be on?
revenue too.
What you said, Pride?
I said gross revenue, not
If
even
they making
profits.
30, 40, what government assistance is they?
Man, listen. This is all I'm gonna say. Look,
Phone call. Y'all go ahead and continue.
I don't have no problem with people can say what they want in the chat. You a worker, this and that. 90% of these people in the chat don't make more money than me, and I can bet that.
You
That's
don't know
just a
that,
fact.
how?
Yeah, but where is this going? I want the lecture. I don't want the flexing. I want to finish the lecture.
Okay, so listen.
Jesus.
Look, y'all can say what y'all want about me on the chat, on the live, but anytime Twin got something going on to
Yes, you do.
support the black community, I come out and give.
You show out.
When my barber they do back to school drives, I give. We buy bikes for the kids, Christmas toys, me and my wife. We show out. So you can say everything you want about me, but I know what I am in my personal life. So you can say whatever you want. I vote who I vote for. I vote for my pocket. But in my personal life, I make sure my people straight. Simple.
But
Simple.
the thing, but you working for a white man or how, and the people with the business work for themselves.
I'm working for actually my supervisor that I work for now is biracial.
Your
Ain't that crazy?
supervisor.
But he
That's
works
a
in the oil,
supervisor.
like
There's
the
a difference
like that's big
between
oil.
I
the
work for a
supervisor,
corporation,
the
Twin. I don't work for no
manager,
little.
and
I work for one of
Like
the
a
biggest,
mega
one of the
corp.
largest construction companies in the U.S.
So,
yeah, but they're
This
still a
stockholders
supervisor.
can
of
we
the
get
So
out
where
of
company.
did
Hawk's MTV Cribs episode and talk
I'm gonna
about
say,
how we
so
gonna
where did
lie?
this go?
Yeah, we need to talk about how we all collectively
There
in
was no
here are finna
point.
lie and say we was
I'm
at
gonna keep
Jan
cutting you
6
off
so
because
we
it
can
was
get
my
this $1
turn.
million.
But it was my turn.
I'm
That's
just
why.
saying,
That's why you
we
better
need to
get your
figure
ass.
out how we finna
Why you
collude
doing
together
more?
and
I'm
lie
just
and say
messing
we
with
was
him.
at Jan 6 so we can get this $1 million. We talking about
I
MTV
know I
Cribs
was
at Hawk's
there.
place.
I was there.
I was too. I need my $1 million.
You know,
Look at
but you
y'all
know,
trying to
hold on, do
fraud
y'all
the
know?
government out of money.
Do y'all
That's
know who
fine.
was really there though? And I have the pictures of them there.
I was
AJ.
definitely there.
I need to go be
AJ,
his
huh? Yeah,
friend.
AJ
I
was
need to
there.
go be his friend.
AJ was really there.
I'm gonna be his friend because he finna get this million.
AI will never control cranes, brother. It's not gonna happen. I don't know who said that, but John, that's construction is one of those industries that will always need
Did you
man-made.
cut us off to drop back to
You're
your
immigrant.
knees?
You're not an immigrant, are you?
No, are you drunk, Twin?
Okay.
You asked
He
this the
is.
third
His
time
mama
you asked this
is.
today.
So he's like a debonair. Like I don't know why they really
Well,
like.
according to Black Magic, according to that guy above me, I'm an immigrant. I don't know what I am.
He don't like your mama. Well, not like your mama, but he don't
Hates her.
like illegal immigrants. How
Look,
you?
He just
my
think
mama
y'all
don't
voted
like
on the same
nobody,
side.
so they probably could clank a bear together. I don't know. Shit.
But y'all vote on the same side, and look how he feel about immigrants.
What have I said multiple times? I've said that there are people on both sides of the aisle that will live in ignorance. This is the reality.
Never said that. You've never said that.
Cat, come
he
on
living
now.
in it.
Now you troll. You rage bait me,
And you
Cat.
can't say that too
You
because they're
rage
gonna
bait
get
me,
you.
Cat. Twin, you know it too. I say this all the time when I come here. ML's here. I know he's teacup, but he can co-sign on if he wants to or not. I always say this. There's ignorance on both sides.
Well, I've never heard it. And I'm here every day, so I don't know.
I know, but Cat, really and truly, I've been gone for a while. I used to come around when
Kidding, Lord. Y'all got to start taking some jokes.
But, you know, the FBA argument, I'm actually surprised to see you as a conservative even. I'm not. Now that I'm
So what
not,
are your
now
thoughts?
I see it. Now I see it come together.
Project, what are your thoughts on a Dominican working for the white man?
I don't care. Get your money. Like, anybody working, What are my
Hey,
thoughts?
if
Go
I
get
show
your
you my
money.
checks, twin, if I show you my check stubs, you'll
I
work
know.
for that white man too. I
Here's
bet you
what I'll
that for sure.
say.
And I bet you everybody up in this chat
I
will
would
be
not.
working for that white man.
Here's what I'll say
But
to
that's a lot of
working.
physical labor because
Y'all,
nobody really, no
please.
offense, it where's your, hold on, I got you, Pride. Like, you have to spend a lot of hours away
I
from your
sit
family.
down. I sit
Right.
down
Can I
Don't nobody
finish?
want to do that.
Can I finish?
You
Even
be
if you
gone
sit
weeks
down
at a
there,
time.
yeah, weeks at a time, and it's just a lot. Like,
We don't want to.
So
I don't want to have to wake
I'm
up
a
in the morning.
princess. I get my nails done. Like,
And I don't want to have to wake up in the morning.
They got women in blue collar.
But I don't want to
got
wake up in
women.
the morning thinking if I'm gonna fall off this building or not. I'm good.
Let me tell you something, twin. I feel like ever since I was young, I always had to do something with my hands. And I have old uncles that mechanics, work in the field.
I play spades, roll my blunt. I do a lot of weight.
Men
but I
were
do
put
a lot
on this earth to build, twin.
Listen, I play spades, I roll my blunt, I fix my drink.
No.
It's something wrong with my computer.
Men were put on this earth to build, twin.
All that.
Men were put on this earth to build. That's what we
But
were
put on the earth
born
to
to
go
do.
to work. Concerned about if they're gonna fall off the building or not. They don't. They wouldn't put in the word for that part.
let me tell y'all,
Why
real
would that?
quick.
Listen, twin, let me tell you a secret.
Because you
know what I tell
working
people?
up,
you work in them tall buildings.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say something. He was breaking up.
I'm gonna tell you one thing before he go. Listen.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you why
And
you
then I
don't
wanna
worry
say
about
something.
something like that, twin. Because first of all, you got a harness on, you're tied off. And if you're not tied off, you don't have to worry about it because you won't feel it.
Why you won't?
Because by the time you hit the ground, you won't feel it.
Yeah,
it's gonna be over with. It's like getting pew-pewed in the head. It's over with. You ain't gonna feel it.
What the hell? But that ain't a good advice, dude.
You still breaking up in there. But real quick, I just want y'all to know.
They just had a 25-year-old unalive at SpaceX in Brownsville, Texas.
Well, hold on,
Elon Musk stuff, SpaceX.
Well, hold on. It took $75 to fill up my car. I just want to put that up there. $75. I drive a sedan. So thanks a lot.
Somebody tell you about that Buick?
I don't have a Buick.
Not a Buick.
It's a Nissan. Hold on.
What? TK, you the main TK. This topic dearly is wonderful for you. What are your thoughts on that topic, TK? So it says, as Dr. King's own daughter warns that her father's legacy is being distorted and repackaged for political convenience, has American turned MLK into a sanitized symbol while ignoring the radical parts of his message on poverty, racism, and injustice? What are your thoughts on this MLK question, TK?
What if I answer this, I'm gonna get put off this panel. So
You're not.
I'm gonna just skip
You're
to the
not
second
TK,
one.
because somebody already came up and said he was sleeping with white women and things like that. So you're welcome to address your opinion.
I will say this. I'm gonna be respectful today. I think
And
that
you know I
for
welcome
the
all
ones
opinions
that
on here.
I'm gonna be respectful today. For the ones that like MLK and think that everything he did was for the greatness of Black people, I'm gonna just say, good for you. And that, there's nothing wrong with that. However, knowing now that boulets are involved in certain things and things that played a part, and why he wasn't originally unalived at the motel, that now we know that he was unalived in the hospital, tells me everything I need to know. They had to shut his mouth up because of the simple fact of what he known about what he knew. But the civil rights movement, to a certain extent, was good for what certain people got out of it. However, I still stick with Godly and the ones that say that we should have stayed segregated. I still feel that way because of the simple fact that everything that we had that was known for us, we lost trying to play patty cake and hand in hand with these new people that turned around instead of letting us have what we wanted to have, told us that now we have to play by their game. So now everything that we got when we integrated with them is now theirs, and we just sitting there trying to fight for everything we had back when we originally had everything that we needed. And I just think that it's an awful disappointment that they tricked us, but that's a part of the game when it comes to the American game.
Let me point this to two people, you being one of them. You and the guy below you. You know, specifically you. You never seem to amaze me with the amount of ignorance that you consistently espouse on a daily basis. His own daughter, even the man that just actually unalive some time ago, Jesse Jackson, they both stated what took place and what happened. Your account is the you live in a world of misinformation. I'm actually concerned about you and your life and what world you live in, because it's not in the world of black people. You are just like this other guy that was up here. You're a Judas as well, particularly as it pertains to you, Big Hawk. You love to get this I got mine politics. You vote, the only thing you're focused on is yourself, yourself, yourself. Meanwhile, around you, taxes are inflated, business interests, religion, crime, all these things have voting rights acts, fair housing, education access, police reform. You don't care nothing about that as long as you got yours. Labor protections. You don't know anything about that. You know why you don't know anything about that? Because you're not educated enough about it. You don't even know where to go to
Have
even
labor
discuss it.
protections, ML. What are you talking about?
And you keep talking about you. It's all
Talking to
about
no dummy,
you.
dude. That's what your
I
problem.
think in terms of your
You're
education,
smarter than everybody, dude.
I think I'm
You think
definitely
you're smarter
than
than
you.
everybody
Absolutely.
because you got
I
a
do think
degree.
that.
That's
I'm
why
gonna
nobody likes you. That's why you can't
I'm
get
okay
people
with it.
convinced to vote for you. And
I'm not respectfully, sir, I didn't interrupt you. But I just had to come back because I had a call. I'm going to go ahead and just take this whole entire argument down. You, TK, as well as you, Be Called, in terms of your actual politics, are not for us. You're not nowhere near for us. Because if it was left up to you two, we would not have some of the same rights and accesses that we actually have right now. Again, when in terms of your actual neighborhood, where you currently live, because, by the way, let me let you know something. You sound nothing like a Republican. Actually, they frown upon people like you. When they hear you talk, when they hear you speak, you sound like something straight out the hood that nobody actually would care about or even want to live. You're the type that actually would be, even though you're a crane operator and you do make money, which is fine, I give you that. But most people, and I'm around Republicans, staunch MAGA people right now, when I see people like yourself, I see people actually wiping down the refrigerator. That's what I see. As far as
You see
TK,
what I'm saying?
what you are, TK, in reference to you and with your crazy politics, the way you talk, sir, is the same individual you folding. You actually making the beds in these hotel rooms.
Do you think they do a good job making the bed, clean the fridge?
I don't think they do it at all. I don't think they do. But to the level of disrespect, because you making money now, what you think is making money. And let me be the first to tell you, I might not make as much money as you, but there's plenty of people on here that have shut you down because you thought you made so much money and then you turned your camera on. All we saw was a blue sky and green grass and a double wide trailer that don't mean much of nothing. You got people in the comments that are millionaires. Miss Corey being one of them, millionaire. Mr. Hawk, millionaire. And several other individuals on there that are either close to being a millionaire or near it. What you think you are, you're not. You're nothing about what you think you are. You are a crane operator.
And we have to get back on topic, y'all.
And you successful. And we are on topic, twin. I'm speaking about the conditions of black people in which this man constantly votes against them. He constantly votes against it. We're talking about the conditions. And what we have is people like him that actually are in those communities talking about the money that they get. They don't care about what actually is going on in the community.
Where you go, TK? You done ran TK out of the panel. Black Malcolm, where you go, Black Malcolm?
They don't care about that. And what's important, twin, our land here is that my success means nothing if I can't help you grow. My success means nothing if I'm not voting in the interests of the people that's actually affected in that community. Just because I made it out, that don't mean I forget the community in which I left.
TK, where you go, TK?
Ran in there. We unless Big Hawk, you said you was about to say something before I go somewhere else.
Yeah.
You breaking up, by the way. We can't hear you.
We are the world.
We can't hear you, Hawk.
I was just watching that documentary.
Give me a second. Hold on, I'll go through a little bad part. Give me a second.
All right. Well, I was gonna say
you in the boonies.
it's become too cool. This podcast groupthink. Everybody's got like a hot take. The hot takes on MLK are getting old because most people that got something negative to say about that man can't stand in his shoes. It's too much good work that has been done. It's too many. It's too much blood that was lost. Too much time spent. These are our icons, man. Black people will say some negative stuff about MLK and turn around and say free Diddy. Like we got to get back to being a serious people at some point, man.
So you don't think Diddy should be free?
No, absolutely not at all. But I can't understand.
Well, that's a different. Let's not go down that road.
I'm just saying I can't understand the negative things we always got to say.
Do you think Chris Brown should be up in there, or what do you think, Mo?
You're gonna derail me. You're gonna derail me.
And you're gonna get dropped, and you'll be dropped immediately.
But at some point, we got to be for real, man. We got something negative to say about every black man who did something good, or black woman who did something good for our communities. And maybe they weren't perfect people. And I'm not trying to be an apologist for anything negative that they did, but you know, these are people we grew up under that were icons, and they still are. And I can't understand this new groupthink that MLK wasn't this and Malcolm wasn't this, and they actually stood behind this, and y'all aren't as smart as y'all think y'all are, man.
My mom used to say, "Consider the source and keep it moving."
You asleep, Queen?
Moon and
no.
Moon and
just got out of a meeting.
Moon and Queen. Moon and Queen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Both of y'all. How many times did? Matter of fact, I have to do this just because his picture's on there. Especially if you hadn't watched it, to go look at his funeral. Go just. He spoke.
Go look at who funeral?
It broke up.
He did his own.
We can't hear you.
Oh, you say he did his own? You wake.
Is that better?
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
He rose from the casket or something?
It's better now. I think we couldn't hear what you said.
How he did his own? He rose from. Yeah, we can hear you.
Pull it up. Let everybody hear. He spoke about his own untimely death and his own eulogy. He spoke as if he knew what was going to happen to him. I encourage everyone.
I got connected. Mute me now. I got to respond.
Go listen to.
So, let me respond right now.
I mean, ML not finished. He's not finished.
Yeah, so I want.
And on the rain, it didn't stop, then he goes again?
No, he's talking about something else.
No,
he's not even worried about you no more. He's talking about something else.
But I get to respond.
You can respond. You're more than welcome to respond. But only I'm telling everyone else. And Twin, just listen to it. It's prophetic. He spoke about his own unalive, and he said, even though he may not be here, etc., listen to it. Just let everybody have a snippet of what it's so profound what was said. They played it aloud, so the congregation could hear at his funeral of what he spoke about and what he knew what was coming. Same thing with Malcolm X. He knew that he wasn't going to be alive long because he knew what was coming for him. Which Denzel Washington played that part. He stood there just like that. The accounts in which people gave, that was him actually standing just like that. He didn't try to run. He accepted his fate. But go ahead, Al.
To respond to ML. See, this is your problem, ML. You think you're better than me, right? You up because you talk down, because you got these degrees and all of this. I just want to tell you this, ML. The difference between me and you is you want to live like Miss Corey. You want to be like Mr. Hart. You go out there, you buy these colognes, you speak about these watches, I don't care about none of that. Okay? I don't want to live like the Joneses, like you do. You look like it, but when you go home to a 1-bedroom apartment in your Mercedes Benz that depreciates year over year and it's worth nothing. When you leave this earth and your bones turn to dust, you will emphatically left your family no legacy behind. Okay? That's the difference between me and you, ML. You can say all what you want, okay? But you're not like me. So stop it, okay? Please, sir, stop it. And I'm a land.
All right, moving right along. Go ahead, whoever else want to respond. I just feel no need to respond to you. Continue.
Ooh, shot that eye quick.
Crucifixion of Jesus. He did really just accept it, but I really don't like that Black people have gotten to this place in history where this place in time where we've completely flipped on history and decided everything we were taught in schools, even though it was watered down, is now null and void. Like we got plenty to be proud of as Black people as far as progress goes, and regardless of your interest in the Republican Party, it's a complete fight against us. And that's why I pointed out that even when Black people run on the Republican side, they're not getting elected. They're not getting picked. And it's because they don't want you over there. They keep knocking Black and brown people over the head and saying, yeah, we'll collect your vote. We're not giving you the job, though. Why on earth would we give you the job? That's not what this party was for to begin with. The only reason white people even stand on that side is because of the Civil Rights Act. As soon as the Civil Rights Act is passed, that's the last time majority of white people vote Democrat. It's never happened again in the United States history. Majority of white people vote Republican consistently since the signing of the Civil Rights Act. That's what they over there for, not to give Black people no jobs.
I still want to know from them, those who criticize him, where would we be without his actions, without the movement that he was able to, all the motion that it had behind it? Where would we be? Would there be a VRA? Would there be a Civil Rights Act? Where would we be? What then? White
In
folks
the NBA playing for free.
White folks were not going around here allowing Black folks to be successful and prosperous. We weren't part of the American dream. We couldn't do we couldn't operate as full and complete citizens of the country. In a lot of ways, we still can't. So what makes them think that somehow or another that it would be better for us right now today than what it was then? It just makes no sense.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt Quinn. I had something to say.
I think he landed.
You're good.
Quinn
You're good, Miss.
Yeah,
You're
Quinn
good.
landed.
Go ahead, Miss
Okay.
Goodnurse.
Make sure he land, please make sure he land, y'all.
I know.
Miss Goodnurse, get Twin because he's been picking on me all day.
I am gonna get him. But anyway, I was listening yesterday. I wanted to come up yesterday because it was a person I wanted to speak to, and but today is good. So like y'all know, I was going back. I was raised in Jim Crow, and several of you all, not several, but some of you all were too. And some of you all are well read. ML is very well read as far as what's going on, and I'm not sure. I think Quinn is too. But
what do you think about Hawk, Miss Goodness?
Well, Hawk, as I told him before, he grows and he's got a lot to learn. He may not accept that, but that's okay. It's true. We have to. Today is a dangerous time, and I think what Moon is saying upsets me at my generation more so than anything. Is to see all these Black men turning on each other, and I'm not sure what's going on, and some women. And I'm not sure what's going on, but it's a trick. Guys.
TK, can you come back up to the panel, TK? I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Like, I can't speak for everyone else, but I always welcome everyone's opinion, and I want to get your honest opinion on
Miss
that.
Goodnurse, the Black people I deal with on a daily basis are nothing like these people that sit up here and try to shame you and this and that. They don't even ask about political affiliation.
Well, I don't shame you, Hawk.
No.
Why would you ask that woman what she think
You
about me?
biracial?
Y'all so
You
obsessed.
Just playing. I thought we played with each other all the time. Like, damn, you taking stuff serious now because you got to
No, I'm just saying.
Well, no, what I'm saying.
You half breed.
Okay, Cat.
I don't have to justify my blackness everywhere I go.
Well, let me finish, guys.
You mulatto.
Let her finish, y'all.
But I was just saying that when we grew up in the 60s, and I know y'all get tired of hearing that, but it's the truth. We stuck together, and that is the only way we made it. I was watching, the person I wanted to talk to is from California, and I looked at I've been researching California because I said, what is going on? But anyway, California is way ahead of everybody else as far as a lot of things that's going on today. And Alabama's way behind. And the other states, in other words, California is the flagship for, in my opinion, for the Democrats, and Alabama's the flagship for Republicans. My opinion.
What state are you in, Miss Goodnurse?
North Carolina.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so we're in the middle. But what I was saying was, I don't quite understand what's going on, but I remember it's so many. I just wish you guys could go back and just a time machine and live it a week. A day won't be enough. Just to see what we went through, to get you all to be on these panels, to be able to talk. And most African Americans, in my age, y'all call the boomers, so they call the boomers, are conservative. We are, but we would never take your rights away, because our rights were taken away. So we understand that. I'm sorry. We understand that rights being taken away from people. We get that, okay? Because our rights were taken away. We use secondhand books because the white people got the best ones, and when they got theirs, we used theirs. That was the way it worked. And I came in and this is a story I share with you guys. One day, my daddy took us to get a hot dog, which was a luxury. Oh, Chucky, please get that.
That house phone is really showing your age, Miss Goodnurse.
It's just anyway. So when he took us to get a hot dog, and the person in the line was
how much were they at the time then, Miss Goodness?
Probably, I don't know why this phone keeps ringing.
Man, the telemarketers are after her fierce.
Chucky, get the phone, Mr. Chucky.
because I'm old. But anyway, let me tell this story.
How much were the hot dogs then, Miss Goodness?
10 cents.
Okay.
But that was a lot of money for us, because
Right.
he wouldn't have a lot of. Daddy made, I think, maybe 50 cents an hour or something like that. But anyway, he took us to to get us a hot dog, and it was some white people and white people, and that's not what we called them, but I'm not going to tell you what we called them. And they were standing in the front of us, and the owner said, "You step back, talk to my daddy." My daddy, who was a grown man, boy, get out the way. And Daddy looked at us, his little children. He was so ashamed. He dropped his head, and we said, so he just moved, and then they gave us the leftovers. And he was like, "I came to get my children a hot dog." And the man said, "Get them little pickaninnies out of here." And so I said, "Daddy, let's just go, please." But he just dropped his head. He was so ashamed that this man would embarrass him in front of his children. Do you hear what I'm saying? And now we up here fighting each other, trying to take up some of y'all. I think, and I'm not going to call his name, but I think one of them would actually pass licks if he could get to if you said something about the president.
So you think they'll try to hit?
Yeah, if I get that impression when I hear him talk, I'm just gonna destroy you if you talk about my and.
Well, do you think he'll win or lose, Miss Goodness?
Oh, he the one that's with the black man that I think would fight him.
I
think he'd win because he put it all into it. Let me tell you another story, then I'm gonna let y'all alone. When I went to integration, we would get in our little groups and make little plans for what we're gonna do, to help ourselves. We had had this young man, and that's who that man reminds me of, that was in the group. And he was going back telling the teachers and the other students what we were doing. He was like I can't even remember think of the word, a mole. So he'd go back and tell them what we were doing. And they would come in and stop it or break it up. And he felt so good about himself. But he ended up being by himself because once he got out of school, they didn't have anything to do with him, nor did we. So he's in the corner by himself. But I'm just saying, it's just so sad to see you all. I feel Quinn's pain when he asked the question, what is it? And I wish somebody could just tell me, what is it? Now, I'm not saying vote, and you vote for, that's why they fought and died, so you can vote for who you want to vote for. That's up to you. But to say, hold on, I'm sorry. But to say that you are going to, I don't know. I just don't understand it. You vote for who you want to vote for because that's why you're supposed to be able to do that. But I want y'all just think about that. Martin Luther King. I was living when he died. When he was I'm sorry, excuse me, unalived. I'm sorry. I was a junior in high school, and the word came out. We didn't have internet, tech, nothing, but we got the word, and I want you to know that word went out. And they, as in the YT people, were telling us that a black man did it. We knew better, a colored man, they didn't call us black. And we knew better, but they kept telling us that's what happened. So they closed the schools down and everything. People were in the street fighting and crying. And it's because it hurt so bad. We thought we had someone that was going to bring us out of this mess. I can go into, it was hurtful. We watched it on our little black and white TVs, the funeral, and ML is correct in what he said. They played that over and over. It was so sad. But then y'all up here fighting each other. I went to a live the other night, and it was 3 white YT girls up there, and the host is black, and he was literally jumping on the black girl, taking up for the white girls, the YT girls. I'm like, what in the name of what is coming? Oh, what is going on in this world? And it's gonna backfire, you guys. Those of you that are lipping and laughing. I'm not saying after those people, it's gonna backfire. And as I told you before, Quinn, don't worry about that. They're gonna see it, and when they see it, it's gonna be too late, and it ain't nothing nobody can do. And I see, and I actually now I don't really worry about the younger ones, Twin, because they don't know any better. They think they know everything. I watched. I don't want to call his name. I watched, but the old men that's running behind them, they know better. They grew up in Jim Crow. But the young ones, they don't know. They think they know because they read a book and memorized it. So, just it's coming back, guys. But I'm just asking you need to please stick together and stop. Oh, one more story. I went to got my doctorate degree at University of Alabama, and that's where I wanted to go. And does anybody know why I wanted to go there? Because the man told me I couldn't go there, and I said, "You watch." So I went in, and then I stood in front of the door and said, "I'm going in." And those of you that know the history of University of Alabama, I think his name was, I don't remember, I think it's George Wallace, right, ML? I don't remember. But he stood in front of the door and said, "Y'all are not no Negroes." They didn't say nigger, they said Negroes are coming in my school. And about 10 of us went in that school and stood there and said, he was dead, but of course we said, I'm sorry, unalive. And we said, now what? But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. And I didn't mean to stay up here so long talking, but I just wanted, just the young guys, they're going to run out Twin. Don't even, they're making up stuff. They're saying stuff. They don't even know what they're talking about. I listen to them and I laugh. I said, what are they talking about? They don't even know what they're talking about. But anyway, I thank you, Twin. Y'all keep it moving.
Miss Goodnurse. Do you think they're gonna ever? You think they're gonna ever change though, Miss Goodnurse? They're gonna come back to the light.
They will, unfortunately. But see, y'all not gonna accept them. That's what's gonna happen. Just like that young man that did that turned on us. and they're going to be out there by themselves. Unfortunately, they are.
Do you think we should accept them?
I do.
You do?
I'm a Christian.
I can understand that.
Miss Good Nurse, tell Twin to stop picking on me.
Quit picking on Quinn now. he's one of the Carolina boys. I gotta take up for him. Don't best friend Legacy's not here today. I'm just looking for him. Where is he? But anyway,
Please, it's like Beetlejuice. It's like Beetlejuice. Yeah,
He here.
He had some issues at the job.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Well, anyway,
He in the comments though. He in the comments.
I'm gonna take up for Legacy and Quinn because they and you too, Twin. Y'all my buddy, and I love ML, his knowledge. And ML, you do not think you better than anybody else. You just are. You just know who you are. So don't even worry about those statements. And I don't think
that was Ross Barnett that said that. Good nurse.
Okay, good. Thank you. But anyway, y'all have a blessed rest of the day, and I'm gonna go answer some of these calls.
All right, have a good one.
All right, Mr. Good Nurse.
Thank you. Be good.
Welcome.
Bye-bye.
That was very inspiring. And
You heard it. You better leave me alone, Twin. I'm gonna go tell again.
And then you ever
Hey, I
go to
want
your
her to
grandma's
read me
house
a
and
book.
just pass
I
out?
was sitting there trying to say.
Yeah, but the funeral, I sent it to you, Twin, but the funeral he spoke about, I think Moon said he already heard it, but it's pretty much prophetic and speaking about, it's actually from his speech, The Drum Major. But I played a portion of it and he talked about his time. He knew he was going to unalive, so it's probably an important audio that people should hear, I would say.
are you playing it? Is somebody getting knocking? Oh, never mind.
Dang, Cat, you came in there a little aggressive now, didn't you?
I got scared that I disconnected or something.
Oh, she's like, are you playing it or what are we doing? Y'all done made Mom mad.
Hey, Buckeye.
If Tony want to play it, he can play it. It's on YouTube. I sent the link. It's up to y'all. You go. Yeah.
I'm Ubering. Welcome to the panel, though, Buckeye. What do you want to answer the topics?
Yeah. So I'll be honest. I had to have a little remedial surgery on my back, so I really don't know what the top's talking about, and I'm on some medication that doesn't really allow my brain to too much function on the topic. So I don't know. But as far as the bottom one goes, I think they've bastardized Dr. King's message at this point. I don't know if I can say that. It's not Friday, but that's kind of what it feels like to me.
Wait, you can read the bottom one, but not the top one?
Well, I don't know what's going on, and I haven't researched it, so I don't have any idea what they're referencing, and I don't want to try to process that information in real time and give an opinion on post-operation medication
on fun stuff.
Yeah. And it's just tiring. The administration is just tiring anyway, so I can't stand you on there. You just
I don't want to sound like an idiot trying to process something and not be accurate in what I'm saying. Like, I've long felt that Dr. King's message has been bastardized, just like I long think that George Washington's initial inauguration speech and his farewell speech have been bastardized, where he talked about the failures that would be the two-party system. And yet we look at the world around us, and some guy that lived 200 years ago was so right, it's embarrassing. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to take much advice from George Washington.
George Washington said the two-party system would be the end of the American political experiment. And if you look around us, that we're about as close to that statement being 100% factual as we can find. The two-party system is a tragedy at this point.
I just want to know when sounding like an idiot ever stopped a Marine from opening his mouth.
You know I'm starting to think this country went wrong.
Nothing's ever stopped
go ahead.
So I have a question, Buckeye. Did you feel like that before? Why? When did you start feeling like that about both of the party systems?
Oh, the two-party system? It's never worked. I don't think I should say that. I never liked this system. I think the last time it really worked was 2008, 2009, when you saw the last real consequential transition of power that was peaceful between Bush and Obama. That's the last time I felt like our political party leaders, because I think it's fair to say that the outgoing president who was Republican and the incoming president who was Democrat, that would be the party leader from a political figurehead standpoint.
So what you registered as, a Democrat or a Republican?
Say that again.
Well, are you registered as a Democrat or Republican or independent?
I'm in Indiana. I have to pick one or the other. I'm registered as a Republican.
Okay.
It really wasn't
He's a
the
closet
person
liberal.
who said Obama and Trump was peaceful, because Trump was talking shit the entire time. There was no mutual respect there between
Well,
those two.
you have to watch your language, because
it's not Friday. Trump was running his mouth the entire time. There was no mutual respect between those two.
But what made you continue to, after feeling all that, continue to support the party? What made Trump get your vote? Why, if you kind of felt like that about the two-party system, and you also felt like that about Trump, what made you still vote for him this time around?
Yeah, so again, and I've said this a couple of different times, I just feel like Harris was running on a moderate platform to get elected, but she was going to revert back to what she ran on in 2020, which I think was economically unsat. On a regular basis, I can tell you the data as far as what Medicare or Medicaid for all would cost versus what her proposed tax increases from 2020 would have brought in the revenue shares. But I'll try that in the morning when I'm not on the good. But anyway, I felt like that's what she was running on. Now, if I had to do it back today, I'd vote the other way and hope I was wrong. I don't think I would be, but I'd hope I was wrong. And we just have to go from there.
Real quick, but
yes,
so
I get Obama
remember,
Obama acted like an adult in the transition. The problem is the other side didn't act like an adult in the transition. Like I get what you're saying. Whatever whatever that is, archive. Like I get what you're saying. It just ain't.
Okay, Buckeye, I remember what we fell out about. But don't worry, I'm over it. I'm not going to really bring it up and put you on the spot.
I don't even remember what you're talking.
No,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna jog your remember, and it's gonna go towards kind of the first topic, but without you actually having to really do just too much research on it. Simply, this is just a question. So you've expressed to me that you, on all forms, are against reparations.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So, what do you feel about reparations possibly going to the J6ers? Because that's essentially what it is.
Reparations?
Oh, yeah, language.
Oh, my bad. Hey,
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, no.
Essentially, yes. That's basically what it boils down.
We don't do reparations. I'm against reparations for all people, all times, in any situation. I do not care.
I'm going to be at your house later today to steal all of your belongings, and you can't sue me for it.
I mean, if you can get past the 600 pounds of dog, you can take anything in this house you want.
I'll just drop a few brownies. They'll be okay.
No,
my point being is when someone has something taken from them, they normally are allowed to request compensation. Saying you're against reparations for nobody ever at all is a bit extreme.
Okay. Then I'm extreme. But Kat, has that not been my stance the entire time?
It has. We had when I tell y'all, we had a full falling out over that. But it has. But that's why I wanted to ask, because that essentially what the topic boils down to. And again, when you're not on your medication, I do implore you to look into it. Basically, essentially, the people who were done wrong by Biden's DOJ when it came to J6 can be compensated if they feel like they were wronged.
So no GI Bill for veterans, right?
The GI Bill is not reparations.
Why isn't it?
It's an earned benefit from service.
What's the difference?
So when I signed up for the Marine Corps, I signed up knowing that after my intention was 30 years, but I got medically retired. My knowledge was by signing up at the end of my service, I will have earned this benefit. It is not the same as a reparation.
So you did the work and you should get paid for it, correct? When somebody does a job, a man deserves to get paid, correct?
Well, there was a if you want to use it in that terms, it was pre-noted what the payment, in this case being the GI Bill, was for the said work being 4 years of service. That was
so
not.
I'm only asking. I only asked. You did a job. You're supposed to get paid for it, correct?
But I don't get to determine what the pay is. We agreed to terms. Yes.
Sure. So at the end of slavery, black people were promised what?
I don't know. I mean, they were promised right, liberty, pursuit of happiness, according to the man. I don't know. I don't want to try.
40 acres and a mule is what they were promised, right? So 40 acres and a mule.
Where's that? I mean, and I mean this seriously. Where I've heard that phrase 100 times. I want my acres. I want my mule. But where is that in writing?
You've heard it because it happened. I don't need
but where
to go
is it
through.
in writing?
I hate that every time I say anything, I have to teach you guys a history class to even validate what I'm saying.
It was an executive order, and then who was it? Andrew Jackson reversed it.
Regardless, the point
but an
being,
executive order isn't law.
Some people
we know.
Some people actually even received it.
40,000 legacy, yes, received it.
Yeah, but the point
Okay,
being,
continue,
because I don't want to have to go through the entire history class to make the point here, is that when a man does a job, he's supposed to be paid, regardless of if it's even black people I'm talking about. So that's why I said being against reparations completely is just silly, especially when the GI Bill is a form of reparation. It wasn't
the GI
something.
Bill is not a form of reparation.
I'm going to explain to you why it's a form of reparation. It wasn't something that's been around. That it was given to people post 9/11 GI Bill. When was it? Post World War II is where it started, I believe, and it wasn't even afforded to black people. We were later included in the GI Bill. The GI Bill is absolutely reparations, which is why it extends to your family and your children.
But it doesn't. No, that's not true.
I literally went to school on the GI Bill. What are you talking about?
Hang on. You have to have additional service and prereq qualifications in order for you to pass it on to your children.
Regardless, your spouse and your children use it. It's still reparations.
No, it's a earned benefit for extend. You have to do 10 years in order to be able to pass it on to one individual in your family.
Why did it only show up after World War II? What was the reason they implemented the GI Bill after World War II?
It was a benefit incentive.
Why did they give? So the World War is ending. Troops are coming home. Why did they give them the GI Bill?
It was a benefit incentive.
Okay, this is dishonest.
This is dishonest.
What you're experiencing is cognitive dissonance. You're wrong.
Okay, hang on.
That's I wasn't even trying to go back down this road because when I said we had a full on falling out over this, he also doesn't believe that the Holocaust victims should have got it, natives should have got theirs, and the who was it, the Japanese. He is against all forms of it. No, I'm just putting that out there.
Spouse or child.
Can I ask again? Because you went and Googled it. Google this. Why was the GI Bill implemented?
I knew that answer already, but I just wanted to confirm it. Now I'll look that up for you.
You ain't got to look it up for me. I know why the GI Bill was implemented, and I know why black people were excluded from it.
Where's Black MAGA?
It is quite literally one of the single reasons why white people stepped out ahead of black people post World War II is because we didn't have access to the GI Bill. Sure. Servicemen's Readjustment Act. Not when, why?
Hey, hang on. Give me 1 second.
You had troops coming home.
Hang on.
Troops coming home.
I'm not trying to dodge this call. I just got a text that call me ASAP. Let me get right back.
Oh, do your thing.
Give me 1 second.
That's fine. You can read what you Google, but being against reparations while standing on the back of reparations is silly, man. I don't know. It's a lot of roaches for raid going on out here, man. As a veteran saying you're not for reparations, when reparations are the backbone of what keeps our military troops alive post-service, whether that be healthcare, job incentives, job transition training. You're being repaired more than anybody in America. Thank you for your service, but come on, man.
But I just want to say, him going against Black MAGA would be a perfect matchup. Anti-reparations, pro-reparations. Legacy, did you want to chime in on anything? Are you up here for good now, or are you just here taking up space?
Oh wait, he dropped.
He'll be right back. He said he had a
He
call.
said he had a call.
Oh, I don't think the smaller cause liars should get it either, but I don't feel like everybody should be denied it. I just don't think they should get it.
That's a slippery slope, though. I get what you're saying. Not them being the ones that really went through it, but you know.
I'm cool.
Gemini, are you there? You been so quiet.
Because they did it to
you guys are
themselves
putting
just so
me to
they
sleep.
could get a win. I don't think they should get paid, even if
You know
they
what's
was
crazy is veterans did exactly what Black people maybe should take a page out of the book of and do. Veterans rioted over their compensation. That's how they got it. It's quite, now that I'm thinking about this more, this is complete reparations.
But when we riot,
no, they got treated the same way.
Red.
Veterans
Everything
got treated the
turns
same
red.
way. They got snatched out of the street and violently removed as they asked to be paid what they were promised. That absolutely did happen, but they saw the results from it too.
So what you're saying is we should be out here cocktailing stuff, because that's all I heard.
Yeah.
Well, Gemini, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Do you know who you just said yeah to?
I did. I sure did. All roads lead to communism and socialism is what I was told.
You know what? Now, when something gets set on when an inferno starts, and we got to come up with bail money, I'm blaming you.
This is just for entertainment. I am not pushing any agendas. I just agreed with an idea.
Too late.
Fonzo, you on the panel?
Oh yeah, what's going on? I just wanted to
Can you turn your TV down for me?
Yeah, I just did.
Okay.
I wanted to comment on the whole GI Bill being reparations thing. It wasn't reparations. I get the logic you're using by it, and don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating against reparation. I'm just saying for the GI Bill and the stuff that we use, we signed a contract. It wasn't like we just, you know what I'm saying, signed a contract and then they didn't deliver. No, we signed a contract and they delivered on their contract. Yes, we had to fight for it, but that wasn't a reparational thing. We still fighting for some things that they're still trying to take back and try to take away from us. But
so I'm going to read to you. I'm going to read to you what reparations are, and then you tell me if it sounds different than the GI Bill.
It's not because it's more than just the GI Bill.
I'm not limiting it to that. I'm drawing parallels. That's why I said I'm going to read to you.
What I'm telling you is it's not, because there's more than just the GI Bills that you can go to school on. That's what I'm saying. It's not.
It's just an example. Okay, so hear me out. I'm going to read to you what reparations would be, and you tell me if it's different than the GI Bill. Subsidized education, support for families to buy home, expanding access to capital, and accelerated middle class growth. Does any of that sound like reparations or GI Bill?
Sounds like the GI Bill. That's what it sounds like.
So if I was president today and I signed into law and Congress agreed that I was going to subsidize education for descendants of African slaves or Black slaves, I was going to help their families buy homes, expand their access to capital, and accelerate the wealth in their middle class, would that be reparations?
Your form of what you feel reparations should be.
I'm asking.
That would be what you feel.
Yeah, but no, Emil, the reason I said
like it'd be different. It'd be different if we didn't sign a contract.
You're not
we literally
just interact with the conversation though. That's not.
But no, listen. This is your belief on that, and I'm telling you,
it's not a belief.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Moon there. I don't disagree with what Moon just said. No, if Congress passes a law providing those things, that's not reparations in terms of what there is there. And I agree that it's different from the GI Bill, but I still don't feel like that's reparations. I feel like that is, because that doesn't just benefit. Oh God, Hurricane! I can't.
That's
do it right
the
now.
GI Bill.
That doesn't
that
just
was
benefit
the whole,
descendants
that's
of
why
slaves.
I said interact with it.
That benefits society.
That's why I said interact with it. That's
That's
the whole reason for the example is that's the GI Bill. What I just read
GI Bill was created for 3 reasons, though.
I didn't say what it was created
at the
for.
transition portion of it. It was also created. The reason for it, if you read Article 1, is that it was created to provide a peacetime educational system for troops. Now, yes, there was a transition and preparedness portion of it because they realized that there were tangible skills needed to go in for the troops coming home from World War II. Absolutely. But that doesn't make it reparations.
Y'all are
because
not
it's
listening.
a long-term benefit that doesn't just apply to folks that served in World War II or World War I.
Y'all are not listening.
It applies to folks today. I wasn't in World War II.
Again, y'all are not listening. So the way the GI Bill functioned post World War II was it was a direct wealth transfer. That's all that it was. All of the things that I just described when I asked you, would these things be reparations? They were not my opinion.
Wealth transfer.
Hold on,
they were never a direct wealth transfer.
Just listen, bro. You're not listening, and I love my military folks. I work with y'all every day, but this is a part of y'all problem is y'all don't listen. Y'all too right. It's a bunch of leaders in the room and no soldiers. Just listen for a second. Just listen to what I'm saying. I directly lined up what the GI Bill did: subsidized education, helped families buy home, FHA loans, expanded access to capital, and accelerated their middle class wealth growth. Those are all things that the GI Bill did functionally. And I asked you if they were done as reparations. You turned around and said, anywho, the point being is that they repaired these people. They came home from war. They understood that these people needed to be able to go back into society and function as regular people. So they gave them something for giving them a service, which was the war. They repaired the situation. We made you go off the war pretty much. You didn't have much of a choice. And because of civil unrest, we're going to make sure that we fill the gap. That's why the GI Bill exists today. You signed a contract 4 days ago and committed your 4 years, and now they give you the GI Bill, but you stand on the backs of those from World War II. It's a benefit afforded to you guys because of that. It is still, in many ways, the same as reparations would be for Black people. If the government stepped in and said, hey, we know that you had to go through X, Y, and Z for this time, and probably the first person in your family that could read was your great-grandma, we're going to make sure that you can go out into society and function like the rest of everyone else who didn't have to deal with that.
Okay, so hang on, but wait, Moon, 2 pieces.
What's there to hang on to?
Moon. 2 pieces, Moon. One, so I will concede, I don't agree, but I will concede with you that people who were immediately affected by World War II, troops who deployed during World War II, whether it be to the European or the Pacific theater, received reparations. People who actually were affected, actually took part in, people who actually were there. I'll concede that. But everybody after that, the GI Bill isn't reparations. Now, if in conceding that, I will concede to you that if you can show me one person that physically endured slavery alive today, I'll concede reparations on your point. Show me one.
I just want clarity on the question.
That's what I part from Buckeye on. But as far as you
hold on, you just asked the question. You just asked the question. I just want clarity on it. You want me to show you someone alive today affected by slavery?
No, that endured slavery. That was physically there.
I just want to be clear. When did slavery end?
I believe 1867.
When was the last slave free?
I don't have a date for that. I'm sure
so
you
the last, I believe it was what, 1963, 1969?
Is that person alive today?
I think it was even later than that in Mississippi.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if your question is made illegal, hold on, Prison. Before we go down that pipeline, if we're just talking about what we all understandably black people, slavery. The last slave wasn't freed until the 1960s, 1970s at least. You want me to show you someone alive from the 1960s? I can do that. They're in the live.
No, that person.
I need to show you the
single.
I need to show you the single person from the plantation. Because
our ancestors weren't compensated, but I understand
Buckeye,
that.
It's a dishonest
what I'm saying is he's saying people who were actually in World War II got something.
Okay,
I'll concede to you that somebody
you're going
who
back. Hold on, don't
held as a
scramble.
slave
Don't scramble. Don't
should
scramble.
get
Please
something.
don't leave where we're at. Please don't leave where we're at. Because if you're wanting me to show you one person I know from the plantation from the 1960s or 70s, I don't have that for you. But if you're conceding, hold on, if you're conceding that you understand that the latest slave was freed that late, that means that they have children that are younger than 60 right now, which means we are so close to the plantation that those children haven't even passed away yet. My mom was born in 1971, which means black people were hanging. My mom was hanging around while the last slave was still working. And you're asking me how black people today are affected.
That's not what I said.
Hold on.
I understand how they're affected, but that's not what I said.
I hear you, but you pivoted to how these people were directly in the war, so they got reparations. And the people who weren't, the people from World War II, their children were directly affected by their parents being gone at war. The same way
they didn't get a GI Bill.
The same, yes, that's why I said the GI Bill is extended to their kids, and that's the reason.
It wasn't when it was first written. Better go look it up.
You keep cutting me off. I get these points are making you squirm. Just endure it.
I'm not squirming. You're
squirming. If you weren't, you would just let me finish being wrong. If you weren't, you just let me finish being wrong. But the point being is, if you've conceded that at the very latest, my grandma was alive during slavery, you understand that black folks weren't allowed to read, which means the first literate person likely in a black person's life is their mother or their grandparent. That means that we weren't allowed to read until less than 100 years ago. So why on earth would you expect me as a person to not be affected by that and come out in society and compete with people who have been reading for centuries? That doesn't make any sense to say that because you didn't live on the plantation, you weren't directly affected. There's no room for reparations. But I get to access the GI Bill. That's not a reparation now, even though it came from World War II. It's not a reparation now because I signed a contract and went and worked for it.
You made my argument for me. So I'm only conceding this point because, again, like Kat explained earlier, I'm against reparations at all times for all people in every situation. You define it, I'm against it. That said, I'm conceding your point, which I don't agree with, but I'm conceding. And I'm conceding that I will break my belief and give reparations to someone who physically endured the chains and pains of slavery. They can have it today. You define what it is and they can have it. You just have to show me that person from the 60s or the 70s, whatever you're saying, Moon, from the 60s or 70s, that physically endured that. And again, you brought up the point that the GI Bill can be passed on to your children. It can now. It did not when you first wrote it. And I understand that my argument is idiotic, but it's because I don't believe in the concept which we're talking about. I don't believe in reparations. I don't believe the GI Bill was reparations. Now, I do believe that the concept you spoke on earlier, if Congress were to pass a law affording these things, that's not reparations. That is a new law passed by Congress, voted on by the representation that we sit in there. It's not reparations. That's a law.
Yeah, so if you pass away in service and your kids can go to school in your absence paid for by the government, that's reparations. If you became permanently disabled and they're going to pay for you and your children to go to school, that's reparations. If they're going to cover your health care.
I'm permanently disabled. Is there a program where my son can get paid for to go to school? Because in Indiana, there isn't. There are
absolutely.
States
Absolutely. My mom is 100% disability. I went for 2 years before she got her rating. For 2 years, not only did they pay for the rest of the school, I got a $14K check for back pay. Just direct deposit to my Navy
I'm
Fed.
working a job right now through the fact that my father's disabled. I get income based off of it. And that's by working and being his caretaker. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, they've got a caretaker program for sure.
And it only scratches the surface, though. It only scratches the surface.
The infrastructure being there. The fact that I'm able to, other people, especially historically in America, would be in that position and not be able to make income, not be able to survive off of that. The fact that I have that option, that's part of it. you're so small-minded with the way you're approaching the conversation of reparations. That's why you cross your arms and frump your brow over like, oh, I don't want anybody to get reparations. Anybody, anywhere, ever, ever, ever. Like, because you don't understand what it is. It's not just about a check in your pocket or a GI Bill even. That, like Moon said, just barely scratching the surface. It's infrastructure. It's access to like housing developments and education and ballot access and, you know, things that you take for granted because, well, you are who you are.
Reparations is economics, sir.
Just so we're clear,
Economics.
you do understand that not every military person gets the GI Bill, right?
Funding education is economical.
So
I
surface
got
level.
quiet. You asked me to be quiet, and I'm being quiet because
I'm just
now
saying
I'm
the
about
way
to
y'all are
be.
interacting.
I'm about to be combative towards you because you're being dismissive towards me.
I'm not
You asked a
dismissive.
question.
You're being surface
Yes, you
level.
are. You're being very dismissive because you
It's
figure
making
because you
you
read
uncomfortable.
something.
I'm gonna be quiet. You
No,
get
it's
it
not
off.
about being uncomfortable. I just told you, I am a proponent for reparations, but the GI Bill and what comes with it is not reparations because there's other things that the GI Bill was like. It was added to other things. It wasn't just about that.
Do you know who Vivek Ramaswamy is out of Ohio? Vivek Ramaswamy, the guy running for governor, he was a part of the Doge team for a while, has said on record, along with other Republicans, that military veterans are not only getting paid for being their service, they're getting paid too much. They want to cut back on your benefits because they think you guys are working contractor jobs, getting 100% disability, healthcare. You guys are living too lavish a life on the taxpayer dollar. Not only is it reparations, they think you guys are getting paid too much reparations.
Can I say one thing on reparations?
By all means.
And Quinn, twin, can I show something real quick on reparations?
Or anything, just speak on it.
I just want to show you what Obama. I just want to show you what Obama feel about reparations. Can I show y'all what Obama and Kamala Harris feel about reparations real quick?
Go all ahead about you just saying it. Say it.
I just want you to hear it.
I don't need you to hear it. Just say it. I don't need to hear it. You tell me what it's saying.
I think the reparations we need right here in South Carolina is investment, for example, in our schools. I did a.
I can't hear whatever he's saying.
We can't. We can't hear it. We can't hear
No.
it, Big Mo.
Bro, just what did he say?
He just said it is a form of in your schools type thing.
What?
About
now I see why you want to
form.
play it, because you can't interpret what he said.
No,
You just
no.
can't relate what he's saying.
No, he said it's a form of reparations is a form of schooling, basically.
Form of school. Okay, let's move on.
Oh, y'all don't want me to play it. I mean, it would have been
bro,
easy
we
for y'all
couldn't
to
hear it.
The easiest thing you could do, Big Mo, is if you can listen to the interview yourself, A, and then write down cliff notes, B, and then come back with what you heard and read what you wrote.
Yeah, but every time I do that, y'all wouldn't, take.
Okay, tell me the name of the article. Tell me the name or what it's under, because you work on
that. What are we doing here? Did you graduate? Did you not hear what I said?
Just forget it.
Okay, all right. Next. Legacy, you got something?
I see why Trump got where he at now.
You know what?
My God.
I'll concede if everything I just listed isn't reparations, they need to give black people that, and we just ain't got to call it reparations. That way we can have it. Because if housing assistance, tuition support, direct payments, business grants, investments in communities, separate housing, separate subsidized housing at different interest rates, if we can get all of that, I'm for that. I don't know what y'all want to call it, what new name we got for it, but scrap the reparations argument. We gonna call it Sands for black people. That I just made that up.
Sounds good to me.
But the thing, Mo, come on, bro. If you're trying to tell someone about something, What's hard about you picking up a pen or a number 2 pencil, writing down what the most important pieces of what was said, and actually repeating it back to us? What is that tough to you?
It means that he would actually have to write and be able to read what he wrote. It would mean he'd have to actually be able to comprehend what was being said initially. There's a lot of complications in that for him. A lot.
As your elitism is showing.
And you think you thought I didn't mean for that to happen?
It was just a joke. It was.
Okay.
It was just a joke.
You thought I was.
I'm all for being mean to people when they're ignorant. I ain't gonna defend it.
No. This is not even being mean. He wants us to hear something. Twin is not available, so the key thing will be to A, write down what were some of the key things that were said. B, that's A, so you won't forget. B, just read what you wrote, and that's it. What's hard about that?
I think when y'all realize that a large number of Americans struggle to read a McDonald's menu, and I'm not being funny, they legit struggle to read through their options at a fast food menu, you'll understand why a lot of what you're saying may not break through to the masses. We are that way as a country, and it's been made that way on purpose.
And it's really actually not.
We need to come up with a question on that. What does education look like in America right now? Because apparently we're failing.
Trash.
What does education look like in America right now? That's going to be one of our questions. What does education like? What does reading and writing look like right now?
Oh, they can't do that.
But it's not just reading and writing. They can, even if they can read and write, they're not literate. Literacy is about more than just your ability to put the words to the page or to copy the symbols down. These people have no comprehension skills. And that's a majority.
Not even that. It's not even that though, resident. Only thing we asked is that A, if you can't put it on the big screen because Twain is not available, just write down what you heard. I don't care if you got to slow it down. And then read what you read, and then we'll interpret it from there. Like, if I tell you, or if you heard Obama say, Sally had to get the can, well, write down Sally had to get the can, and we'll interpret what he mean by it.
Gonna lie, if I couldn't read and interpret what was in front of me, I'd probably be a bit disgruntled too. I imagine that's frustrating.
Yeah, you'd be mad. You'd be mad as could be. I would be too. I think about that all the time. Like I knowing things makes you miserable. It does. They call it blissful ignorance for a reason. Like looking around and knowing that the world is in the state that it is makes you miserable. But I wouldn't trade it for a thing, because going around this planet and not understanding how things work, that's depressing. I mean, really sit with that for a moment. Part of the joy of getting to experience this planet and be a human is that you can look around and understand that way that things work. You know that it all works together. You know that it's all harmonious and everything. That's part of the joy. Imagine not having that joy, not being able to understand the world around you. Everything's just scary and you don't get it all the time.
The don't get it part is hilarious.
Yeah. Like imagine being my girl just had somebody, she's got this event that she's doing that's all fairy themed, right? And this girl swipes up on her story and asks her, can I wear fairy wings to this event? No comprehension. Can I wear fairy wings to a fairy-based event? No comprehension. Can I read books at the library?
I'm sorry to tell y'all, but I don't have a problem with it, but it is deeply concerning to me that an individual of age, middle age, cannot write down what he heard and actually, never mind.
Popcorn reading, like just pick people randomly and did popcorn reading.
God.
That come up here sometimes. Emil, you probably want to change careers and be a teacher.
But it's a hard conversation to have, because we need to be able to have the conversation without being like elitist about it, because a lot of people don't have access to good education. So there's
President, I appreciate your thoughts. I appreciate your thoughts. You can twin and you can hop in and just say, I appreciate what you're saying. I give you a lot of flack, resident, but you're well studied. In saying that, It's very simple for an individual. If you see a sentence, Obama said this. In this case, just as an example, Obama said, we need to give free health care to citizens. How hard is it, instead of playing the video, to write that down with a number 2 pencil or a big pen or a gel ink number 7? And then, you know what? When it's your opportunity to say it, oh, well, this is what he said, guys. And then we were like, oh, let's see what he meant by it. Do you realize the dwindling down of the dilution of education is at an all-time high? If you cannot do that, how can we expect that? All right, I'm gonna say like Queen, y'all got it. that
No, I mean it's hard. That's why I plug Pedagogy of the Oppressed up here all the
Renegade
time.
or what's his name? Is Resident. What we need to do is bring back shaming.
Yeah. Yes.
We cannot be afraid to call people dumb. I believe calling people dumb.
No. We can't do that.
Not on the panel.
Not on the panel. Not on the panel. Not on the panel. No.
We need to bring back the stocks of throwing tomatoes at people.
Worded in a different way, so your account won't get flagged or the live won't get flagged.
Huck
I get what you're
tomatoes.
saying.
Rotten fruit.
I don't agree with shaming. I don't agree with that unless they're coming in for you, trying to shame you. But I don't think that's going to help.
But imagine if we could do that instead of sending somebody to prison. Like, people talk about the free speech argument all the time, but free speech is an idea. Free speech is an idea. Somebody runs around through town and wants to start screaming the N-word and HH and whatever other stuff they want to say. Why not just throw them in the stocks and huck some rotten fruit at their head? Let them sit there and stink for a moment. Put the dunce cap on them. I mean, that I agree there, but you know,
Resident. The bar is too low because the type of literacy we're talking about right now is like go up a few grade levels and stop at maybe 8th or 9th grade, and even that's still a problem. Like, we're talking about the lowest of the lowest, but even the people that consider themselves well versed enough to read and maybe comprehend something probably still read one word at a time instead of reading the sentence, which is not the, you get what I'm saying?
The bar is so low that like basic functionality in reading is considered intelligent in America.
Yeah. Learning one language is intelligent. We talking about speaking English. It's a lot of other countries are fluent in multiple languages.
We have to measure whether or not we're proficient in our own spoken language. Meanwhile, other countries have produced polyglots. Lebanon, which is a country that is destitute, produces kids from its schools that speak Arabic, English, French, and Russian. Yeah. 4 languages by the time they're in elementary.
You know, same thing happens in Kenya. Some of the poorest places in Kenya. And when we were recruited a bunch of kids out of Kenya, and I can tell you that we didn't recruit one kid who knew less than 5 languages. And the worst student among them was like a 3-5 kid, and he spoke 7. Now we're talking about athletes. We're talking about student athletes who are speaking multiple languages, who they're 3-5 and better. And you're talking about English is complicated. These people hold all that. That's crazy.
But y'all, I think, but Moon, y'all looking over the main part, bro, and it's real disingenuous, bro, because at some point, bro, we gotta really look at ourselves in the mirror.
I knew you was gonna say that. Y'all be.
Hold on, because at one point, Moon, it was almost against being intelligence wasn't a black thing. When you spoke well, you spoke white. So like y'all want all this. It's the truth in our culture, and you know this shit, cat. Like I don't do no. Listen, I don't. One thing about male, bro, I believe in
if you want to sit up here and say that intelligence wasn't the thing, bro, I'll just say this. In my house, we weren't allowed to use slang. Period, point blank, full stop. You were not.
Well, you didn't have the average black home then, Quinn.
Wait. No. I had a great mom and a great dad, but
No. I'm not
they
saying you
realized,
didn't.
but they realized the value in being able to communicate. That was what they wanted. My sister, they want us to be able to communicate at a level where white folks would have to stand up and listen to us. And so, yeah, we were told that we spoke proper. You speak proper, but that's a cultural thing that we had to get past. Now, that's not a shameful thing to speak well.
I mean,
not.
but when I was looking at Big Mo, you talking about somebody that's probably in his 50s, bro, who wasn't awarded the best education. So the last thing I'm gonna do as a black man on any platform, you'll never catch me belittling nobody or making them feel any kind of way, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not me. It's first of all, it's not me. It's not the image I want to put out. It don't represent me. It's just not nothing like me. I'm here to help. I'm here to learn. That's community. All the other stuff, that none of this is community, bro.
Well, I don't understand in these.
But Mel, let's be honest. Mel. Let's you approach it from a different standpoint, and you have a code that you live by. That's fine. We, everybody who sees you on a regular basis, we understand that. Mel has a way of going, of trying to support the community that works for Mel. And Mel has come on here and said on multiple occasions, hey, I don't want to put down no other black man. But Mel, let's be honest. There was a point in time when shame was a useful thing. There was a point in time when you didn't want. And I can tell you this. I was always told, hey, you leaving this house with a good name, you bring it back the same way. If you weren't allowed to go out and act up, and if you didn't know, you kept your mouth quiet. You sat there. Mel, I have seen you sit up here for an hour and a half and not say a word because it's something you didn't know about. I've heard you admit to not knowing about it. Mel, 90% of these fools will come up here and shoot their mouth off and don't know nothing. And then what do we do to them?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It comes
now, whose fault is that, Mel? Whose fault is that?
It's their fault, but I guess like I think to me, Quinn, and this is just why I'm in life, bro. When it comes to us, especially like with the racial tension and all this division, especially amongst us. I don't know where we're going right now, but me personally, I will always stay firm on protecting each other, regardless of our political differences. I'm gonna always stay firm on protecting each other, bro.
Who did you vote for, Mel?
I voted for Trump.
Okay, yeah, I don't believe anything you're saying, bro.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Come on, Twin, give him the cut to me. Well, Mel a good dude.
What I don't get is how these conversations
always can't tell me you believe in the betterment of the community, bro, and you voted for this dude, bro. I don't believe it.
Under that same breath, you can't tell me that the Democrats been the best thing for Black America, bro. Last time I checked, I could go from state. I could go from state to state. And I could take you, bro. Like, I'm not even finna go. We can't have this conversation. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I don't even want the tension.
Well, I don't think. I don't think.
You're gonna give me your feelings instead of facts.
But it don't have to be.
Nah, man, really,
either. It could be a conversation.
So I'm trying to protect the live.
I know you. I know
Mel,
that. I'm just
saying.
I
thought she was nice to black people, Mel. I thought she was nice to black people.
Man, I try to be, bro. But at the same time, Mel, I don't care who I don't care who you voted for. It does not.
Mel.
What's up, dog?
You articulate in the way you saying it, and I can understand. To me, this is me. I voted Democrat this time. To me, I voted for the lesser two evils. There's really not too big of a difference between Democrats and Republicans. But Donald Trump and their agenda, man, they are trying to dismantle and trying to roll back the 14th Amendment. And you agree with that?
No, I'm not. Listen, bro, I don't get on.
I ain't talking about Democrats or Republicans.
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
don't
about
listen.
that
No, I don't. No,
specifically.
I'm gonna say directly. No, I don't agree with it.
So how could you go with that? I'm not saying
Ain't the vote
Democrat or
cast?
Republican. I'm saying
The
why
vote.
would you go with that?
Can you take your vote back? Can you take your vote back, real?
But man, listen, hold
It
up,
was
hold
in
up.
Project
So you
You
2025,
already hold
man.
up. This is no. Don't. I hate when people say I didn't know. You knew Donald Trump.
Bro, Trump, first of all, Trump ain't run on none of the stuff he doing. So
In Project
You hold up,
2025.
hold up.
In
Listen,
Project
No, let me
2025,
finish.
man.
Let me finish. As a black man in the black culture, you knew who he was. Don't act
hold on,
like
say
you
that
ain't
again,
know
real.
who he
You broke.
was.
Hold on, no, say that again. You broke up for 1 second. I was going on the fast.
As a black man, we all knew who Trump was. That's why ain't no black people saying nothing. We knew who he was. We knew what he was gonna do. You know what I'm saying? He's a hustler, but as far as being a president as a representative, you chose him to represent your morals? Really? Make that make sense.
So real. This is my position, bro. Real. This is my position, bro. Every time I talk to black Trump supporters, right, and they talk about their values, their morals, how they want the community to get better, and they tell me they voted for Donald Trump, especially after his first term, it's hard for me to believe anything you say. Now that's me personally, and I'm gonna tell you why I say that.
Because I want to
Because
understand.
his first term,
I'm trying to understand.
his first term, he showed he was hostile towards our community, and I don't know how no one can say how no one can sit here and say he wasn't. There was money.
How did it show? Can you bring that? Can you explain? Can you
Do you
elaborate on that,
remember?
bro?
Hold up. Do you remember when those people marched up in whatever
No, I'm
county?
talking.
Hold up, one of them counties.
Hold
He
on,
said it was,
I'm talking to
and
Twin,
he
bro.
said it was good people on both sides. Really? You don't remember that?
I look at people's policies, their initiatives, how they move while they are in office. There is nothing Donald Trump did in his first administration that showed that he was for the betterment for the black community. There's nothing that he did that showed
What
that.
did he do?
So
What did he do? What did he do to harm the black community his first term?
let's talk about the biggest thing he did wrong. He literally fumbled a panorama that unalived over 1 million Americans in this country for lying.
I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you make it
That
with this.
directly
What did
affected
he
our
do?
community,
I'm talking
bro.
about black people.
Let him finish.
That
What did
affected
he
black
do?
people, Mel.
Oh man,
Well, if you want to, if you want a black people, Mel, if you want a black people, wait, hold on, y'all, hold on. If you want a black people specific answer, he allowed the funding for HBCUs to expire. It expired for 2 months before
I'm going
they
on.
went down.
Listen, when you are a president, Moon, you're president for the country, bro.
Hold on. I get that. You're right. I'm just saying he wanted a black people specific answer. The answer is he let it expire. He let HBCU funding expire, and he only signed it back into law after black people went down there and begged him for it. They had to sit, and he took a bunch of big pictures.
Can Twin answer that question?
I just did though.
I said, can Twin?
Well, you don't want an answer. You want a person.
Mel wants to argue, bro.
Who asked?
I'm not gonna argue with Mel.
Because you can't. Now Moon is a little more intelligent than you.
No, actually, I can answer the question, and I'm not going to see. This is what they do. He wants to question my intelligence. I don't have to prove my intelligence to you, sir.
Hold on, Twin. To be fair, Mel didn't want to argue. Mel was having a conversation. You came off mute and asked him who he voted for, and then said, "I don't believe nothing that you saying. You want to argue." Mel didn't want to argue.
Arguing, bro. So, I gave my personal opinion.
Regardless,
I don't trust any man who sits here and say that they are for the benefit of the community, and you vote for a man who's in direct contradiction to that.
I don't personally care what your personal opinion is at all. This conversation did not go this way until you decided to interject that personal opinion. Nobody was arguing.
I have a right
Everybody
to
was
interject
having a
my
normal
personal
conversation.
opinion.
Everyone was having a normal conversation. Quinn even had to say to you, you know what, Kona, chill out, Mel is a good dude. Nobody was arguing until you changed the tone of the conversation. So Mel does not just want to argue. You change the tone and you want the tone to continue in that specific way. That's you. That's not him. I don't give a good goddamn who's calling me a savior or any of that other nonsense. Nobody was arguing and the tone of the conversation was not like this until you started doing what you're doing. You're not going to put that on nobody else.
I'm not trying to put nothing on nobody else.
You just did. You said Mel's
I'm not trying to put nothing on nobody else. At the end of the day, you can't tell me you're for the betterment of the community and you went through this man's first term and he did nothing for the black community. He was a detriment to the country.
So Twin, let me ask you this.
Nobody, since Mel doesn't want to argue and you don't want to argue, we're gonna move back to the conversation that Quinn and Mel was having. How about that?
He's a detriment to the country.
Cool, all right, you got it. You're right. Now can we go back to the conversation? Because it was an actual. Twin is trying to go away. We have it's a bigger platform at this point in time, and Twin is trying to get away from the ratchetness that y'all are used to having from all the other platforms that y'all used to go to. So can we go back to the conversation that Quinn
that's perfectly fine.
So let's do this. Let's do this. Of the temperature increase.
Go back to
I don't care what the comments are saying. The comments don't care. The comments will move to a whole nother live if this live gets stopped, regardless of what they say. I don't care about them cheerleaders. Back to that conversation.
So Mel, let's look at a couple of things because this came up earlier. Where would you? Okay, there's some people. I'm not gonna call nobody's name, but anytime black people go out and they do become educated, they go, they get the degree, da 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 da. Nowadays, it's considered shameful. It's we're back to Du Bois versus Booker T all over again. We are back to those days where if you go out, you get your degree, and you decide, hey, you know what? I have more resources now available to me. I can go to a bigger house. I can go live in a different neighborhood. All of a sudden, that's like criminal. It's how dare you improve your material condition and then go somewhere and have a different lifestyle instead of just staying here. And it has nothing to do with being anything other than, hey, I have options. I have more options. I don't have to just go to McDonald's. I can go to Burger King. I can go to Arby's. I can go to Long John Silver's, anywhere. Why is the expectation for us to stay where everybody else is who didn't take advantage of the same opportunities, same ones? Why is it that we're supposed to somehow or another just be there? Now we're the bourgeoisie.
Quinn, I will say,
why is that?
I don't think that there's a push against education. I think that person to person, that conversation may be a bit frequent for you, maybe in these panels, but more black people are going to college now than ever. And I don't mean just going, I mean graduating. So I don't think that sentiment's the case. I do think that I align more with the side that would like to tell black people they don't have to leave their neighborhoods because they're doing better. Like, I get if you live in an unsafe environment, that's one thing. But black people and minorities tend to do this thing where we go where we think the value is instead of creating our own value. Like,
yeah, I remember your argument for this. Yeah, I remember that.
Where the white neighborhoods are is, you know, they've built that, and you know they have a leg up on us on what they can put in their communities, but we let white people, we let them tell us too much.
But that's not necessarily true.
Hold on, Quinn.
I was just going to say, I don't know what world you living in.
How y'all gonna say it? I ain't finished. I ain't even landed.
I thought you. Okay, go ahead.
I ain't even. Yeah, somebody stop. I ain't stopped not one time. I ain't even stopped for a breath of air. But what I'm saying is that where they say value is at, where their appraisals are at, where the homes are at, where whatever else is at, is not where value is for black people. It may be covert safety where you don't have to feel the racism, but they don't want you in those neighborhoods either. There's value where black people are, and we can build up in ways our own communities. I'm not saying you need to build hospitals, schools, and whatever on that new 6-figure check you just earned. I'm only saying that we can create value, and it doesn't. You don't have to leave, and you shouldn't be shamed for leaving. But chasing white people to where they white flight every neighborhood ain't gonna save you either.
Okay, so Moon, hold on, Moon. The new subdivision that I'm moving into, it is primarily us. It is an overwhelming majority us.
But then that goes to my point.
But what I'm saying though is that we're developing. I'll say this: in certain states, probably more. I think there's a lot of us developing our own middle, upper middle, and wealthier neighborhoods. Those developments, it's us buying the houses. It's us sitting. Bro, we're gaining. Bro, my subdivision ain't even closed out, and I've already got equity in the house from the appraisers, from the list price to what it appraised at. So we're doing this ourselves. It's with us.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they're doing development out here.
But
I think that there's. Go ahead.
The gag here, though, Quinn, is those neighborhoods that people are moving out of are the same ones that the white folk are spending those 4-year degrees planning how to gentrify, planning how to take over. They get business and development degrees studying exactly how to move into where we're all living and make it unaffordable for us. So while it's great that those developments like the one that you're talking about are cropping up, and that is happening more, that's something we should celebrate. It's still it doesn't change the fact that like people can stay home and spend their money at home. Like Moon was saying, you don't necessarily have to open a hospital or whatever, but simply being a person who has a 6-figure income and being engaged in your local economy does more than if you were spending that money elsewhere. Spending it at the restaurant near where you live.
So if they're going to
resident,
so if they're going to school to learn how to gentrify our areas, and we know that they're going to school to learn how to gentrify. And we know that they're doing this. At what point in time do you start learning how to stop them? Whether
you don't need to stop them. You buy the hood back.
Whether or not you do it in a school or not, because all I keep hearing in the arguments that y'all try to make is that America, who has never been fair, is still not fair, and I want it to be fair, rather than I just need to change my tactics because it's not fair.
We were arguing change the tactics. Legacy.
Not you, Moon. Not you, Moon.
I think we're on your side on this one, Legacy.
Can I hop in real fast? I've been trying to say this all day since the live started. The first thing is, the reason that we get on these lives is because we're all here looking for a community of people who are like-minded, people who want to have these discussions and then start to figure out a way to affect.
Where'd she go? Zah.
Yeah, some type of static or something. Go ahead.
Yes, you cut out. Go ahead.
So at some point, these discussions that we're having every day within these communities, at some point we have to start creating an action plan and doing those things, right? Because otherwise, us getting up here and talking about this every day does nothing. We have to start figuring out what it is as a group that we want to do, period. Like, that's kind of the conversation that I know ML likes to pull us away from that because he wants us to stay on topic, but we do need to have actionable steps in which we can take right here, right now, because we see the things that are happening in front of our face. And 2 is, don't move away from these communities that y'all call the hoods, right? Y'all need to stay in these communities when you get your 6-figure jobs. When I started making over $100,000, I stayed in the community that I grew up in. I stayed in the hood on purpose. The reason I bought my house there and went to school and did everything I do there is because I went to school in those communities. I know those people. I want to I can't affect change in those communities from 2 counties over. How can I change it? How can those young kids see something other than people on the corner selling smugs if you all move away? They have nothing to look up to because you all moved to a gentrified neighborhood. So how are you actually helping them? You're not, right? So every time we have this discussion, it infuriates me because we're not doing anything in our communities, because every time we get some money, we run. Instead of going back to those same neighborhoods and putting money in them.
So
sis,
I don't think you can help the whole hood.
Just
to be real. I don't believe that you can. I'm not talking about because opportunity doesn't exist. I'm saying that reparenting an entire neighborhood of people is it's not unattainable, but it's unrealistic.
Daunting.
Like so, and the reason I'll give an example. Yeah, I'll give an example. Like no group does that. Like it's not like it's unique to us. No wealthy white people who came from the mountains of Tennessee go and try to fix Tennessee. They just don't. They just don't do that. No other group does, because we are essentially adults, right? That grow up into paying bills, but all of the traumas and things that make us are still adolescent within us, and it doesn't change just because you start paying bills. And when you try to fix that in an entire group of people, you're taking on something that money itself can't do anything about.
But this is
and most people don't do that.
I'm sorry, but legacy, that's assuming that the majority of the so-called hood are people who are in this state. But like, I live in West Philly, right? Like, it's normal people out here. It's normal people. Like, yeah, there's all the stuff you'd expect from a city with, what people think of when they think hood, especially if you're out past, too late. But like, there's families here, man. I see kids playing in the street and stuff. Like, yeah, but it's a community. It's a community of capable people. Everybody here goes to work. I see people doing wood shop in their yard and everything. You ain't
in the hood then. If everybody going to work, you ain't in the hood.
Understand what I mean? Yeah, like for instance, when you bring something to people who don't necessarily understand the value of a thing, it gets devalued, not because they're invaluable people, but they genuinely don't understand the value of a thing, and it tears it down. No one is. I mean, there's some of y'all are idealistic enough to believe in doing that, but most people who actually engage in doing that, once they do it once, they stop. They don't do it again, because you're not gaining anything that would make it sustainable. And this is what other groups have already gone through, this power curve that y'all are referring to. They've experienced it. They've learned the lessons from it. And then they revamp their strategy. We're at a beginning stage thinking that we can overcome what other groups have already abandoned in their own group, not in black folk. You know what I'm saying? And within their own groups.
So are you saying, I just want to be clear, are you saying that, yes, go ahead.
Let's make something clear. What you're asking for isn't going to happen for one important reason. That's going to take a level of cooperation that we're just not going to get in the community, because honestly, the ideological differences between a lot of men in the community just isn't going to jive. I could never align myself with some of the things ideologically that Legacy or Mel stand for. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't compromise my morals to stand with them. Now, if we could find some common ground enough to fix a community, I'd be down to do it. But as soon as we get down to the fixing part, that's when the divide is going to happen, because it's going to be, well, what should we invest in? Who should stay? Who should we try to help? Whereas I'm going to sit here and say, hey, we should help everybody. Mel might sit here and say, nah, that person don't deserve no help. Legacy might say, nah, that person don't deserve no help.
Because you just didn't hear him. I don't think you like them enough to even listen to them, because y'all talking about two different things.
No, I'm talking about directly what the sister's saying. She's sitting here saying, when we get enough money,
I'm talking about what Legacy said, but right before you spoke, I said what you just commented on wasn't even what he was talking about, and that's why I said.
But I'm talking about what she was talking about.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
She sat here and said, and I'm expanding on it, because she sat here and said, you make this money, we run. I'm sitting here, she's not wrong on that. We do make our money and run. But say we didn't run, it's still going to take a level of cooperation that we're not going to get amongst the community. Say? It's just not going to happen.
What did Legacy say? Wait, before because this one,
I'm not talking about what Legacy said, Moon.
Okay, and that's why when I just said y'all are talking about two different things, you said, anywho. The point that
I was
Legacy
literally talking, I was commenting on what the sister was talking about.
Okay, I got you. The thing that Legacy said, and I think the thing that he said, and I think it's where I start to stand on the other side a little bit, is the issue is a lot of the time when you do get investment in these communities, and I don't mean all the time, because some of the investments in the community, new community centers, X, Y, and Z do help the community. The moment you get a staple in a community that has nothing, we know the same play. It's a smute out on opening Saturday. The wrong groups of people show up and ruin it for everybody else. So to Legacy's point, on one hand, it sounds beautiful. On the other hand, we've seen this playbook quite a few times where people show back up, they build something, and within 2 years, if it lasts that long, it's torn down because the community isn't even in the mindset to accept that it's there and appreciate it. They're so used to not having anything, they're not even in a position to appreciate what's there.
I mean,
but that's why we got to start. That's why we got to start with the youth.
To what
we got to start with the babies, man.
Yeah, we do. I hear you. I'm only saying. I feel him.
What Twin is saying though is another obstacle that you would have to face. So it's another thing that other groups, because they've already traveled this route, they've learned it, studied it, was able to incorporate the mistakes into their strategies moving forward. One of the things that Twin said was, I will never be able to align county level, city level, town level, and especially state country level solutions don't require everybody to have the same ideological perspective. We, in our
but Legacy, it requires enough cooperation ideologically to succeed.
I'm aware of what it takes. You have entire countries where people have vastly different religions, but they can all work together when necessary. Y'all overlook that type of stuff because you think that ideologically you have to be aligned in every single way in order for anything to get done. And that's because it's because we have not traveled the level of solutions that they have already come across. We're adolescent, not adolescent as in like immature, adolescent as in new to this particular trajectory, traversing this territory. And because of that, we are emotionally adolescent in the way that we approach it versus people who are logistically sound in the way that they approach it. And when you're logistically sound, you put the emotional adolescence to the side for a bigger goal, knowing that we won't agree ideologically on everything. And then you have people in the comments, one person, she hears this and the first thing they say is SYBAU or STFU. Those type of people can't even hear what's being said to get to the point where you would actually be able to travel those types of solutions.
Okay, well,
you can't do it if you expect everybody to be ideologically sound. That's not going to be a realistic position.
Okay, so being realistic, let me get this out real quick. And being realistic, we all understand that everybody cannot go, right? So we understand that everybody in the community is not going to be on board. But if we can get a majority of the people on board, we can affect the change that we want to see, right? Our deals don't have to be the same. As long as there's a benefit for everyone, one that we can all see, right? That's tangible, they're going to get on board as long as they're getting something, because that's just human nature. So as long as we sell this to them the right way, it can happen.
I agree. I just think you have to do it in a new location. Like trying to rebuild the location is, you have to do it in a way that allows people to prove that they are willing to do what needs to be done to maintain what you're doing, rather than trying to rebuild something.
If they can come in and gentrify, we can change it. Because what's the difference from them coming over and gentrifying that same area that you're talking about?
Exactly. For somebody to ask that, because that's what I've been wondering too. Why is it possible for white?
That's the difference. The difference is the tolerance. You can.
It's not the tolerance, Legacy.
Listen, yes, it is. Jen can walk in with a poodle and a Pomeranian, and nobody does anything to her. She is not deemed a threat. She's not treated as if she's threatening. Almost the red carpet is rolled out as this is taking place. People are happy about certain things changing, benefiting from it, and okay with it. When you try to do it, it's an entire. In these hoods that you're describing, where people, when you try to do it, because this is a cultural staple, with respect, resident, I don't think you understand this particular portion of our culture. This cultural staple, when you try to do it, this is one of the reasons why a good business, a good corporate level business advisor would tell you, if you're trying to sell something to Black people, don't put your face on it, put someone else's face on it, because they've already studied and got the data on how we deal with one another. It's an entirely different interaction. We don't be on here talking like we all the time support each other, but that's not the reality. In reality, we move out of the way when gentrification starts happening and attack Black people who come in and try to fix something. We don't respect it the same. Unfortunately, that's just a fact. Like Moon can say, like Moon, if Moon,
I disagree.
If Moon goes and opens the community center, Saturday is gonna be a pop. But if Jenny comes and does it, it's not the same response, and it happens all the time. But this happening in Atlanta right now, right on West End. The white ladies are coming in. They send the white ladies first every time. Don't even send the white men. The white ladies come in. They start walking up and down the street, buying stuff, checking stuff, opening businesses, and nobody does anything.
This feels like you're just
reaffirming
that.
Twin, you legacy.
I'm just telling the truth.
Have y'all been?
Like
have y'all
legacy.
seen a mall or a shopping center open lately in your city? Like most people live in a city where shopping centers pop up.
Shutting them down.
Most of those shopping centers when they open, or malls when they open, give it 2-3 months, and what are they implementing? A curfew, because the kids then went up there and cut up so much because they don't know how to appreciate what's there. I'm not trying to paint a broad brush of what our communities are at all. That's why I said I'm not saying community centers and whatever else in our neighborhoods don't benefit us. I am, however, saying a lot of times, and these companies do it all the time. That's why they justify not putting. So you can say it's not happening. I can pull up the news articles.
Malls had
But
what I'm saying is that you can't. These companies justify not putting stuff in our neighborhoods because they have the experience of it.
Yeah, but then all we're doing is
But that's not true. It's not about them not putting stuff in the community. What they're doing is they're literally jacking up prices and displacing that local community. That way they can move what you would call the agitators out.
But that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what. That's not the part that I'm talking about.
You're talking about your point. I'm giving my point.
Yeah, but you cut me off to give yours. You only speak when I speak. Go ahead.
That's not true. I've been trying to get in for a while now, but for some strange reason, every time I try to talk, I get muted. So all I'm sitting here saying is that the reason why it's easy to gentrify our neighborhoods is because if you go to some of these white suburbs, you're gonna notice a stark difference. You're not gonna see a bunch of corner stores, liquor stores, or a bunch of churches everywhere in a lot of these suburbs. They're built very specific to make sure property value is held within those communities. So it's easy for them to gentrify our neighborhoods because they allow us to drive down. Property values are driven down due to, some fault of our own, and then they come in, buy it up, jack up rents, jack up prices, and displace people. That's why it's easy for us to gentrify. That's why it's easy for them to gentrify. Back to the sister's point. If we was to actually to invest in those communities when we start making our money, we could have a positive effect on it and actually start to re-educate people to appreciate the things we are putting there. But then we have to start doing things like getting rid of the 2-3 liquor stores we have there. We have to do things like opening up the community center and actually teaching people to appreciate the thing that to appreciate what we've built, instead of just assuming just because we've opened it, they're just going to go up there on the weekend and pop. That's not necessarily true.
So we can't change the culture. We can't change the culture unless we're there. Is what I'm trying to explain to you all.
No, but
right? We can say all we want that. Okay, these people are going to that we driving down property value. These people come in and buy, and because our children don't appreciate it, but they don't appreciate it because they have absolutely no examples in their life of somebody taking care of those things, because we've all moved away from the neighborhood.
What y'all are saying will result in the same thing. Is that y'all are just taking
legacy?
A different route.
I gotta ask though, where do y'all expect the kids to go? If the problem really here, the problem really here, then that's the problem. That's the problem. The kids are really what we're addressing here, right? The young people in these neighborhoods, because it's not the older people that we're addressing. Yes, some of the older people are a problem too, but they don't got the energy to be as much of a problem as what we're talking about with malls and stuff. That belongs to the kids. Why are a bunch of kids going to hang out at a mall after school instead of literally anywhere else?
Yeah, you have to build something.
But you want what? You want kids to just be at home and at school. They can't be in our environments. They can't be in our restaurants. They can't go to our parks. They can't go to our rivers. They can't go to the malls. They can't do nothing. And then we expect these children.
Yeah, Resident, I feel like I said that in my
We
first
expect these
sentence.
children. We expect these children who develop no social skills because they spend no time interacting with adults to then, all of a sudden, when they turn 18, magically understand how to be an adult and have social skills. And then we wonder why the hell nobody can talk to each other and why everybody's anxious and nobody can interact with each other in a communal space.
To be fair, I don't think
if I could grab the I'm almost positive I said excluding community centers.
You did. You said that initially. Hold on a second. And we was talking about what happens when you build the community centers. But to sum up everything that y'all are saying, it would result in the exact same thing. If you go in, because I agree with Twin, instead of letting them purchase the buildings, we purchase the buildings, right? But you have to change the crowd, not the building itself, right? So if you get rid of the liquor stores and all the things that draws the crowd, then that crowd will change because the things that are there are changing. The things that draw them are changing. You would do that same thing.
Congregating around a liquor store to become alcoholics. I would expect people congregating around a car or a park.
Exactly.
I would expect people congregating around a park to do some Tai Chi or movement or walk around, exercise, look at some plants. But that's what you're saying. We're saying change what's there, and you're saying changing what's there won't change the crowd. The crowd has to change over time. But if you keep putting them in the environment to be alcoholics, they're going to keep becoming alcoholics.
I said the opposite of what you said. I said if you change it, it will change the crowd. I said either way will result in the same thing. If you leave and set up something different, you will vet who comes in. Different crowd. It won't be the crowd that you left behind, or you'll run into the same exact problem. Or if you do it there and you change the environment, you will have to get rid of people who are causing the problem. So the same thing applies. It's not the location. It's the mindset. And you have to get rid of
problem. God,
not
the ones going to the store. They're the ones opening the stores,
bro.
man.
You are the one. It's like you have this tactic, like where if anybody's saying anything that's powerful enough to subvert your point, you have to cut it off. You can't help but to stop it. It's something in you, or it's a tactic that you've been taught by somebody, and I don't know who's teaching you. I don't know if you're an agent. I don't know what you are, but it's very, very, very clear that you do the same thing every time. And I'm going to start calling it out. Nothing. I'm not condescending anything. I'm pointing out something that you do. It's not condescension.
Yeah,
Condescension is jumping in the middle of a point every time that somebody's making a point. That's the condescension. Anyway, the point is the exact same that y'all are making. If I agree that us should purchase the location, right? To purchase the location, we do that, and then we get rid of all of the negative stuff and replace it with positive stuff. That would require, the only way that you can maintain it is it would require the people who congregate to these negative spaces to be moved out in place of people who prefer the positive spaces. It's not something that just money by itself can fix, because you see plenty of people that get money and make horrible decisions with that money because their mindset hasn't changed. The same, they won't leave unless you make the property value too expensive for them to continue to maintain. And you would even have to have a property manager that they respect versus someone who looks like you, because culturally we have an issue with that. Me and Moon both bounced off and said both things, and now the only thing that y'all are adding is that the gentrification should be us doing the gentrification versus someone else doing the gentrification. And I present to you that if we do that, all of that gentrification, or if we do it somewhere else, the same result is the only way that you fix it. It's by mitigating the mindset of the people who would tear it down, whether you did it where you lived or you did it somewhere else. Either way.
All right, so let me say this.
Banish the poor, y'all. Banish the poor.
So here's what I'm gonna say, right?
Oh.
And it starts with ownership, right? If we teach people ownership, they care more. When you own something, you do not destroy it when it's yours. Right? Right now, most of the communities or the hoods that we live in, people are renting. They don't own that stuff, so they could care less. But if we start teaching people how to buy homes, what programs they can access to be able to grow their community, they will use them. I believe that that's the first thing that we need to do is start teaching people ownership.
I need to read Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon. Because if you cannot fathom how the people that you look down on, the ones who are diseducated and impoverished, are the people that you need to be most concerned with and catering to the most, then you don't know what you're doing.
So
I don't think nobody looks.
I agree with you, Legacy.
Looks
Mel, go ahead, Mel. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You really haven't. Ain't nothing, and I noticed you've been trying to get in. So go ahead, Mel.
Yeah. I think the first thing I want to say is in today's time, when we see a lot of these houses being built in our neighborhoods, a lot of this stuff is black owned. You got a lot of black people that tapped into real estate, so we got to stop. Like we people think gentrification is a bad thing, but at the same time, without it, you don't get your tax money you need for your schools. You don't get the, like, we need as much. Hold on, my Jeep. We need as much investment in our communities as possible. It brings opportunity. So I don't.
Mel,
it's not really the investment.
If you lived in Jamaica, and I told you that the Hilton was going to be clearing out an area of the beach to move their new properties in, would you be excited that Hilton was going to be paying into the economy there and bringing in tourists, or would you be upset that the people who have historically owned that land likely sold it at a loss?
It depends on what lenses I'm looking at it from, bro. If I'm looking at it from a betterment for our community, then I gotta accept what that is. If I'm looking at it, all these YT people coming in or whatever it is, then it depends on how you take it, bro. But at the same time, it's a benefit. Then at the same time, it's not only them. I think that's my main point I want to point out. It's not only them. I think the issue is
people don't get that
we're invested.
Gentrification is a wealth transfer in a way that's robbery, right? So those people, like, I'm sure everybody in here, black folks especially, got a grandma who done got a letter that said, "Sell me your house for $60K and I'll give you I'll write the check right now." Black people are always selling grandma's house, especially when she passed away, most of the time at a loss. That home is sold, fixed up on 25 to 45K, and then resold at a 400% profit to somebody else, and we're moved out of those neighborhoods that historically belonged to us. In the example I just explained to you, that property that the Hilton is going to move on to, they likely bought at way less than its value, and when they sell it again, it's going to be worth a lot more. Black people and people who live in or around our communities are always getting their pockets emptied, and they're filled with pennies in replacement. That's what gentrification is. It isn't just about investment in what the community is or what it's going to look like. These people are not actually interested in building nice, beautiful communities. It's money. It's just profit based. And we see that as well. The neighborhood used to look like this, and not to value a system that makes these neighborhoods look a certain way, but they're not community neighborhoods. These are just prop-up homes. They're pretty pictures. They're brochures at best. And then they sell a dream to somebody else, and it's just a game. But gentrification is just a nasty game of capitalism, which extracts the last little bit of wealth, essentially, that a group of people is holding on to. If you done sold your grandmama's house, you the problem in your family. I need you to know that. If you sold grandma's deed, you the problem. But that's the reality of gentrification, is that the people who own one thing, that one asset that they have, are robbed, and that asset is flipped for gold.
So Moon, this is where we agree. We 100% agree that the reason why gentrification is so effective on our community is the fact that we are selling our homes penny on the dollars, but it's also how the communities are set up. I said earlier, if you go to a white suburb, they're going to have probably a Walmart a few miles away, but if they have any stores near their community, it's going to be one strip mall, and it's not going to be like a liquor store, a Chinese restaurant, and a check cashing place. It's going to be like a Chipotle. It might be a liquor store, you see what I'm saying, and a Starbucks. You see what I'm saying? And on that property, that one strip mall there, they're going to have specific rules. After this time, there's no loitering in this area. Whereas in our community, what do we have? We're gonna have 3-4 churches, 4 or 5 barbershops, 3-4 liquor stores, a park. You see, it's about reorganizing the community and it's not moving the poor out. So this is where I disagree with Resident. It's not sitting here crapping on the poor and moving them out. It's reorganizing the community. And like Legacy said, let me finish. Like Legacy said, taking the harmful elements out. You have one centralized location and you basically reorganize the community to the point to where you have no choice but to appreciate it because you can't engage in the same activities. So yes, they will have that same community center. But after this time, most community centers in these other suburbs, they have security. So we'll have security there. You don't have the harmful elements. You don't have the 2-3 liquor stores, the 4 or 5 barbershops, the 4 or 5 churches. You condense all of that and just hold on to the property like you said, Moon. That's all I'm saying. It's not kicking the poor out. But if you either actually set up our communities the way they set up their communities, the re-education is going to happen on its own. Because you're not going to want to tear up the only store right there. Does that make sense?
The only caveat to that, though, this is what people are missing. The only caveat to that is that most of those locations that you're talking about, Starbucks, Eckers, Walmart, yada, yada, we don't own those. And when those things come into a neighborhood, it raises the property value of the area.
Right. But it also brings... But Legacy, it also brings economic opportunity in the.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that.
In the way of jobs. So now these people don't have to leave.
I'm okay with that. What I'm saying is that it's not about us actively wanting to move out the poor. Is that when you improve a location, it raises the value of it in the first place. I'm not saying just Walmart. I'm talking about every improvement. It raises the value, and the poorest of the poor in those areas eventually have to move by default. It's not because you want to move them. It's just one of the trade-offs that come with improving an area. You know what I'm saying? And people don't want to acknowledge that part. They want like everybody to win, but it doesn't work.
But Legacy, to the sister's point and Moon's point, once you make it, you stay there. And instead of you selling your grandmama's house, like Moon said, pennies on the dollar, you keep it. And if you have to move, now you rent that for passive income instead of selling it. So everybody could win in this situation. Agree or disagree?
I agree with that because that's exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly why I bought the home that I did, where I bought it at, is so that I would have the ability to rent it out. That means I'm still benefiting my community even when I leave, right? I'm leaving something that can not only house people, but it also raises the property value in that particular area. As long as we're all investing into the community, putting those hundreds of thousands of dollars back into those communities, we can't help but change the culture around it, because it'll be working class people who have ownership, and that's what the young people will see. So by default, the culture around it will change.
And when we're talking about, like, especially in the case of business, like, it's no secret that a lot of these large corporations have the leg up on small businesses. Like Starbucks is able to price their things lower. They have a more robust working structure than most mom and pop coffee houses do. They're able to provide infrastructure. But the problem is when you sell out a certain level of infrastructure in your community to an outside force, you have to sit and consider what it is you're actually doing in-house. Who within your community has construction skills, and how often are you instead hiring outside? Who within your community has the ability to do electrical work? Who within your community is actually producing baked goods or other foods? You know, like these are the kinds of things that the more and more you allow outside forces to control, the less control you actually have over the things that you're purchasing and what you have access to. And that's a huge part of how communities are built, is the things that people are buying and trading and selling to one another.
But at the same time, how do you get that money to recirculate within the community? Like, how do you guarantee that money to recirculate within the community?
You own a donut shop, Mel. I want a donut. I come and decide to buy your donut at your shop. Guess what? You're spending my money that I earned. And guess what? I work at Moon's bakery down the street.
Yeah. Well, I guess
so I'm using money that I earned from Moon, that Moon gave to me, and spending it with you. And we all live in the same community. The money stays right there. Even if it's getting spent from one person to the next, the pot is staying between us.
Well, you're talking about circulating the dollars in the community.
Yeah, because that's essentially what we're trying to do, right? If we're trying to make an economic change, hold on, wait a minute. We just talked about earlier how the black dollar stays within our community for less than 6 hours, right? If we are working in black spaces, spending money in black spaces, and reinvesting that money back into black communities, we can't do that. Economics is there. We're basically being our own bank, right? And that's what we need at this point.
Now, I don't disagree with that, but see, that would involve, again, and no, what? Never mind.
Say your point, Twin, because I want to see where your mind at, bro. Say your point.
I want to dispel that, though. I think that the issue is we've kind of been sold that line of thinking that, like, black people don't participate in group economics and our dollar leaves too fast. But in a capitalistic society, there's not much choice. Like, after I spend that dollar at Resident's grocery store, likely where he buying his groceries from ain't black. Where he going to get his produce ain't black.
That's what I meant by circulating.
That's a huge problem.
It's extremely hard to circulate a dollar amongst any group. I think that's a fallacy.
This is why we need to take back
and honestly, that's why I said never mind, because I was literally gonna go where Moon was going, and it was gonna be, unless we have a connection on a deeper level. And I mean, you got to deal with that black rancher, and that rancher is going to have somebody who's producing, who's going to be cutting up these cows to produce the beef. You see what I'm saying? Or the poultry or that stuff. All of that would have to be black, and that's just not.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it's impossible.
It doesn't have to be black, right? Understand this. This is where we would start having to do our research, and then we would have to have allyship. Understanding that, no, it can't be. If we have to buy from a wholesaler that's Caucasian or doesn't benefit our community, we need to make sure that the money or the things that they're invested in does benefit our community. Their politics does help our community. So then we can spend our money with them. But if their politics don't affect our community in a positive way, we don't spend our money there.
And that goes back to my original point.
Black people spend most of their money on needs, though. Wait, it's not. It's how much choice are y'all talking about? Majority, when black people get their paychecks, most of it is spent, and this ain't just me making it up. It's spent within 2 days. Majority of the paycheck has been spent to cover
on what?
The needs.
On what though, Moon?
The stuff that hold on.
Say everybody, Moon. That's not a black problem.
It's not a black problem, but we talking about black folks. That is the case for most people. You're correct, though.
Right.
I'm just saying, if most of their money, because we talking about spending money in black communities, if they have to spend that money on the stuff that they've been going without for the last week and a half, trying to get through the week, living on rice and beans, it ain't too much circulating. They pay rent, utilities, childcare.
That first one you said, rent. Who's that rent going to? Who is your landlord? Does your landlord live in town or not? Or is your landlord a property developer? Some random person who decided to show up and buy grandma's house.
That's fair, Resident. I'm just saying that the telling black people they got to spend more black, like, I like the movement. If black people gonna give each other dollars and push, I'm fine with that. But that being the only, like, black capitalism is never going to liberate black people. It's just not. Even the thought of it is silly because, like I said, capitalism is contingent on this illusion of choice. Most of the time, you shopping with 6 companies, you ain't really picking who you supporting and who you not. You may have stopped shopping at Target. How many stores do you know that Target owns? You probably don't know which
You
other
know what
ones
that means?
own.
We come to the next logical conclusion for everybody here, which is that we have to take, like, because the problem here is logistics, right? It's infrastructure. It's the fact that the things that we need to get, the bare necessities to survive as human beings, as animals on this planet, we don't have access to the means to produce them. It's not that we don't have access to the things. We got plenty of access to food as long as you can get to a grocery store. You have the right to have access to food after all. And the wording there matters. No, the point here is you should have land that you can farm on. You should
Everybody
have a
don't want
field
to
you can
farm.
cultivate.
Everybody don't want to farm, y'all.
Mel, stop.
Take back to this, but you could go do that.
Enough people, stop. Both of you stop, because I'm still speaking. Enough people farm in this country to feed the country and then some, so stop with that. Enough people do it. The point is people don't have access to the ability to do that for their communities. They have to rely on what's out there. So the man, I don't know why your sentence is touching mine. The next logical answer for this is for us to take back the means of production. That's the truth of this. That is the only way out of this. We have to seize the means of production. We, as people, need to be able to make stuff for ourselves.
Yeah, so go start a commune, bro. That's exactly where you can prove this case.
It's supposed to be a gotcha?
Steven's gone, I guess.
I don't like. So I'm saying we need to do this, and then his response is, "Go do it." Yeah. Are you gonna help or get in the way? That's my question.
What's so crazy is yesterday when we were on this live, Hart gave everybody some of the biggest tips he could possibly give anyone for free. And I don't think anybody caught them. He literally told you where you could go buy land, acres of property for a low cost. $100,000, $200,000 for 15 and 20 acres of land is ridiculously good price. Those are the areas in which we could start investing and start making changes there first. I understand everybody ain't got no money, right? Everybody broke. But that's kind of the situation we in now. But those who do have the extra should be doing a little bit more and looking to the future and investing in that future by purchasing that land, right? Purchasing those stocks, maybe even a ETF.
But sis,
I will say,
that's a simple solution. You can start investment groups, all kinds of stuff, crowdfunding to sit here. It's not about. I don't think it would be the issue of getting the capital, but it would be, again, it goes back to the unity portion I was talking about in the beginning. I believe unless you could sit down with a large swath of the community, any specific community, and actually present this to them and say, hey, this is how we're going to do it from A to Z. It's not going to work, because I don't think the fund is the problem. I believe anytime black people want to do something when it comes to money, we can find a way to get to the money. It's, like you said, the logistics of it. We want to keep this as black as possible, right? So we already know we have black farmers, this, that, and the third. Now we have to get truckers involved, which we have black people with CDLs and all that. I don't think any of that's the problem. It's the unity portion of it, because it's going to be, what ideology are we going to surround this community with? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, is this going to be like, as soon as somebody sees something they don't like, they're going to be like, well, I don't want this in my town, or I don't want this in my community. And then that's just it's going to devolve from that. That's going to be the issue.
I don't know that I believe that. And I only say that because on one level, I wanted to disagree with Zah, especially on the land part, because a lot of them acres just sit lot free. I guess it just depends on what you do with it. But I really, really wish as a kid, somebody would have put me on to what a lot of kids are doing now. A lot of the younger men have figured out.
Day trading in the stocks?
No. I do that daily. I'm talking about if I didn't go and get like a roommate in college, and instead me and say 4 or 5 friends went went and took our regular incomes and all got attached to the same house, we'd all have one investment property together. And then, once we finish putting enough into that one, we could branch out and do more. I do believe that group economics, because it works for other groups. Other groups do that. We joke about families moving in all into one house in the same way that Zaw's describing going, or Mr. Hart described going and buying land. We definitely could participate.
That's how families survive for decades in America.
Yeah. So if it can be done at that scale, just a regular house, a 4-bedroom house, 4 guys, you're going to be roommates at an apartment anyways. You might as well get something that you're going to split with a mortgage of $1,200 to $1,800. That's a low ball, but you get what I'm saying. You can split all that up.
I feel what you're saying, Moon. But again, even in that involves a level of cooperation that I'm not going to say it would be hard to do, but as soon as there's one crack, that crack's going to turn into a canyon.
It's supposed to be hard.
Not everybody's going to be a team player.
I'm not arguing that it's not going to be hard. You ever argue with a roommate? We ain't got to be pessimistic about it.
But hold on.
Humans not going to...
money, but Moon, hear me out real quick. Money sours friendships and relationships real quick. So
Bills
say
do too.
Say this. You and 4 friends, you do exactly what you said. Y'all all got an apartment or whatever, and you're like, you know what? We're gonna start pooling this money. We're gonna pay all these bills in this little apartment that we got. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get a 2-bedroom, get some bunk beds. You see what I'm saying? You feel me? So that way y'all can pool as much money, and y'all like, yo, in 6 months we gonna get a property. But y'all haven't sat down and said where you're gonna buy the property. And now all 4 or each one of y'all like, nah, I want to buy the house here. And then someone saying, no, I want to buy a house over here. So unless there's a detailed plan, it's too easy for division to creep in. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I feel you. And as much that can go bad can go right too. And that's why instead of telling Zai I didn't agree with going and buying acres, I decided to say, it can be done because others do it. 4 people can sit down and maybe not agree on where they want the home, but they still end up with a home. They still end up with something they own, with some form of portfolio, and they don't end up debt free. I got a couple friends who did stuff like this and didn't go to college, who right out of high school started messing around in real estate and homes like that. And although I know everyone can't do it, I know at a certain scale some people are successful doing it firsthand.
And the point we're talking about the case scenario where we've got communities that don't have much of anything to getting something. So it's like this metric of choice that people want is all well and good and well intentioned. Like people want to at least be, they want to do the project that they want to do. You need to be realistic about what people are asking for here. We're talking about shelter. We're talking about food and clothing. So it's not necessarily just like we're trying to set up projects to meet everybody's individual catered needs. We're trying to meet the demand of millions of people who are disenfranchised.
Just go to your local city council or whoever they are and talk with them.
What you mean, the man that works at
you talk about the material.
Hey, resident, shut up. Shut up.
All this go ahead. Just my opinion, but just go to your local. We don't have to discuss. I mean, y'all can discuss and continue on if you will, but just go to your local city councils, talk to your community leaders or prominent people in your community, and get something started with them. I am not about to discuss with a bunch of strangers collectively about what I should be doing in my said community when you've probably never been here. That's the strangest thing to me. Well, I'm gonna actually let me go talk to Moon and see how we can come up with a plan to or maybe talk to Zar, in Maryland, see what I can do from Mississippi to Maryland, how we can create a pipeline to assist some people locally.
Well, that was exactly my point. That was my point. No. You can't affect change in a place that you're not in. That was exactly the point I was trying to make. So you have to actually be where you're trying to affect the change. If I'm not in Mississippi, I can't change nothing over there. But I am in Maryland and I can change things here. So I'm trying to say, okay, so if this plan can work in this particular location, can we scale it to another location once it works in that test location? So if it works in Maryland, maybe it can work in Mississippi too. We just have to have the framework set up already.
So this is where I agree with Zah. So say we're building a whole community, called a whole community deal. And let's take
we can't
Moon's example.
with you, buddy. You too much of a radical. You too hot-headed. You don't listen.
Absolutely not, bro. Let's make something clear. The only thing I need is the details of the plan. That is it. There can't be no half. There can't be no half doing it. You can't come in with a concept of a plan. I need, because this is money. You see what I'm saying? I need from A to Z how this plan is going to work. So if you're sitting here telling me you're in Mississippi and you're like, hey, I got this farm. You're trying to open up a supermarket. I can provide you this, this, and this. And you have the trucks to do it, and you can give me a good price wholesaling it to me to get money, get food into my supermarket that I want to open in my little community that I'm trying to open. We can do business. That's what Zai's talking about. So that goes to that cooperation. But we have now I have an idea of what I'm going to do. You see what I'm saying, Mel? It's not about, oh, I'm gonna get mad when things don't go my way. No. I just need to know exactly what's going to happen before I make a commitment, because I can easily just turn around and say, nah, I don't think this plan is detailed enough for me to actually invest my money in. Because again, say all of us on here right now, real quick, say all of us on here right now decided, you know what? We're going to talk offline. We're going to start an investment group. We're going to look at, I guess get Steven, but all of us up here right now, we're going to start an investment group. We're going to buy an apartment complex. You see what I'm saying? We're going to start with an apartment complex, and we're going to buy something. Maybe Mel wants to buy something a little bit more rundown. Maybe I want to buy something a little bit more upscale. And maybe Boone want to shoot for the stars, and he want to build a condominium complex. He wants to build from scratch. Now we're going to sit down, and instead of me being a hothead, because I know I can be a hothead, we're going to sit here and we're going to do the pros and cons. What's the money looking like? What's the best investment? And maybe the best investment would be starting small and then building up. So no, when it comes to business, emotions go out the window. This is about the money. You feel me, Mel?
That's the point. I think that's the whole point, right? We need to stop putting our emotions and our ideals into this particular situation. We have to be removed from emotion and start looking at this from a business standpoint, right? If we're trying to change something, we need to have a strategy in which we set up and we implement into every single community. It's just that simple. We don't care what people feel as long as we see results. It's either you're an asset or you're a liability. And that's just what it is.
I'm not going to pretend like I'm not a hothead. I definitely get a hothead, but we talking politics. If we talking about something that can make me some passive income, I'm all ears. I'm always going to listen. And if I don't like what I'm hearing, I'm not going to get mad. I'm just not investing. That's all it is. So I wouldn't downplay it, Mel. If you ever wanted to do some business with me, I'm all ears, brother. We ain't got to just don't take these TikTok panels as this is how I would handle this in business.
Right.
Absolutely not.
I could care less about your politics or who you vote for, as long as what we're doing is going to benefit the whole of my community, right? I could care less about what you believe, as long as the things that we're doing is actually affecting change where I need it to affect change.
Wait, Zah, can I say something real quick? Hey, Steven, I done been paid to drop you. This isn't your conversation. You can pay back, you can send whatever when they off this conversation to come back up. Quit crying in the comment section. I done told you I paid to drop you. Stop crying, bro. Nobody cares about your opinion.
Oh man!
And
but
while
yeah,
last thing.
And while I understand,
I don't need to show you receipts whether I paid. I cash app Quinn. My money's good. Quit being a weirdo. Black people have money.
And while I understand that may be a Trump mindset, at some point you have to start fighting fire with fire. We have to take our feelings out of the matter. No, none of us really like Trump, but the man has been strategic and the things he is doing is working. That's the point. It's working, right? So we need to figure out a plan of action that works for us. We don't care about how people feel about it as long as we get the results we need to see.
There you go. Zah, when your birthday? Ain't your birthday coming up?
My birthday is next week. It's May 30th.
I'm on the 18th.
Zah, you sound old. How old are you, Zah? How old you gonna be?
I'll be turning 36. I'm not that old, but I'm getting
you
there.
a baby. You a baby.
Right, but even if this age, listen, What's crazy is, right?
I'm just talking about compared to me. I'm not talking about in life. I'm just saying compared to me, I'm
just
old.
like, what does that make me? I'm 23.
Infant. You're an infant. But what I'm saying is the fact that we have people having these type of conversations at the age that we are right now, 36, 28, 58, that's important, right? We need to have these conversations in our communities. Right? So if we're having these conversations with the people in our communities that are that age, we can start affecting their mindset and the way that they think. That's what we need to, that's the most important thing. At least that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to be the change that I want to see.
Thanks.
I mean, I'm not mad at that mindset. I mean, I'm down to do, as long as as long as money makes money, I'm cool. That's what I'm saying. Like, for me, it's all about the planning process. If you not talking right, I'm not listening. I'm gonna be real. You're gonna lose me immediately, because first thing I'm asking you is, okay, so you're like, hey, I want to buy this building. I'm gonna ask you, okay, I need numbers. What is it gonna take to renovate? How long is the construction gonna take? Have you gotten an estimate? You see this? I'm going through all of that. Who's the contractor we're gonna use? Because you ain't using no rinky-dink contractor. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't want no
So we get
halfway work.
Right. So we get somebody like Quinn, who's a project manager and a black project manager at that. Somebody who's very efficient and does well in what he does to lead that project. We put people in position to do the things that we need them to do. The things that we can't do, there is somebody who can do them. We put those people in position. That's how you effectively lead, right? The things that you can't do, you put somebody that does have those skill sets in a position to do what they need to do so that the whole of the community can benefit.
And that's the other the other angle of this as well, is you've got the planners, but you need the movers too. You need people who are actually applying the skills. That contractor's got to exist. People have to be building those skills somewhere, which is why for those of us who maybe don't have the capital to be investing money into something, we can invest our time, our spare time, into developing skill sets that'll be useful. Things that we can use in the community.
Resident, can I answer this question in the comments real quick? So, Freddie, to answer your question, that is me being a part of the planning process. Me asking all of those questions. So, again, I'm part of the investment group with Za, Resident, ML. You see what I'm saying? Everybody on this panel. And Za says, yo, I done found it. And Za says, yo, I found this building. It's a nice building. First question I'm going to ask is, where's the location? That's the first question I'm asking. I'm asking very, very strategic questions. Where's the location? What's around it? Is there any schools around it? What's the crime rate in that area? What's the rent rate in that area? You see what I'm saying? What can you do for entertainment in that area? Is it close to a mall? How far is it away from a supermarket? That's me being part of the planning process. I'm asking these questions for a reason, because maybe I can tell Zah, you know what? That's too much. That's too close to an industrial area. So unless we're going to get a bunch of people in that area that's going to try to live there, it might not be a good place for us to invest our money in. That is me being part of the planning process. I'm asking those questions for a reason.
But here's the other side of this thing that I think, and this is where a lot of people go wrong, in my opinion. One of the things that we are notorious for is because we look alike. When you ask me, hey, Quinn, can you manage this project? We want to put together a development. We want to put together a housing development. We want 200 houses. We want it over here in this area. And the first thing I tell you is, here's my rate. For me to do this project for you, here's my rate. And the first thing, well, can I get the hookup?
Yeah, you can't be Jewing nobody down. That's not cool.
No. You're going to pay me my rate or you can get out my office. I don't care which one you do. But you're not about to sit up here and try to undercut me on my price to save a few dollars so that you can make more money on the back end. And that does happen a lot. A lot.
I actually have to agree with Quinn with this, because they believe, like, say me and Quinn, high school friends, and I know he's a project manager. I'm gonna think, hey, Quinn might give me this massive discount. No, that's not how that works. We and this is, I hate to say it, when it comes to our people, when it comes to us, we want to save as much money as possible. And that's honestly, that's why you don't really want to mix business and friendship, because
Hey,
honestly,
that's everybody. We just not around other people when they do
But
it.
save the money to
That's
do what?
everybody.
Most of the time, y'all save most of the time, I'm talking about in our community, we save the money to go spend it on bull crap, right? To be quite
you
honest.
right,
Right?
and that's
Right.
the point.
So
Zah, that's Quinn's point. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I don't know Quinn. So I would absolutely do business with Quinn, and I would understand I'd have to pay his rate. You see what I'm saying? That's the only point I'm making. I don't know Quinn. So Quinn says, hey, this is my rate. Cool. So I understand when it comes to my investment group, Quinn's rate is in my budget. Is in the budget of the investment group. You see what I'm saying? Now say Quinn wants to get in on the investment group. Now we got to talk different, because now he wants to be a friend. Do you understand? You see the difference I'm making here?
The problem is often this. It is often that we will, if you went to a white project firm, you wouldn't even bother to ask for a discount. You wouldn't even bother. But when it's someone, when it looks like us, we think that we should get a better price. No, I have just as much skill, and I've proven myself 3 times over than that white guy. So when I tell you that this is my price, know that I've earned it. It's worth it in the quality of work that you're going to get. And that's part of the whole thing when you start talking.
So Quinn,
isn't it normal for people to?
I'm gonna need you to hit me up in my DMs, right? Because I'm about to retire in the next few years. You know what I'm saying? I might have to discuss some business for you.
But they just come up with something that again is fictitious. We're just talking in superlatives at this point. But to your point, no, one, if you're talking about actually doing this,
ML, you so mean.
You need to be canvassing. You need to be canvassing the community in which you're actually going to do it in. Talk to the people. Not worry about how you're going to actually fill your pockets with money. This whole conversation has been about me, what I can do when you're actually trying to service the community. So hell no, I wouldn't hire you or Quinn for that matter. Because he was first thing he mentioned about his pockets. He worried about his pockets.
ML, you mean, bro?
Funny because I don't know what though.
ML, why you so mean, bro?
Can I say something real quick? Yo,
He
Quinn,
right though, just so we clear.
I agree with you, Quinn, to a certain extent, because I do landscaping on the side.
I'm just lighting the mood, y'all. I don't mean no harm.
And people,
good ML. Listen, I can understand if I was trying to scam the community. No, I would never put out shoddy work. If I'm investing and putting my name behind anything, bro, I'm putting out quality work. Period. Point blank. At the end of the day, do I want it to be lucrative? Because I got a wife and 5 kids. Of course, I want to make money off any deal that I do. Why wouldn't I want to make money? But I wouldn't scam my community. Absolutely not.
Go ahead, Go ahead.
So I do landscaping on the side, and you always have a certain group of customers who will always try to lowball you. But what I've learned is if your work is good, it don't even matter. They gonna pay it. You know what I'm saying? Because if you got pictures and stuff like that, no matter what your industry is, if your work is good, they're gonna pay the asking price. Now, I'm one of those people, I don't care if you black, white, Asian, whatever, I'ma always try to get a discount. It ain't got nothing to do with your color. You either say yay or nay, but I'ma always try. You understand what I'm saying? It makes no sense not to try. But if they say no,
high price.
But if they say this is my price, I'm like, all right, cool. This is what you roll with. But I'm not gonna sit there and try to keep going back and forth. If it don't work the first time, that's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Secondly, I heard, I think it was Ja mentioned something about the guy is doing a good job, is working this. I'm confused. Are you trying to say it's working for who? For him, or it's working for America? I think I'm confused on that.
For him.
What I was saying is it's working for him. I'm saying that what he's doing, what Trump is doing is working for him and his group, right? He's been strategic in the things that he's done, and they've all benefited from the things that he's done. Whether it's been to the detriment of the entire everybody else, of course, but it is working. The point is we need to start thinking about that mindset and saying, okay, what can we do, right, that can affect change in our community strategically that benefits us completely and just us?
Well, I know one of the things that we need to do, honestly, I'm just being totally honest. We got to change our music. If we don't change our music, we're going to continue. Our children are followed by the music. What we have the most popular culture in the world, and we use that culture to demonstrate negativity all the time. We don't never use that culture with that influence that we have to put positive stuff out there.
Brother, no, I'm not going to even let you do that. Hey, that's the least of your concerns. If you really want to talk about something, you need to be concerned about these churches that come in the community and manipulate you, thinking that you're gonna actually get this $1 million house, or you might get this Benz that you always wanted, and you're gonna go ahead and contribute maybe $100 or $200, tied your way in. Meanwhile, your lights cut off, you ain't got no milk, it's spoiled for 2 or 3 months, and then no, that's what you need to be talking about. That's the biggest. That's one of the biggest scams right there.
No, let me back this up. That is a whole nother subject altogether. But I agree with you that the churches, but if you look at the population of the churches that do that, it's not that high. You have a certain amount of churches that do that, and you have certain churches that really pretty much keep things even till. But I'm saying yes, you have those scammers out there, and honestly, you can see the scammers. They're not hard to identify. They're not. If they ain't going by the word, you know they scamming. I mean, that's not nothing hard to identify. What's hard to identify is how is this music affecting our children? We don't know that until they get to middle school. Once they hit middle school, you start seeing all that stuff that they learned and heard in their elementary years. They start demonstrating it in their junior high years. So now we have a whole culture. For example, perfect example, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion are the two iconic female rappers right now. What do they display? And those young girls follow that, and
I'm
to
push back.
Both Cardi and Megan,
and educated,
and not even just that. Cardi came from the bottom, from a hood, being somebody on a pole, to being one of the top selling artists in the United States, in the world. That is crazy.
Class Clown, I love you, but there will be no Cardi slander here.
So
hey, Twin, I was trying to find you earlier. They shouted out Keisha Lance's bottom this morning on Breakfast Club.
Yeah, they did. But before we lose this point, one thing you need to realize.
Hold on, what did I do? I missed something. What did I do?
You slandering Cardi B. That's his favorite artist. He doesn't tolerate slander on her. But let me just tell you this. Now this is gonna be a comment that many people are not gonna like. So you can prepare yourself for what I'm gonna say. When you talk about music, I'm not gonna blame the artist. I'm going to blame the parent that actually allows their kids at a young age to listen to that music. That's not the responsibility of the artist. The artist
can't control that, ML. You can't control that.
Who can? Because guess what?
I'm almost in charge of the radio.
When your child leaves that house, you have no control of what they do. I promise you that.
But see, the thing is that how is it that no disrespect to you whatsoever. Let me preface it with that. But how is it that black people a lot of us can't control our own freaking home? Why is that? How is it that my son never got into any of that? I had everything. I had a lockdown on his iPad. I knew what his text message was. I knew who was calling him. I seen all his text messages. I seen his Facebook. I seen his Messenger.
Is he the only one?
I had another son as well. I seen both of them. I had 2 kids. I seen everything. And if he didn't do it, guess what? See, I'm one of them parents. I don't give a F. I ain't your friend. I'm your father first. I cut your phone off. I cut your phone off. Now what? Now what you gonna do?
I just would like to point out real fast. I would like to point out that kids all around the world listen to Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion. They don't have the same results that you're saying. So it's more of a mindset, and it does start at home, like ML is saying. You cannot just blame it on the music. If countries in China, the kids in China are listening to Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion, and they're not having the same results, I'm not going to blame it on the music.
But
And the
even
problem,
let me hold on one second, Resident. I'll blame my point that you can get in. And then another thing, I personally, me being a 48-year-old man, I can tell you, I listened to a hell of a lot of Tupac. Plenty. I consumed it. 7 Day Theory, All Eyes on Me, strictly for my NIGG AZs. Plenty. My mama called it the devil music. When she saw me have, because his last album depicted Jesus, depicted himself on a cross as if he was Jesus. None of that affected me, none whatsoever, because what she did do is tell me, and I had a close-knit community there. And look, what they're talking about is not your environment. Because the reality was, it wasn't my environment. Was I in the hood? Absolutely. But was I part of that type of life? No. I couldn't go out here wearing a bandana all of a sudden saying it's thug life, and now I'm toting around 2 Glocks, or I'm going to act pew-pew 2 off-duty police officers because Tupac did it? Absolutely not. I'm not going to be out here talking about I'm going to do something to somebody's mom or wife so I can get beat the hell up. I mean, so I can get crashed on? Absolutely not. So I'll land with this and just say a lot of this is on parents, unfortunately. Parents need to do better at mentoring their kids.
Yeah, and Class Clown, you can't stop that machine, bro.
When it comes
oh, go ahead, Resident. I'll go after you. You was next. Go ahead, bro.
Because when my thing is like I personally, I don't think it's fair to necessarily just discount music that does have adult subject matters anyhow. I think that's part of the problem is that these stories, these things that people discuss in their poetry, because that's what it is, are real. The lives that these people are living are real. It's not all fake or fugazi. Now, is it something you want to model? No. But the fact of the matter is, as has been described, parents can't control what their kids are going to experience when they leave the house, but they can control how they teach their children to approach new experiences. So when we're talking about listening to this kind of music or music that has any of this subject matter, part of understanding it is understanding the ways that you can approach it, the ways that you can appreciate the things that people are saying, living lives that you've never lived. It's no secret that for a lot of people who live the gang lifestyles, you want to call it, like it's war. It's war. There's no other way to describe it. You know, people are losing friends and loved ones at the ripe age of 11, 12, 13 years old, and they're channeling that into music that they create. So that's not something that's worth discounting anyhow. You know, people learn and develop that off of that. And it's important to understand like what struggles people are having and just how deep it goes.
Yeah, and then you got a Class Clown with that. It's gonna be hard to beat that machine, bro. You know, these people push out what they want. So, you know, it's like ML said, you as a parent, you gotta do your job, man. You gotta take care. You gotta
right.
Like,
that part is understandable. What I'm saying is, I grew up, my dad was a pastor, so I grew up in the church, you know what I'm saying? And my dad was very strict. But when it came time to me wanting to hear NWA or 2 Live Crew, I heard it. It ain't have nothing. My dad couldn't stop me from listening to that. My friends had Walkman. They had the tape. You know, so I was going to get influence regardless. So that's why I say we can do so much at home. But once the kids step outside their home, you would hope and pray that they take the principles that you applied and gave to them, that they would actually use it. Some kids come from good homes and end up in bad places because they don't listen. Not that the parents didn't do anything or didn't do everything they needed to do. The kids got a mind of their own. And at some point, they're going to taper off and say, I want to do what I want to do. You just hope that they carry the principle that you gave them to make the right decision.
yeah, because to me that's a whole nother subject, bro. You got some real powerful people behind a lot of these black artists, and it's for a reason.
Do we like Johnny Cash here?
In what aspect?
Look, there's a song, one of his most famous songs, where the entire song he's describing
the answer is no. Nobody here listens to Johnny Cash. Read the room, sir.
Say that, but I didn't want to be rude. Thank you, ML. Thank you so much. Because I was sitting here like, who the heck is that?
Look. Well, point proven that, but the point is, he's considered a very famous artist. A lot of people consider him fine. They listen to him with their kids around, whatever. One of his most famous songs is about unaliving a person. one of his most famous songs, but nobody talks about the horrors of Johnny Cash or how he's so poor and like misinfluential or whatever, because the genre is acceptable, because it's country and country's considered wholesome. But listen to a lot of country music. What are they talking about? Talking about getting drunk and partying, same stuff. Living an irresponsible lifestyle, same stuff. Rock music, same stuff.
To a certain point, we do.
But it's the same subject matters in
No.
all these genres. But only certain genres are met with the same scrutinous eye.
Well, resident, y'all. Well, no other culture.
My bad, y'all. I didn't want to just cut in. I didn't want to be rude. Mel, you can say what you were gonna say, and then I'll go after you.
Yeah, I was gonna say no other culture has, and we gotta be honest. No other culture has it to where music that's played on the radio is about unaliving each other. Like it. I understand it's art, it's music, but at a certain point, us as a people, we do see the issue within our music. Some of it we can't ignore. Some of it you ain't. It's just the truth, man. And
for example, Mr. Mel, check this out. How did these young kids know about Perk? How did they learn? They learned about it from a guy named Pluto, right? Who doesn't even use the stuff, but he promotes it. This is what I'm talking about. That's evil, man. That, to me, that is the problem with our music. We have a lot of cats who say this stuff in their music that they don't really do, but those kids think that they do, so they go out and try to emulate it. That's what I'm talking about. That's the issue we have with our music.
Can I cut in real quick?
What you said is inaccurate. Yeah, go for it. Sure.
Yeah, so I think there's another approach that can be taken to this, right? So like, for example, my dad grew up in Bedside, Brooklyn, New York during the C-Rack era. He was the second oldest of 6. He went to college. He played basketball. I think only one other sibling went to college. He graduated. He became an accountant. He's very, very conservative socially. But he's also a DJ on the side. That's something that he started doing while he was in college, and then he continued doing that all throughout. So we grew up like listening to certain songs and stuff. But I think one way to go about it, right? Because you do want your children to be cultured. You know what I'm saying? But I think for him, it was always like an educational and bonding experience. So, I mean, I have a taste in music that is very similar to his, right? Like Talib Kweli, KRS-One, Most Def, Common. But I also have like, I guess like a wide range of music that I listen to. And there were certain songs, as we got older, it just was developmentally appropriate. As we got older, he would say, this is a song that came from this type of era. This was this artist, the things that he went through. And this is why his music was like this. And we always used to watch like VH1. So I already knew what time it was. I didn't take the music internally and think to myself, I need to go and act this out. What he always taught me was that it's an expression of oneself. But he also taught me underground versus mainstream. And I think that that's something that makes a difference as well. Like, for example, I play the saxophone, right? So I've been playing since I was 9 years old. So I'm very much so into music. Like, grew up playing classical music. So I enjoyed that as well. But I've done the same thing with my sons, right? My oldest son has taken a liking to John Legend. My youngest son, he likes Anderson .Paak because he's a drummer and a singer. But I think for us, music has always been something that is extremely influential. But I think that you can like guide your child instead of like, because I understand, ML, you saying that like your mom saying, that's the devil's music or whatever. I think sometimes if we take that approach, that like hard cutoff, then it's kind of like, your child's maybe wondering, should I go? I want to go listen to this. They might just like dive in head first when they get away, right? But for me, I think what I did was I explained like, okay, this is appropriate to say. This is inappropriate. This is coming from mainstream, so it's not true self-expression because the industry has been, it's a certain way or whatever.
Yeah,
and then I'll listen to like, let me finish. I'll listen to like samples, right? So that's one thing my dad was heavy into. So I show my children, right? Now to the point where my sons are really listening to the artistry. They're paying more attention to the fact that this is expression and that this is not guidelines for life, if that makes sense. I think it's just about your approach.
Exactly. It's every 5 to 10 years.
It's all the Jews' fault.
Oh my God. That's wild. But honestly, that's what they were saying earlier. It's scrutinized only heavily when it comes to Black culture. When it comes to pop culture and media, they do take lots of influences from hip hop and different what they consider popular genres and popular music. But in reality, death metal's been around for a long time. Hard metal's been around for a long time. They've described at large unaliving people. A lot of school unalivers have used their music in order to perpetuate their rhetoric and then unalive people and justify it. So at the end of the day, it's only Black culture that's been scrutinized to the high degree that it is. It's unfair to say that if we're keeping that all of our music, but and saying that's overly sexual and it's overly violent, when there's a 20 song that said, "I got something between my legs to make an unalive man, you know what?" So it's just disingenuous.
Do you think we have a issue with our music culture?
I think that we have an issue with people's interpretations of the music culture.
Interpretation, but I also think that like if you listen to old, like when rap first came out, right? Like originally like in the Bronx, right? Because I mean I wasn't born during that time period. My dad put me onto it. You'll notice that there was a major shift in how music is portrayed when the industry became, it's those executives that were white at the top. I mean, there are artists that will come out and tell you their story of how they've been exploited. I think I watched was it Belle Biv DeVoe's their documentary, or I don't know if it was a movie or a documentary about what happened to them. I was listening to Wale talk about his experiences when he went on tour. And like he signed a contract, he didn't necessarily know what he was getting himself into, and he ended up, I think, owing money after the tour. So I think like when you take a look at that and these executives, the way that they, want you to portray a character online is, that's manufactured. It's not really us. It's not a true reflection of us. So I think that has to be explained to your kids as well. Like that's not who we are.
That's exactly what I did with my son. Exactly.
People are images and reflections of yourself. And if you say that media or music is self-expression, you also have to recognize that comes from a real place within an individual. If you want to talk about how these individuals need to stop writing this certain type of music and need to stop promoting it, maybe help with the mental health. Maybe help with their mental health. Maybe help with them expressing themselves in a lot more of a positive way. But instead, no, we want to blame the artists. We want to blame the people that are writing these songs that are just using self-expression as their medium for what they're writing and for what gets popular. They can't control that. If there wasn't a market for it, you wouldn't be listening. If there wasn't a market for it and people weren't listening, they wouldn't be songs like that. It's just a lazy argument.
Yeah, and that's why I made it.
Lazy way of
that's why I made him up. What you said at the end?
I said it's a very lazy way of not you personally, but I think people use media as a scapegoat, and it's a very lazy way of explaining public problems.
I get it, but me personally as a man, especially like with a 13-year-old son,
you do not want to flip right back.
I used to let him listen to NBA YoungBoy about 5 years ago. When he really got on that unaliving each other stuff like that, that's when I done like exactly how Swan, exactly how Swan said. I let him know, broke it down to him, and I let my son know that people try to put out certain images of our.
And we still here? Everybody still here?
It isn't just me. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Alienation.
Okay, so yeah, I think that I agree with what Ray said. It is a very lazy argument to blame the music. The music in itself is not the issue. The issue is the parenting that is the lack of parenting, right? Because at the end of the day, if we, but it is because I grew up. Listen, sir. Okay, it is the lack of parenting, and I'll tell you why. I grew up a Jehovah's Witness and a very strict, very, very strict way of life. right? Where rap music was not allowed at all. I didn't start listening to rap music until I was like 18 years old, right? So I literally had to catch up with everybody else, right? So, but that, me not listening to rap music did not affect how I was doing things. It did not change. Like, I was still in trouble, still around the neighborhood. It was my mother's parenting and what she taught me, the wisdom that she gave me, the guidelines, which helped me to be able to distinguish right from wrong.
Good
right?
for you.
We have to be
good for you. Everybody ain't like that.
That should be that. That's not just me. It should be everybody. What do you mean? You don't give your children right from wrong lessons?
Everybody is not. If you're in a community, you realize that different kids have different needs, different.
So parents are not teaching their kids right from wrong.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
not all of them, now, Zah.
No, not all of them, but I'm saying, like, for the most part, generally, I lived in Atlanta. It's a lot of good parents there. A lot of parents, 2-family household. They raising their kids. Okay, I lived in Detroit. They raising their kids. I'm living places where I see people actually doing the work. Okay, so for me to sit there and say, "Oh, they're not raising their kids," no, what I see is kids who have been raised properly, who eventually go out into the world and do what they want to do. Some of them be rebellious. You understand what I'm saying? That's different. If you want to talk about kids who are less fortunate, who parents are strict and that's different. And also, I wanted to, what Daddy said, she made a good point. When I explain the music to my kids, it's always older music. Because for them to understand what they're hearing right now, I got to go back and break it down to them how we even got here. So when they hear somebody on the radio saying, "Bust you in the butt," what? I got to break it down to them, like, look, that ain't how rap started. We used to rap like this. This is what we used to do. We used to be black culture, fight the power. We were black people. I said, but the J people came in and said, you know what? Too much influence. Too much influence. We gotta curve it. We got to make it do something we wanted to do. And that's when the music changed. We always had diversified music. We don't have that no more. So
no,
now
we still have it. It's just not pushed. We have about 6 or 7 different genres of music that's been created. That's not even pushed.
It's what people buy. If you want to talk about the music that's out there, tell society to stop buying that music. Fix your own house before you make everyone else's different.
Not right.
That's true, but I think music
to a certain point. To a certain point, it is. But what Ray is doing, she's ignoring the artist part and putting it on. Okay, well, you got a choice to listen to this artist. It's not nothing wrong with it because it's music. But at the same time, at the same time, you got to be honest. Music is influential. It just is. It's part of our culture. And if a certain group of our culture is really enjoying this type of music, it gets pushed. Regardless,
this is not Footloose. This is not. You can't police art. You cannot police the way other individuals use self-expression in order to delve deeper into their mind or want to express that. That's why I say art is a reflection of society. We have so many other individuals out here that are doing X, Y, and Z. Even though there might be songs about about dragons flying in the air, they're able to still at least make it just so general that they can apply whatever is said into that song into their life. That's how we have popular music. These are images and reflections of what your actual life is going to be about. I'm not going to police the way a person uses self-expression. That's like saying a person can't write in their diary and say what they want to say because those are their innermost thoughts, because that's disturbing to you. That's ridiculous.
No, I
don't think it has to do with
and can
negating.
we be honest?
I don't think it has to do with negating, you know what I'm saying, what an artist is doing. I think it's more so on the influence of music on different levels. So, music is influential on a frequency level. It's influential on, a lyrical level, artistry level. But when we really look at least Black culture and how it's changed from what I've seen, it primarily changed from the top of the 80s going into the 90s. And you had 2 primary cultures. You had the gangster culture, which really started with NWA. And you had the soul culture, which was the subconscious culture, Tribe Called Quest and all of them. That was really pushing that. Yeah. And if we really look at the alignment of music, obviously the devil is also the person of music.
But if we look at the alignment of music and at least hip hop in American culture, if we would have actually kept in the the subconscious, they were scared of that. And we have to look at the fact that, Black Panthers was dismantled. They dismantled a lot of people. Even now I'm looking at Aretha Franklin. Aretha Franklin was under CIA watch for over 40 years because she was in connection with the Black Panthers. So you had a lot of artists who, even though they couldn't really, they had to kind of ride the fence because they had to be an artist too, but it was dangerous for them to also be a part of the program. And when you get to the 90s, it goes in alignment with gang culture, the crack culture, the beginning of, the beginning of gentrification. That was the beginning of gentrification.
Don't say that. Don't say the C. Change that up. Don't say that.
What you mean? What you mean?
The C word, brack. The one rhymes with brack.
Oh, okay.
Rock.
Oh, yeah. My bad. But yeah, I mean, the CIA, of course, that was a Contra, project. But like I said, even with that, like I'm just saying that when it comes to the music industry, it's been programmed. And unfortunately, when we try to get independent going into 99, into the 2000, as we see what happened with Michael Jackson, he tried to get us into the independent world. Bill Cosby tried to get us into the independent TV world. And we see what happened with that, with the powers that be. They was like, we not having that. And they killed everybody that was possible to at least lead and open the doors for us to have our.
TikTok friendly on live, man. On live.
Hey, T Blanc, I think that's what it says. But there's one part that you left out, and that was when we started rocking those African medallions. Oh my goodness, the world changed. America became a.
Did it?
The situation,
really?
Negativity sells. At the end of the day, negativity sells more than positivity does. And nobody can disagree with me on that.
I mean, you gotta let Blanco finish.
Must be happening.
Oh no, yeah.
I was just saying that basically, the whole basis of that is that they were just, the powers that be, or the Rothschilds, the 1%ers, they're scared of Black folks really coming together. And so what they've done is they've tried everything in their power to stop us from uniting, whether it's redlining, whether it's, oh, you know what, why don't y'all integrate with us? But, we're still going to treat you like shit, but we'll give you DEI. They've tried to kind of throw us a bone every time. And a lot of the times we don't see past it, but they don't want us to unite, which is the reason why, even when it comes down to certain gang leaders coming out, they haven't freed them for a reason, especially right now. These are guys that can possibly change the game and actually, talk to these guys, even though it seems a little far-fetched, but it is possible because they're still alive. And some of these gang members, especially amongst the GDs or the Crips, are aware of the history of their gang. And, when you have people like Nipsey who tried to, like I said, get real estate and school people in the independent game, these people were unalived and killed for a reason. And so,
Blanco, before you, somebody gonna say something. I'm just gonna use TikTok friendly language and no cussing.
Yeah. We can't have you up like that because you don't know TikTok friendly language. You gotta respect them live, man. Just take a lap, come back, but you got to, you can't use all those languages. You're gonna get yourself restricted, and you're gonna get us restricted. There's just too many things that you're saying.
Okay, can we all agree that negativity sells more than positivity?
In a way, if you only talk positivity, that's what's going to sell.
I definitely agree that negativity definitely sells, but I hate this kind of mindset that older people try to hide behind, that music was all altruistic and all good, wholesome vibes. We can go back all the way to the Middle Ages and we're finding songs, popular songs with raunchy lyrics. We're finding songs from the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, all the way up to now that has filthy lyrics, that have references to, violence, that have references to all sorts of these sexual things. And that just is kind of what art is. I feel like when people hear the phrase art is political, y'all like only think about it in a like very like surface level sense. But no, when we say like art is a reflection of the society, that's because art is political, right? NWA wouldn't be rapping about what they're rapping about if their community didn't experience the years of Reagan era, what's it called, politics. They wouldn't be feeling inspired about the things and feeling and like having this conversation about like robbing people and doing all this other stuff if it wasn't for all these systematic issues. So like, yeah, I don't think that like blaming music for our current state of society is really like helpful. It seems like it's kind of lazy.
Very.
Because the material conditions is what provided the artistry for them to be able to make those songs. Like if they weren't going through those things, they wouldn't be able to make art about it.
Yeah, but
So why don't you not ask that in the comments? What you know about Lucille Bogan?
Listen, they don't know about Lucille Bogan. Y'all better go look up her
about her?
lyrics. She was from the 1930s, okay? Lucille was back in her days. She would have been the Meg Stallion or maybe Cardi B of her day. But I think that there's personally, I was always taught that there is a lane for everything and that music is really like discomfort that white society has, or not even the just discomfort, but this need that white society has to dictate how Black people perform is very deep rooted. And so again, I'm always going to talk about the industry because the industry does force artists to portray themselves in a particular way. I think SZA talked about this. SZA talked about this with her album Control. She talked about the fact that she did not like having full control over her own expression. And I think that there are artists that, you end up getting an artist, right? Somebody who's money hungry. They get into a room with executives. They're not reading that contract. They're going to sign whatever it is. If you tell them that they're going to get, I don't know, $1 million down or whatever the case is, right? But then you also have to fulfill that contract. So I think that that's a part of that we have to take into consideration. It's rough, but it is what it is. But we also cannot overlook the fact that white society has a comfort with watching us perform the way that they want us to perform. Another example, right? The NFL. I don't know if you guys know about this, but there's something called like race normalizing. So we know that obviously playing football, you get a lot of head injuries. Black NFL players, when it came to compensation after their NFL career was over, they would get less compensation because it was assumed that Black players, their brains didn't function as white players. So I think we always have to take that into consideration. When we see the music is kind of like, it's like, okay, this kind of like put on, this kind of like too much. Like this don't really seem like the culture, then I think that we got to think about that too, because they will 100%, they came in, they made sure they kept control of people's royalties. And I think when you're an artist and you're dealing with that, you don't necessarily have people around you that you need to have around you. You're not necessarily like business savvy, because look at a lot of these artists that start out, Swiss Beats, for example, right? Started off with Rough Riders, right? And now look where he's at. That man went to Harvard and he got a degree. And he ended up becoming more educated about the business aspect of it because he knew and understood that that's what needed to happen. Is now I got to get control of this business because that's what these white executives are doing. But understand that anytime they're in control of our expression, it's always going to be to their liking. And the way that they used to portray us was animalistic, uneducated, in many different ways. That's not a true reflection of who we are, if that makes sense.
You know what?
yeah, it's the same thing that they do. It's the same people that they push. The same thing. It's just a different way. It's just a different way of pushing, getting the same results.
Right. I mean, the music industry has always never been in our control. It actually started from prohibition and bootlegging. So it's never been in our control. The music industry is never, but we had an opportunity to go independent, but we've lost that opportunity. majority of the largest masters that would actually drive streaming.
To be honest, we can see. Go ahead,
We don't do we don't do the whole conspiracy thing. We ain't doing all that.
Who's doing a conspiracy? It's fact.
Okay, so what I was about to
There's
say.
no fact. Go ahead.
I was about to say, we can see from the push of majority of the major artists that are going independent that what Swan is saying is true. They've been very vocal about how much the industry controls everything from the things, the theme of the music to what they're wearing to everything. And as a result, they want out. It's why the majority of them are going independent at this point. They do not want to be controlled any longer. So we can be thankful that they're at least waking up.
Yeah, it's a start. It's a start. Definitely a start.
Now, so in reference to this, where I don't like. I've heard these conversations before. What definitive information that you can provide that the so-called industry actually unalive Michael Jackson? What evidence can you provide that would substantiate that?
Oh boy. I can see you're a devil's advocate, so you just like to do this. But anywho, I mean, there's public information that's out there. I mean, I don't have to really
There is no public information in reference to that.
Are you going to allow me to speak, sir? Or you just want a little bit of a stage or a crate to stand on? Thank you. So, like I was saying, there's plenty of information that's out here that has been out here. And he's not the only person that's been unalive. It's Janis Joplin. You have different people that have been unalive for particular reasons at particular political points in time in our society. If you delve a little bit further into some of the documentation, it's out there. I don't have to disprove it for you. I'm going to believe in what I want to believe, but I'm not here to teach you something. I'm not here to do that. I'm going to speak what I want to speak. And that's that. They unalived him. They unalived him because, as I stated before, we as Black people are a threat to society. It's biblical word, okay? If we come together and we become knowledgeable, they do not want that to happen, which is why certain things right now as we speak are happening while we're distracted by bullshit. Gentrification, redlining is still strong. You have people
love language. We only curse on Fridays.
My bad, baby. I didn't know your rules. I didn't know y'all rules. My bad. So when it comes down to what's going on right now, there's so many other things going on that's pertinent that we're just not paying attention to. And yes, music does have an influence, but is it the major influence? No, not at all. There's so many layers, but where it comes is that we as Black people can never come to a consensus on just one topic. Like, I don't have to agree with you. You don't have to agree with you. You could be from the South. I could be from the North. You went to Harvard. I went to Howard. That's fine. But the consensus is, how are we going to come up with a solution for our community? That's all I'm coming down to. I'm not here to debate with you.
And Mel, after you, can you let Swan go, please? Because she has to drop.
You brought up Janet Joplin, which is not Black. She's white. And
I made that as an example, sir.
But it's public knowledge that she OD'd. Public knowledge of that. Autopsy actually shows that. That's number one.
Can I say one thing too, sir? Just because there's an autopsy that gets put out,
No. I'm gonna be quick so Swan can go. Because one thing is what we don't do on this particular live is that we do not go with these rumors or conspiracy theories or things like that. Because there's no way you actually can prove these things. But there's an objective fact, how you doing, behind what took place with Janet Joplin. So I'm gonna stop right there. And it's also an objective fact what happened with Michael Jackson too. But I'll let Swan go, and then we move on.
Yeah, I think one thing that was like, it still is an issue with the industry as well as like substance abuse. I'll just say it that way. So like with MJ, there was a lot of substances in his system. Now we could say that him being forced to perform from a child all the way into adulthood and being idolized the way that he was, I don't know many people that could handle that mentally. but there was also a lot of physical pain that he was in. That's happened to many artists who want to perform. Their body doesn't work the same ways and it isn't functioning. I don't know if y'all done seen the videos of Genuine on stage. That man tried to do a move that he used to do back in the day and fell off the stage. So I think that it's kind of like a multitude of things, but I was just going to say, I think a lot of it really does come down to the pressure that artists end up feeling over time. But when you're, I mean, I don't know. I could never put myself in MJ's shoes. I don't know what that was like. I couldn't imagine that, you know, his pathways in life were easy, especially knowing how abusive his father was and everything like that. So I think it was a multitude of things that unalived him, but it was definitely like the physical aspect wasn't over. Like it was an OD. But I'm going to drop down because I actually have to go to my son's performance tonight. He plays the trumpet and I'm going to go watch him do his thing. Thank y'all for having me up. I appreciate it. And I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Swan, see you later.
My plan going forward is that we should go ahead and just don't produce no music unless they allow us to produce good music and release it and push it like they do all the negative stuff. Same thing with the athletes. If we stop going to these major universities and go to HBCUs, we change the whole landscape. Period. We got to change the landscape.
I feel like the way to go is just to be independent, independent from the conglomerates. So you do not have to run with their narrative, right? I think that when you put money behind something, you expect to see certain things, right? So like if I put money into a project, just like Twin was saying earlier, I want to see ROI, I want to see project, I want to see everything, and I want to have a say and how you produce those things, right? So when we remove the money that they're giving to these artists from them, then they have the freedom to express themselves how they like without someone else's input.
We are our own demise. That's all I can say.
I said if it wasn't for the black medallions, we probably wouldn't be in so much trouble right now. But those African medallions really pissed off a lot of white people, and they did. I remember them being on the news talking about we're learning history and we shouldn't be this, that, and the third. I was like, what? Yeah.
Nah, they was laughing at with some African medallions on.
They was like, they don't even know. And back then, black people knew what the continent of Africa was. They knew the different countries. They knew the different countries because we learned it. Now, you don't hear it, and we learned it through music. See what I'm saying? De La Soul, Grand Poopa, and all of them, they taught us all this stuff. So now and not only that, of course, Malcolm X and them, but I'm saying as far as the music goes, they taught us all this stuff, man, in the music. We don't get that no more. Now
that's why they got rid of R&B too.
Yes.
Guess what? They don't want us loving on each other.
Anything. He needs to mute their microphone because they have an echo.
Claire, go on airplane and come back. That's you, bro.
Anything black people do will piss off white people. Whether it's music, whether it's sports, no matter what we do, it pisses off black people. So you are correct. A lot of people have been talking about producing independent music, and due to streaming and that sort of thing, that does give us an outlet to produce our music. But that's always going to be that way. No matter what a black person does, a white person will be pissed off about it. Or they will always say, well, you're not white, therefore the problem is with black people. They talk about black on black crime, but white on white crime exists. But we never talk about that. So they're going to always do that. We're always going to be the others. And the reason why mediocre white people are not successful in this country. So they're going to do that no matter what genre you go into. Music is a reflection of society. And that's all music and artists are.
The same media outlets that are sitting here that actually, Prince overdosed, MLK was shot, JFK was shot, are all the ones sitting on that Epstein files. Correct? Oh yeah, and guess what? Those same media outlets are not pushing the same.
You can't say. You have to say e-files, sweetheart. You have to say e-files.
Oh my bad. Okay, my bad. E-files, my fault, or PDF. My bad. But the same media outlet.
I tried to tell you, baby, because I knew ML was gonna get you.
Every time.
I tried. That's why I tried to catch her earlier.
Yeah, but she's right though. The media really focus on what they want to push, and that's the part where when Black people separate and do their thing, we always thrive. The Negro League, we thrive. We thrive. They came and saw us having a great time with barbecue, playing baseball, hitting home runs. They said, "Hold on. They doing too much over there. We got to bring them to our side. We got to get this population of people. We got to make this money." So they entice
bringing them. They're bringing us to their side. They are going to do what they're going to do. No matter what.
Clown, I need you to mute. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No matter what Black people do, they're going to say it's wrong. And if we become successful in a certain area, they're going to say it's wrong. They're going to say because mediocre white people aren't successful, they're going to say the reason you aren't successful, mediocre white person, is because we got DEI. The reason you aren't accepted is because we have to hire certain Black people. The reason you aren't successful in this country is because immigrants or those others. So we will never be part of them, and they are not trying to push us to become part of them. They have to have an enemy, and the enemy to the white man is the Black man.
I think you're so right on that. I think to expand, it's not just like finding others to blame for Black issues, but demonizing.
No one is blaming others for Black issues.
Sorry about that. But like it's the idea of demonizing the things that make the things that Black people enjoy as well, right? Like you don't really start getting the large cultural criticism of Black people in regards to like, oh, she wearing short shorts. Oh, they rapping about all this, until we see Republicans start talking about it, and until we see them using that as a way to start, enacting whatever terrible policies they're going to start, right? The whole idea of like baby mama and the SNAP food or the SNAP and what's the word that people, the food stamps, all that, like why it started having a negative connotation towards Black people is because of a lot of conservative politicians. They started making that up, and I think
we're getting it crazy because white women are on it more than anything, especially where I'm at, where all the Jews is at.
Agreed.
No shade, and they're running up this government program. They're the ones that's sitting here they're bankrupting most of the education system where I live at. They're the ones not paying taxes. They're gentrifying everywhere we're at. So make it make sense. So at some point, we have to kind of look at it at a playing view, right? Because we as Black folks, as a collective, African, island, whatever, we have always been demonized. We have always been pushed to the side. We've always had to do extra to do more. I got to look at it. Most Black women have master's degrees, but make less than their white counterparts who's making or have high school degrees. Let's really talk about it, yo. And at the end of the day, I get it what you're saying, Mr. Nick, but we can't sit here and look at the facts, though. The majority of Black men who are working in the last 20 to 25 years had to go out, they got pushed out, and unfortunately they had to do what they got to do. But and we can't talk about the prison to school pipeline either. Missed out on that, either.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I think you might be like maybe mishearing what I'm saying, right?
Okay, my bad.
I think
Joy, New York, New Jersey.
A lot of older conservative Black people who criticize newer generations for the same things that like the people in their time period would have been criticizing their current generation for. Like if you go back to the early 2000s, oh, this music got so much violence in it. Oh, I can't believe they're listening to this. You go back to the 70s. Oh, this music's got too much references to illicit substances. Oh, how could they be reading about this and listening to this? You go back to the
Nick,
1940s.
You think it was only?
Sorry? That's not a white or Black issue.
That's what I was doing. I think let me be clear here. What I'm saying is that when we participate in trying to assert or police that certain cultural norms of ours are immoral, right? In regards to people wanting to, you know, shake it sometimes, and people wanting to rap about illicit substances. When older Black people start to participate in that, they're starting to participate in the same white supremacy that affected their culture too.
Older people have done that no matter what their ethnic background.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, real quick. Let's introduce Joel to the panel. Joel, how are you? Are you there, Joel?
Here. I can only hear one person though.
Who can you? Well, only one person is speaking currently. But age, state, who did you vote for? Psych.
I'm
No.
30.
Just
I voted for Trump, and I'm in Florida.
okay. So, would you like to chime in on what we're discussing today?
Yeah. White people consume rap music more than Black people do. White people put Eminem on the top of the charts. It wasn't Black people that did that. So to pretend like just listening to the rap music is the issue is a misnomer. The issue arises when you cannot differentiate between I'm listening to this song and bumping my head to it, and I must make this a lifestyle. Young white children are not joining gangs in the street to unalive someone for wearing the wrong color at the rate that young Black children are. And if you think that they are, you're delusional.
White on white crime.
They're doing it in other ways, bro.
Yes. What about white on white crime?
I agree with
what
that.
About what about white unaliving mass shootings? What about that, sir?
Right.
What about white being on smugs?
You don't want to go there.
Why not?
I mean,
Why not? Because you're acting like
Okay,
violence is only
we can go there.
Black
Okay,
on
we can go
Black
there.
Let's
thing.
not talk
What
about
white
school
Hey guys, first off,
Okay.
we're gonna go one at a time. So the order is going to be Randy, then
Let me
T,
go.
Blanco. Okay, my bad. Mel, you right. Mel, Randy, T, Blanco. Thank you. Hey, Mel.
I wanted Joel to finish whatever he was saying. I want him to get this out real quick.
Okay, get it out. Well, whoever was talking, finish your statement, and then the order that I just said.
Yeah, mass and school pew-pewings are simply a talking point that people use because they want to talk about it. The actual number of people that are unalived in a mass unaliving is very low. It's just the same with the actual number of people that are victims of tourism. It's very low. What happens is because people can be emotionally manipulated with these mass unalivings and these school pew-pewings, it's easy to use them as, hey, look how bad of a problem this is. When you look at the real numbers, in the United States, school children, 230, have been unalived in the last 35 years. To put that in perspective, 600 children are unalived every single year in a crosswalk, which means it is literally more dangerous to cross the street than it is to be a victim of a mass pew-pewing, because the facts are indisputable. Just because you hear about every single one, look at the actual numbers of unalivings. It's 2, it's 1, it's 3. Very rarely do these numbers reach any measurable number that would be counted. Like even household accidents unalive 50 times more than even car accidents. So it's like when you understand what's actually unaliving people and not just what people are using to manipulate you, it really changes your perspective on things.
Okay, so I got this. So basically what you did, you didn't study to find an excuse for the white folks. But when it comes to your own, it's just this what we own, and that's the issue that I have with a lot of Black
less than 3% of African Americans are members of it. Less than 3% of African American men belong to a gang. So no, the statistics support positivity for all races when you actually look into them.
Listen, Joel, one thing you done done, you done studied the white culture, but you ain't studied the Black culture. You haven't studied it, bro. You don't know. You don't listen. You don't. Just like I said, you haven't studied the the gangs ain't Black culture. Gangs is not Black culture. It's just something that happens to be in our environment.
Hold on, guys, stop yelling. Stop yelling. First off, stop yelling. We can have a conversation without yelling.
You're right.
And secondly, Joel actually made a point that I don't think you heard because you were yelling. Right? He said all cultures have less than 5%. Repeat that statement, Joel, so that everybody can hear it.
Yeah, less than 3% of African Americans are members of the gang. So this idea that black people are all, gang banging welfare queens, it's factually untrue. The idea that most African Americans want to live in the hood or do live in the hood is factually untrue.
I mean, if we're gonna I'd like us to have more of an informed oh, my bad, Vaughn. I forgot there was an order.
So I'm trying to figure out where, because for one, you said that it's not true, which I get, but which side are you on? Because it sounds like you're playing both sides.
If I may, I kind of find
there's only two sides. There's the truth, and there's falsehoods that cause harm to people. And I am on the side of truth. And as a person on the side of truth, I will counteract or contradict anyone who's speaking lies, regardless of their race, regardless of their position. If anybody has seen me across this platform, I go after Trump supporters who are uninformed the same as I'll go after Democrats who are uninformed.
That's not
so
what
I don't understand why, if I may, I don't understand why you're trying to be dismissive of the pew pew violence in this situation when that is like the number one unaliver of children in the U.S. is firearms.
When you take away shmoosh.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, of course, it's not going to be as big when you take away part of the thing that's helping unalive people. That doesn't even make any sense. Like, oh, we should ignore the suicides.
Yes, suicides do not count as gun violence.
That seems like such an incredibly lazy way of trying to get the number lower, so y'all can start ignoring the systematic issues of what firearm violence actually causes.
No, the firearm violence isn't what's causing that. Depression is what's causing that.
Access to firearms is what causes it.
No
other country has this many firearm unalivings for children.
Well, no other company has this many firearms.
You would just be.
That's actually not true.
Truth, Joel, if you
that's
care
actually
about
not true.
We need to look at the whole of the firearm category. Not the tiny percentage that you want to try to snip away.
Remember, if you're going to talk about people with guns, you also have to look at mental illness. And at one point, we were actually
pew pews, my love, pew pews.
My bad.
Also, do you realize part of the reason we're one of the countries with those numbers is because we're one of the few countries that
from a per capita basis.
Respectfully, one second. So again, as the mod on here. TikTok friendly language. It's too many things going around and it's going to cause restrictions. I understand it's a conversation that people want to have, fine, but you got to use TikTok friendly language. Otherwise, I'm just going to drop you and rotate you back in. Seriously. This is just, you say it, drop, that's it, and just rotate you back in. No more warnings. Just drop and just add you back in.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop after this, but it's again, I care also about having a conversation about the truth, but it seems like, conservatives especially don't actually want to look at the systemic issues that causes these things, and we're trying to turn it into some cultural problem that just Black people as a whole have, right? I agree with you, Joel. I agree that not every Black person lives in the hood. I agree that not every Black person is in a gang, right? But you know who loves to perpetuate that stereotype? The motherfuckers that you vote for, Joel. All right?
Language.
Oh, all right. So let me go ahead and just get the rules out real quick. So on 1993 Twins panel, which he's in the background. He's here, but he's busy. No profanity until Friday. TikTok friendly language. I mean, if you're referring to something that people can hold in their hands, it's a pew pew. If you're referring to something that's being exploded, boom boom. I shouldn't have to explain these things because I'm sure everybody's been on TikTok for quite some time. I have a few thousands of followers or whatever the case may be. The only reason why I'm saying this is because me, as the mod, as the enforcer, I am not going to allow anyone, whether it's on a friendly or not, take our live down. All right? We're not doing that. Respectfully. I want y'all to freely have a conversation, but you got to be mindful of what you say. It's going to get our live flag and get us banned for a few days. Please stop.
Hey, quick question. Twin, you in Atlanta. So Keisha, she used to live in my subdivision. She is running for governor now? Twin?
He stepped away, but I think
Yeah,
she is though.
yeah, she is. She's running for governor.
He's busy right now. But yeah, that's what it is. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all conversation. Y'all can go back to what y'all saying. Doing.
That's great. I'm a caller.
And she's polling at the top for Democrats. So she's the lead currently. And I don't really think anybody has, as far as brand recognition goes, like the Republican candidates don't have the same brand recognition that she does, which I think bodes well for the Democrats in this particular situation.
State?
But it all depends
In
on
what state?
Because the governor
Republicans don't have the same name recognition in Georgia. You have a Republican governor.
I don't listen. What I'm saying is I'm from Maryland, right? But I don't know who the Republican candidates are. But I do know who Keisha Lance Bottom is.
There's
right?
a Republican governor right now.
Sir, the point that I'm trying to make is that people recognize her name. It's name recognition. We don't recognize. I don't know who the Republican governor is in Georgia currently, but I do know who Keisha Lance Bottom is. That's the point that I'm making.
The governor.
Well, that doesn't matter. You said that they had no.
Sir. The governor of Georgia is not running for re-election.
Right, but you said that people. You said Democrats have better name recognition in Georgia. They don't,
sir.
Hold on,
Can I finish my statement?
Georgia went to Trump in 2024.
Can I finish my statement, sir?
Okay, you can finish your statement and be wrong.
The present Republicans that are running for the primary, as far as statewide recognition, as far as people who know them, do not have the same support and the same recognition that she has. She not only has recognition in Georgia, but he has national recognition. Now, that does not mean the Republican might not win the election, but at the present time, that's what the lady was talking about. And you made a very good point. You made a very good point. Joel talked about black on black crime, and he was talking about how it emotionally affects people. So what I was going to tell him is that emotionally, Trump and everyone talks about black on black crime, but they do not, and they don't even want to discuss school shootings, which are mainly white people. They don't want to discuss terrorist activities, bombs in this country, which are mainly white people.
Didn't he just say to stop saying that?
Give me one second. Listen. If you don't know TikTok friendly language, you need to drop right now, because you just said like 3, 4 1 back to back. Like, what in the hell?
Hey, Joe, what I was...
Even knowing TikTok friendly language, at this point, it's just following directions.
Joe, what I was trying to point out to you is, first of all, in Georgia, the governor, the only reason he's the governor now is because when he was the not attorney general, he was the...
his name. What is his name? What's his name?
Brian Kemp.
Governor Brian Kemp.
Okay.
He was the Secretary of State. He was the Secretary of State while he was running for governor. He deleted the people, the roles, so that he could win. Do you understand?
They're going to change the voter rolls again. Yeah, whoever's in charge of the election cycle is going to control the election cycle to prevent their political opponents from winning. It's a normal thing that goes. Unfortunately, there's
a difference between normal and there's a difference between straight up wicked. What he did was even passed a law to where you can't even give people water in line, bro. First of all, Atlanta is hot. And sometimes in November, it's still hot. So if you stand in line and you're hot and they diminish you down to 1 voting center when it used to be 10, they passed a law to where you can't even pass out water to people in line. Bro, that's telling me you're wicked. There's no way a person should be able to get away with that. And what I'm learning is governors don't have no accountability. Governors don't have no accountability. Who hold them accountable?
Somebody tell me who the other candidates are? The other Republican candidates? Like, I need to know their names. Do you know their names? I need to know who they are.
No names.
Oh, right. So, I said, go ahead. What's his name?
The front runner. I know who the front runner is, but I don't know who the other people are.
Who's the front runner? What's his name?
Burt Jones.
Burt Jones? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, nobody knows who that is. So the point that I was
didn't
trying
know
to
who
make
Keisha
is,
Lance Bottoms was.
yeah, but a lot of people do, and they don't know who Burt Jones is. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. Like, we know her name, we don't
But you
know
do
their
realize,
name.
yeah, you do realize that people that vote along party lines don't care what the name is. They care what the letter is after the name. And there's more registered Republicans. Yeah, there are more registered Republicans in Georgia than there are Democrats.
You saying that they basically just keep voting R just because it's an R?
Well, I mean, people tend to vote for the party they believe aligns with them.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
he's saying
aligns with their values.
I thought so.
Georgia's primarily been Republican for a while.
I mean, you guys can't pretend like that's a unique thing to Republicans. You guys literally had
It's
a
not.
slogan.
That's what I was about to
Vote
say.
blue no matter who.
That's exactly what I was about to say. So if y'all doing that, that means y'all do the same thing Democrats do. So how is it any different?
It's not. I never pretended like we were different. I just think that our policies fundamentally are better.
Policies?
What policies? Lowering taxes. Yeah, lowering taxes. Lowering taxes for the people who are actually creating, and not people who are lazy and sit at home and do nothing.
Who's creating? Who's creating in your neighborhood right now?
I'm so glad you asked. Do you guys know what? Yeah. Do you guys know what an income earner is?
Who's creating
1% of income earners?
Right now?
1% of income earners pay 47% of taxes.
In your neighborhood, Joe?
Who's creating in my neighborhood?
Who's creating?
What do you mean by creating?
Creating jobs. You said the creators, the ones who create.
I'm creating jobs in my neighborhood.
How?
By providing places for people to work.
Are they high-paying jobs?
So you own a business.
So my question to you is:
are they high-paying jobs?
High-paying? Who said it had to be high-paying?
If they're not high-paying, how can a person live off working for you? I don't understand.
I don't think he cares about that. I think that's what y'all missing.
Problem.
So here's my question to you:
whether or not you can live off of these wages. My problem is whether or not you will work for these wages. If you work for these wages, you agree to it.
And that's the point that I was about to make. So what if people don't work for the wages that you give them? Then at that point, the creator has no means to be able to distribute his product, correct?
Someone always will.
Well, not someone always will, because I can guarantee you a lot of people at this point just won't, because they need a certain amount of money to be able to survive.
Which people?
He's talking about
all people.
He's talking about basically
as long as you don't want to do something, there will always be somebody ready to do it.
Trickle-down economics was the same thing that Reagan had said would work, and that has never worked in this country. The average person that works in this country does not make a livable wage. That's
not even remotely true.
That is remotely true, and that is true.
Okay,
because
so if the average person was not able to make enough money to live, then they would die. The average person is not dying, so your statement is patently false.
Finish my statement before you
can't hear when two people are talking, so can we please keep it at one person at a time?
Yeah, so Randy, go ahead and finish. Joe, go ahead.
Like I said, the average wage in this country does not allow people to live without being on benefits and that sort of thing. Walmart, which is the highest employer, and Amazon, one of the highest employer in this country, tell their people to go get on benefits. And when you get hired to them, they also tell you how to get benefits. Major corporations in this country are getting tax loopholes and tax rebates.
Less than 3% of people in the United States are on minimum wage. You don't know what you're talking about.
Will you let me finish my statement? You just want to interrupt anytime you hear the truth.
You're putting out false information.
The truth is
most people,
that people that work for Walmart,
work at Walmart.
People that work for Walmart,
at Amazon,
which is the most employer, the major employer in this country.
Large employer in the United States. The largest employer is the federal government.
Joel, you have to allow Randy to finish his statement, and then
I finished my statement without being interrupted. One of the major corporations, I will modify that and say most people don't work for Walmart or Amazon. But those two major employers in this country do not pay income tax. They get tax breaks. And we say that's okay because, quote unquote, they're job creators. People that work at those companies still have to go out and get on government assistance to be able to live in this country.
Just told you he don't care about.
Go ahead, BJ.
Okay,
You're
Biz.
definitely right about that, but can I just say that everybody
no,
has the ability to also make their own.
No. I'm growing really irritated, just breaking in and stuff. Eugene, go ahead and go.
Hi, y'all. So I've just been listening, and I just want to clarify something. I think we're all getting lost in a technicality, right? What people like to do is talk about like cost of living, right? Cost of living and cost of survival are two different things, right? And to everybody who sit here and wants to say like everybody can survive in America, I would like you to just do let's do some basic quick math, right? I don't know at the top of my head, and maybe y'all can help me. The average minimum wage is about $7 an hour. What does that look like about a year? I'm clocking it at the top of my head to be about $35K. Now, if I look at what is the average wage for comfortable living in America, not exorbitant, not luxury, comfortable living in America, I will find that it's about $75K. So either way, we are looking at a very large difference, right? I see homeless people walking down the street, technically alive, but they are not in a livable condition. They are not able to sustain themselves, right? No one is disproving that the 1%, quote unquote, creates jobs. I'm not disproving that. What we are saying is that that is a problem. We should not depend on 1% of the country to be responsible for the workforce of this country. We should not depend on 1% of the country to control all the resources in this country. You can go ahead and do whatever you want to do. America has had a lot of extremely wealthy people in this country. We've had Rockefellers, we've had Fords, we had Carnegies, we had all of those. What they didn't have was the amount of power that billionaires have in this country now. They had guardrails that prevented them from having complete and total control. We are watching billionaires take over and control your environmental rights to create data centers that completely have disregard for the water that every last person in America wants to use. We have billionaires who are out here lobbying to control your education, who are out here controlling the farmers, who are controlling their rights, who are controlling labor. You can go ahead and do whatever you want to do in America, but because you create jobs doesn't give you the right to control the lives and livelihood of everybody around you. I do not have a problem with entrepreneurs. I do believe that everybody has a quote unquote the ability to go out here and create a business and sustain themselves. But I understand that what we have in America is a quote unquote a lot of monopolies. I understand that they control and actually put their foot on the necks of any up and coming quote unquote entrepreneur. You are sitting here, Joel, and whoever wants to talk about you, believing that you are competing at the levels of a Jeff Bezos without acknowledging that if he wanted to, he could really turn around and eradicate whatever small business you have, and there's nothing you can do to stop him. That's what we are talking about. You can go ahead and create whatever little 5, 10, 15 jobs you want to do, whatever, cool. I hope to God your employees are sitting here and glad to work for a guy who thinks that they're nothing but digits. If they want to, that's cool. But what we're
Who
talking
said I
about,
think that? Who said that I think my employees are nothing?
Okay, Joel, I'm still talking. Here's the thing. I'm still talking,
No,
right?
Here's
the thing, you're still talking, right? And I'm still talking. So you can go ahead and create whatever livelihood you think is good enough for your employees and that they should just be grateful to give whatever you choose to give them. That's fine. But what we're talking about is even if you do that, you do not have the right to determine the cost of living and the livelihood of those people. That is not your right.
Don't determine that. So it's irrelevant, completely irrelevant. Plus,
that's actually true.
I do
That's why
have
I said
the right.
you are not a problem. You are not the 1% we are talking
right.
about.
Okay. I do. First of all, you didn't hear what I said because you clearly have a problem with listening. I said 1% of income earners. First of all, if you had any sense, you'd know that no income earner is a billionaire, because an income earner is someone who is earning 1% of the median. I'm sorry, 1% of the top pay for an individual. Billionaires do not earn a salary. Billionaires have money in something called unrealized gains, because essentially a whole bunch of people have value in the stock that they own a whole lot of. So if everyone all at once decided that their stock wasn't valuable, they wouldn't have any money. Someone who earns a wage and pays taxes is the 1%. The 1% who are the income earners, those are normal everyday people like doctors, like lawyers, like people who own a small business. They're the ones that pay the majority of the taxes. The billionaires aren't paying it because you don't get taxed on unrealized gains. And while you're sitting here telling me that I don't have the right to do this and I don't have the right to do that, here's reality, okay? If I pay somebody, I have the right to tell them what to do. And if they don't want to work for me, then they have the right to not work for it. If they don't like the pay that they're getting, they have the right to ask for more. And I have the right to tell them no. That's reality.
I love when
So
y'all do
to
this
sit
thing
here and
about the
say-
1% being doctors and lawyers, because they're actually not, Joel. Do you know how much money it takes for you to be considered the 1%? And then I want you to look up the average salary for the top doctor and
$400,000
the
a
top
year.
lawyer. How much money is
$400,000 a
it?
year.
I
$400,000
think the
a
last
year.
time I checked, it was about 50 million income, right? I don't know much doctors that make that much money.
That is not true. That's a lie.
400,000 is not a 1%er, Joel.
$400,000 per year will make you 1% of income
It
earners.
is not.
$36,000 a year will make you 1% of the world.
That's not a 1%er. What are you talking about?
You guys do not know what you're talking about.
Okay, so he's
You
saying
don't know what you're talking about. You being
Hey,
the top
guys,
15%, not the 1%, homie.
he's saying 1% of the W-2 earners, guys, not 1% of the entire. He's talking W-2 earners only, right, Joel?
So you telling me CEOs?
That, yeah, wage earners. So anyone who
don't
earns a
get
wage,
salary?
1099 or W-2.
So
CEOs don't get a
1% of
salary?
the wage earners, according to you,
CEOs don't get a salary,
1%
sir?
of...
Hold on, Randy.
Okay.
CEOs don't get a salary, Joe? Do CEOs get a salary? Some of them get 400 million, 200 million. What are you talking about?
But the question is, how is that salary paid? Is it paid in stocks or is it paid in actual cash? Because if it's paid in stocks, then it does go to unrealized gains because they own shares of the company. So they're not getting paid the way that we get paid. They're getting paid in shares.
But you also think that some CEOs intentionally give themselves a lower salary so they don't have to pay taxes on their salary. That's one thing that we're also forgetting, right? A lot of CEOs, if you go look at people who are like quote unquote billionaires, their salary is actually very, very low because they don't want their income to be taxed. They live off of whatever happens in their business, like they write things off as like a business expense, quote unquote. So, Joel, back to you.
Joel got to get some better information.
Randy, did you look it up? Well, how much does it take for you to be considered a part of the 1%?
Got it wrong. It is 450,000. It has gone up since I last researched it 3 years ago.
And I researched.
Now, how much is the average salary for a doctor? Because I can guarantee like the top of the top, minus student loans, whatever, the top of the top probably only makes about 125,000.
Completely, totally false. A doctor with like a medical degree?
Doctors actually, because you have to think about
There are
most
nurses
doctors
that
have
make- there are
a
nurses
crap
that make
ton of
120.
student loans. So the
Right,
most
but
time
that
that it
doesn't
takes
change what they make that doesn't change what they earn. That just means that they have debt that they have to pay off. If I had $1 billion in debt, but I earned $1 million a year, the $1 billion of debt doesn't change what I earn.
$1 million a year?
That's not what I said. I said if I had $1 billion in debt, but I earned $1 million a year, the $1 million a year does not go down because I have debt.
But you don't understand that doctors, even then, that is the top salary that you are talking about. Most average starting doctors do not make $100,000. They probably, what is it? Like, I don't know what the starting pay of a doctor is.
Attorneys.
What-
Basically,
one thing-
let's take it. Let's go with
The
whatever.
average salary of a doctor is $240,000. I don't know where you got $100,000. Nobody is going to school and getting $500,000 in student loans with any sizable brain.
All right.
Going and getting
So let me just-
400,000, 500,000 in student loans to earn 100 grand.
Sir,
Let me just hold on 1 second, Mr.
when
Randy.
people go to
Randy.
Harvard.
Oh my God. I don't know how y'all got on this, but I'm just going to entertain it just for this moment. Individually speaking, and it's going to vary state to state. Let's just be honest. You know, it's not even about being honest. You can just look at a few sources. 650 to 800,000 per year. You're in the top 1%. Household income roughly like 900K. All right. $1,000, 6 figures. Some people, it can be between 11 to 1,500 net worth, which includes investments, real estate, retirement accounts, business equity, cash, other things. So it's going to vary from where you are. Because if you're in Mississippi, you'll be in the top 1%. You just made $400 a year. Versus in New York, it might be something higher. So I'm not sure what the argument is. And then you can look at the statistics from the IRS. There's plenty of sources out there. So I'm not trying to get in between this, but I think an argument can be made either way. There's no set amount number. We got two people that are currently on this live that's in the top 1%. And I'm not naming names, but they have named themselves. They're in the top 1% with proof and evidence of such. So 3 actually. So I'm not sure what the whole argument is. I'm not even trying to count nobody else's money that I have. I haven't even realized yet. So it is what it is. If y'all want to continue on this, by all means, but it's going to vary.
If there's 3 people on this
drop their names,
live,
because I need some money.
if there's 3 people on this live, like you said, there's only 9 people on this live. So to say that the top 1% are billionaires is just somebody who has no understanding of money.
No one said that, sir. All I'm asking you for is you're making this point that 1% do this and they do that. What I'm saying is the average American citizen in this country, they're making enough money to sustain themselves. But are they making the minimum?
Average American is also not living within their means. If people stopped spending money they didn't have and stopped trying to keep up with the Joneses, they'd be doing a lot better financially.
Why do they have to spend money that they don't have?
Because Americans like luxury and they're greedy.
Sir, the cost of living is going up in this country. The cost of gas. I'm very comfortable in this country, and I can pay $4 or $4.50 or whatever because I'm retired and I've worked in my profession for over 30 years and I'm retired. I live very comfortably. My wife lives very comfortably, and she is a professional in this country. What we're saying is that the average person in this country has affordability issue. And
because the average person in this country has issues with managing their money.
Can I finish my statement without you trying to interrupt me? The average person in this country throughout America has difficulty because the price of goods and services are going up. Because you voted for a person named Trump, and he said he would stop, he would not start any wars, he would not continue any wars, and that raised the price of gas. He said he would cut the price of goods and groceries in this country, and he is not doing that. So the price affordability is an issue in this country. And for you to deny that or to say it's the people's fault is ridiculous. And even if it is the people's fault, the people.
So if it's all Trump's fault and people are being financially responsible, explain why they're having worse affordability issues in Canada.
Without you interrupting.
Hey, Twin, can you just go and drop them, bro? Give me 20 minutes. I cash app you, bro.
No. Just hold on.
You guys want a one-sided circle. That's what you want.
The people in this country, are having difficulty with the price of goods and the price of services.
Randy, give ML the floor, please.
Look,
ML, go ahead.
I don't know why. I don't think. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna be very blunt and honest. You don't like the messenger. That's the problem. But if you take the opportunity to go out there and look at reputable sources, what actually Joe is saying is correct. Unfortunately, what he's saying is absolutely 100% correct. And the data comes specifically.
No, it's not. He said the top one.
Class clown. He says. So let me just say this. You all can't be so partisan to the point that instead of you saying, you coming off mute saying, no, it ain't. But you hadn't did any data. I'm actually looking at the data from the IRS. It's multiple sources. Excuse me. It's multiple sources out there. I'm not even talking about my data. I don't agree with Joe 99% of the time. But in this instance, the data, which I don't actually go out there and get This is the data collected by this government and what people report. And it says 67% of the people don't have enough in their savings to actually live and go by. You just so pissed at Joe to the point that anything he has to say is going to be wrong. And that's not the case.
Joe didn't make that point. Randy.
Yeah, Randy made that point, man.
Excuse me. Well, Randy made the point. To you, I'm sorry, class time. My apologies openly. But to you, Randy, you're so partisan to the point that you're not even looking up data. I understand the fact that you are upset and you want to just believe everything that Joel's saying is incorrect. And he has a pretty piss poor way of coming off and telling you that. I get it. He's an a-hole. I am too. I am too.
I did not
the
say
difference
he
is but you arguing with him, you're talking about everything he's telling you, it can be factually proven. And to be quite honest with you all, I'm gonna land here. I'm gonna get out of this conversation again. I understand that we want to help people. But one of the facts of this country is that many people you see every day in your lives, whether it be Mel, Randy, Bijan, Class Clown, Zab, Blanco, have seen people buy stuff that they know they cannot necessarily afford. We know this for a fact. People will go out there and spend $400 on Jordans. Meanwhile, they still have a light bill due. We know this for a fact. Right now, the Audemars Piguet, the watch, in collaboration with Swatch, people are lined up to get that watch. Lined up immediately to get that watch. Most of those people likely, and statistically speaking, because they have done studies in the past, are likely can't even afford to even own a watch like that. But we do things. I'm just saying what it is. I'm just being honest. It's not my data. It's just what people do. One last point: PPP loans. People went out there and got the payroll protection plan loans. And what people do, instead of actually adding to their homes and stuff, the data showed that people are going out there buying Chargers, Challengers, spending $20,000 and $30,000 down on cars and getting them, and then getting them repo within 3 to 6 months after that. That's just being honest.
I am not
And they went to prison too. Yeah.
I am not saying that people aren't spending their money wisely. I am not saying that. What I'm saying is Joel voted for Trump. And according to Trump, we would not be in any wars. The price of goods and services would go down. He's been in office all this time.
You can go next after him.
He's been in office all this time, and I am not seeing the results of what he said.
Can I be allowed to respond?
Of what he said he was going to do. My gas is
positive, Joe, not in a nasty way. And being Bijan is after. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
My gas has gone up. The cost of goods, the cost of groceries in this country has gone up. So when midterms and when the election, the presidential election comes up, people will ask themselves, are you better off than you were before this administration got into office? And the average American citizen will say they are not better off. And based upon that, they will vote for a change. And with that, I land.
Good job.
Go ahead.
The point I was trying to make, just so to clarify what Joel said, the top 1% of income earners in the United States is at 794,000, sir.
Not household, not per individual.
This is, see, now you're moving, and now it's individual. You said income earners. That's what you said.
Yeah, I said 400,000 makes you a top 1% income earner. Remember, earner, not earners. So that would be single. That's per individual. I didn't misspeak.
It doesn't. You have to make 794,000.
That's for household.
794,000. Yes.
So that's 2 income earners.
Which is what? Let me look it up.
2 people. Double the number that I said. Right? Yes, single which income. Would be half of what double would be.
So are there more? Are you saying there are more single people than Married people? That's that what you're saying?
He didn't. That's not what he's saying at all.
I'm
I
saying
don't understand
top
why we're going
1%
into
per
semantics.
individual.
Okay, so it's 450 to 561,000.
Individual. If you put
Yeah, per
two
individual.
individuals into a household, because there are two incomes in that household, that number will rise because there are now two people earning that 450 to 500,000.
Okay,
All right,
great.
Joel,
Okay, great.
Joel, hold on, class clown. Please don't detract from the conversation. It was Joel next and then Beijing. Please, can we go back to the order? So Joel, say what you need to say so that we can go to Beijing.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
how to
So
pronounce
that
your name.
this argument that people are wise with their money and that the cost of living changes.
Say that again.
Said W Zah on the modding. Yeah, I'll put a W in the chat for Zah on the modding.
So the idea that people would be better with their money if things were more affordable is just false. You know how many times my little brother calls me probably 4 times a week and asks me for money? And I stopped giving it to him because I realized he wasn't going to do anything better with the money I was going to give him than what he was doing with his own money. And that he needs to learn to manage his own money before I could give him any help. If he needs help, he needs to figure out how to properly manage the help he's going to receive. This is why you can't just solve homelessness by writing everyone a check. There's a book called When Helping Hurts, and it goes into why when you give someone a resource that they're already misusing, you are just enabling them to continue to misuse resources. You are not helping them. For example, if I know someone has a smug problem, and that smug problem has transferred into a failure for them to be able to feed themselves and take care of themselves, I want to solve their feed themselves and take care of themselves problem, so I give them money. Well, what do they do with the money? They go out and buy smugs. So I didn't solve the problem because their problem needed to be dealt with internally before I could ever be of help. The problem is not the cost of goods. The cost of goods, the cost of living has always constantly risen. It's not even wages. People have always figured out how to buy whatever is important to them. Have you ever wondered why individuals, it seems like, who are on government assistance or who are in need of help, find a way to buy TVs and Jordans, like ML said, but they can't pay their light bill? It's because they find a way to get the money for what they value. People will always find a way to get the money for what they value. In America, on average, the average person during C-19 purchased a television. Why was that an essential item? It wasn't. That was a luxury item. That is not necessary. The number of people who are in cars that they can't afford, the number of people that are in mortgages that they can't afford, the number of people that send their kids to schools they can't afford, because everyone is more concerned with what other people think. Okay,
Class clown, please stop interrupting and
allowed to
let him
finish?
finish his statement, please, class clown. What I don't understand is how is a bunch of men up here and y'all can't seem to control yourself enough to allow somebody to finish their statement
Controlling this,
before
it's
you
about
make
it's
your
about
statement.
interjecting at some point.
Right,
He's
you
going
have to
on.
wait
You
until
gotta
he's
counter
finished,
something.
class clown. You have to wait until he's finished. Period, point blank. That's how it works. That's how a conversation works. Once he finishes his statement, you can make whatever interjections you want. If you can't hold it in your head, write it down. Joel, finish your statement so Beijing can go.
Yeah, I'm not trying to just drone on and on, but I've seen it a thousand times. I'll go somewhere and somebody will see something I have and ask me for help, and I'll sit down and I'll say, hey, so how can I really help you? And they're like, well, I just need money. And I say, well, what are you going to do when the money's gone? This money will not last you. How can I really help you? Can I help you find a job? And people don't want to have a conversation about that. They're like, no, I want your money, but I don't want your advice. Okay, well, my money comes with advice. And everyone who receives assistance of any kind, it should come with advice, because there's clearly a shortcoming between the individual's ability to manage what they have and meet their own needs. Because at the end of the day, you can't have, as a grown adult, you can't have somebody else doing for you unless you are actually handicapped and actually disabled. As a grown, able-bodied adult, you can't have someone else doing for you. You need to learn to do for yourself, and that goes for financial stability as well. You need to make wise decisions, save for your future, have an emergency fund, set aside $10,000 in a bank account that you don't touch ever. Drive a car within your means. Buy a house within your means. It doesn't matter what everybody's else is doing.
Joel,
You
start
need
the
to do
land your
what's right
plane
for you.
for us, please.
Well,
Just start to land
I
your
did.
plane.
I
Okay,
did.
great. Beijing, your turn.
Thank you, Z or Za. ML, I just want to know, before I speak, are you one of those people that believe that we don't have an affordability crisis in America? Because I don't want to say what I'm about to say without having full context of your statement, respectfully.
Oh, yeah, I do believe we have an affordability issue in America. But I
What'd you say?
also know that.
I
Can
couldn't
you
hear
hear me?
you.
Yes, I do believe we have an affordability issue in America. But I also know that two things can be true,
I
which I
agree.
hate saying it. I hate saying that too. It's so cliche. But yes, so we have an affordability problem. However, it's also known that people are very irresponsible.
So that's what
Me
I want. I want us to
and let
have
me
a conversation. That
let me
I just need you to answer that one part. This is
let me
why
just
I
say
want to.
one last thing. I just this is very short. Is that the reason why I know what Joe was saying is factual because I was one of those people that did irresponsible things. I'm not gonna be the pot calling the kettle black. But what he is speaking about is there's data to prove it, and you have someone that I did that. So that's how I know what he's saying is true. Let's just be honest about it. Go ahead, Bijan.
No, let's be honest about it, right? Because here's the thing, right? And why me as a leftist, I have a lot of problem with centrist Democrats in particular, right? Because we are still living in this narrative, right? You said something very important, like you don't like the message, you hate the messenger, right? Because I understand that one of the reasons that Kamala Harris lost, right, is that a lot of Democrats want to go back to this status quo and they don't want to address that there is an affordability crisis in this country, right? I am in no way, shape, or form as a Black American unaware that there is a lot of time these Negroes go out and spend money for absorbent and things that they do not need. But we also have to understand that we cannot combine those people in the conversation with people who are actively out here starving and struggling to get around in this world. We understand that since this president has come into office, it is not just about groceries. We have seen, and it can be proven, that childcare has gone up, rent has gone up, a majority of our goods and services have gone up. We know that gasoline has gone up, and there are several other things that come to that straight, such as things for fertilizer and other type. I know people who work in oil, gas, and there are certain lubricants and things that they need to mix whatever they got going on down there that they cannot get ahead, right? I have seen multiple businesses close because there is a rise in unemployment, that they are losing a lot of their patrons. So we need to understand that there is a lot of things that is going on besides a bunch of Black men buying swatches, right? And that what we need to talk about is that there is an affordability crisis that was in this country when that man got in, and he has done nothing to help it. He has done everything to make it larger. Right. If we want to sit here and have a conversation, we need to sit here and have a conversation and not compare the many to the few. Having good financial literacy is one thing, but also being in a situation to where you are barely living with your head above water is another thing. If I live in a city, that rent once upon a time, 6 months ago, I wanted to move out and I have a good job. Rent once upon a time where I was from was $1,500. Now it's $2,000. Right. I can do whatever I need to do and do my budget. But then if I go outside and I've planned for this amount of gas and I walk outside and it's $6 a gallon, that's not on me. I've done everything I could, but right now everything around me is going up due to negligence. And so a lot of the things are not on Trump, right? We have to pay attention to our local election. I live in Texas, and I have sat here and I watched the Republicans knock down a lot of legislation, and because of that, water prices are going up, my electricity are going up, all of these big regulations and things that Biden put into place to kind of make it better is gone. And there's nothing to do with me. I ain't bought a swatch. I got locks in my hair. I don't spend money like that. But right now I am being crushed because affordability is a problem. These people are predators and they are preying on us. We need to have conversations about, I don't want to stop people from making money, but I do know that there are people who are nefarious and are taking advantage of the consumers, and they know that their friend in the White House is not going to do anything. We're talking about a person who took a sledgehammer to the, what is not the FTC, what is the consumer finance things that were meant to help and protect people from predatory banks, predatory language. All of that stuff has been rolled out. So now we have people who are out here needing things and they're getting involved in predatory systems are going to be more in debt. What we are seeing is all of this. Let's talk about the whole board. And it really bothers me, ML, and anyone who, and Joel especially, when we take that few and group it in the middle and ignore the obvious. Because a lot of y'all voted for Trump saying that this country had an affordability crisis. And now that he's told you, don't say that, it makes me look bad, y'all saying it don't exist. And that bothers me. Because if you want to, you have a right, you have a point to sit here and criticize Biden, and we can go through the line about all the things he didn't do. Rightfully so. If we want to criticize Biden for doing this, have the same balls to do Trump with it, and you're not.
So this is,
Okay.
I think.
I never said that. I don't believe that an
Hold on,
affordability crisis is justification.
Yeah. So well, I can't. I'm not going to speak for Joe. Joe can speak for himself. But I personally mentioned previously that two things can be true.
Same time.
One is,
I pressed you, but you didn't do it at the first time. And that's why I said it, because that is what it means, grouping. You sat there and you told Randy, you condemned him when Randy was sitting here talking about all the things that average Americans with jobs have to deal with. And
so I'm not going to do the whole, I understand you're passionate about it, but I'm not going to do the whole disrespect and cutting me off. That's one thing I'm not going to do. So we're going to have a civil conversation. You can get heated all you want, but I'm going to ask you to pipe down just a little bit. I care nothing about feelings or emotions in reference to this conversation because I am not part of the government. I am an individual that's within the government, just like you are. So excuse me. That said, let me be very clear. I shouldn't have to break down to people that are supposed to be very intelligent and tell them that two things can be true when people out here in this country of the United States of America have likely seen someone at some point of the day that has done something that they know they shouldn't be doing as it pertains to their spending. I shouldn't have to tell you that. Just like I shouldn't have to tell you that the sun is up and it appears to be orange. But if you need me to tell you that, fine, I can tell you that. I'm not trying to pander. I can give a SHIT about what anybody thinks, feels, or may in terms of their emotions. It is quite evident that the current administration, which I shouldn't have to say that either, is doing a lot of things to disenfranchise people when it comes to the oil or gas prices, when it comes to the taking funding from certain institutions. I shouldn't have to say that because if anybody follows politics or just take an opportunity to look at the news as it pertains to the Trump administration, they will see these things. But I don't think they need Michael Leon Squire to be Don Lemon or some other prominent reporter to tell them everything that Trump is actually doing that's actually affecting them. If they need that, then they're just as lost as you are in this conversation because you pointed it at me as if I didn't see the other side. When you know good well on this panel, which we've been on here for a whole year and a half almost, how we talk about what this administration has done. As a matter of fact, we beat an unalive horse all the time in reference to it. Now, respectfully, I'm going to go back on mute.
So like ML said, right? Like ML said, two things. Hold on, Debonair. I'm gonna let you go after Bijan. Like ML said, two things can be true at the same time. I do believe that the root cause of all of this is the fact that we don't have affordable living condition, like affordable living. So that in itself puts people in a place where when they are in lack, when they do get a little bit, they do tend to overspend. Right? So yes, that's the root cause, but it is also true that people spend money on unnecessary things because they don't have financial literacy. And I believe here's how I do it. I don't buy anything unless I'm able to afford it 3 times. Right? So the car that I have, if I'm not able to make this car payment 3 times over and still be okay, I'm not doing it. Right? Because that's just how I do things. I think that what we need to learn is stop the waste part, right? What we don't need to buy, right? We want to keep that money and invest it somewhere that's going to benefit us later. We have a problem with instant gratification, right? In the community, everybody wants everything now instead of building for the future. I do believe that that's an issue just as well as cost of living being an issue.
Thank you, Za. And let me just say this, right? Because ML, I do know you, right? And I think that you should know me enough that I try to wait and I let everybody listen when I want to respond. I didn't point a finger at you, right? What I wanted to talk about was when Randy was responding, right? He was responding to Joel because, Joel, you can correct me if I'm wrong in my assertion of you. I don't know if you believe that there is affordability complex. You are striking down every last one of us when we are talking about the cost of living in this country and saying that majority of the problems is due to people having quote unquote bad financial decisions, doing this, wanting to go out and flex. Two things can be true, right? But I am talking about the justification for his thinking versus the justification for our thinking, which is why I came at you, ML, because when Randy was talking to him about cost of living, that's when you said, hold up, you don't like the messenger. What he's saying is true. Because now it sounds like you're agreeing with him painting a broad brush that majority of these issues has to do with people not wanting to spend their money. And that's not what you agree with. And that's not what I agree with, which is why the first thing I asked you was, ML, do you think that there's an affordability crisis?
So this is where I'm going to be brief and debonair go after this. I don't know if you heard the full context. And I am defending Joe in this instance. He didn't even get an opportunity to get to that point. He only spoke about what was stated at the time, and he was disputing the numbers. In this case, he's still, and I would say 1 billion% true, as factual as it pertains to who is at the top in terms of 1%. That is all he was talking about. He didn't even get an opportunity to get to the affordability. I don't know what his take on it. You can ask him yourself personally. He is on the panel. But in reference to what is affordable, what the 1% is, he was absolutely true. And there is data to back that up. That's all that was. In reference to that, and the reason why I interjected one more time is because it was just going on and on and on and on and on. So as a moderator, trying to keep the temperature down, I interjected. That's it.
Yeah. So I do think things are pretty unaffordable. So I won't say it's a hoax, like an affordability crisis hoax, but I think people are missing what's actually happening. And what's actually happening is the government's realized there's no other way to get out of this hole than to increase the GDP significantly to manage the debt. And the only way, I guess, to increase GDP, the fastest way is going to be to raise prices. So cut red tape, let business thrive, and raise costs. So are Americans going to be hurting for maybe a year or two? Yes. Are things going to come back down anytime soon? No. Was this, and this is why at first I wasn't believing this, and I'm not happy that Trump did this at all.
Hey,
But
sorry to
I
interrupt,
do
but I
believe
gotta head out. I'll talk. Thanks for having me on.
I do believe this Iran war was inevitable because
See you, Joel.
it was a good excuse to raise costs for on oil, which is going to raise costs on everything else across the board. And that's just kind of what they found out. So I mean, if the richest people in the world, Elon Musk and them, came into government and tried to cut costs and realized the government cannot stop spending money. Like we're at a point it's just not going to work. So they decided a better route is to increase GDP. So in my what in my opinion, I agree it is unaffordable. But I mean, unless you guys can come up with a better way to solve the national debt crisis other than increasing GDP, which is raising costs, then I think you should present that, because as of now, the richest people in the world are letting us know, hey, this is not possible without doing this, guys. And it's years and years and years of just kicking the can down the road, administration after administration after administration. So it didn't start 10 years ago. It started decades ago. And I think we're just now at that point where you can no longer kick this can down the road. So I mean, people are just going to have to figure out a way. Like to ML's point, now is the time to stop buying anything that you do not need, and save every dollar. It's going to be important, but I mean, it sucks. Nobody wants to
It's gonna
really.
get worse.
Nobody wants to live like that, of course, but that's just kind of the reality we're in. And I mean, you can go to any economist, and this is what they're all sounding the alarm on. There's no other way out of this.
And so
And
if
it'll
you
be worse.
But the programs that
Just so
Trump
y'all
put
know.
the programs that
and
he put in place has increased the deficit. So you were talking about, Debonair, you just said that the government has to increase GDP, but they've also increased
Hold on one
the
second, Randy.
deficit.
Zah wanted to go.
Okay,
Hold on
I'm
one
sorry.
second. Go ahead, Zah. Go ahead, Zah.
I was gonna say to your point, right? If people didn't have discipline prior to prices going up, cost of living going up even more extremely high, of course, then they don't have discipline now, right? And I think that that's the root cause of all of this is that it's discipline on the government's part, discipline on our individual parts, and where we should and should not be spending money. Again, America is the land of uh, waste and abuse and fraud, right? So I think that that being the case, we individually need to learn how to have some sort of discipline in what we're purchasing and where we're purchasing. I think that at some point you guys have to take accountability for certain things. Yes, the cost of living is high, but affect what change you can affect.
The
Agreed.
average
And for
person
for the
is
for
getting
the
hurt.
Worse.
for those that may be, man, you need to fix your mic. And for those that may felt it was contentious. We were just having a spirited debate between myself and Bijan.
I hear that. He's the main one doing all it. Yeah, exactly. And I already crushed your consciousness. You don't want no smoke. Yeah. And I know I am the leader, and everybody else around here knows. I am the leader of my people, the Aboriginal American people. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm supposed to be. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. This is my actual destiny to do this. So there's that going on. And that's a real thing. That is a thing. What you're doing is not a thing. You see what I'm saying? At one point, it was a thing to stupidos. You see what I'm saying? To us, it was never a thing. You see what I'm saying? So now we're making that whole situation obsolete. Everything you do. We showing everybody it ain't real. It ain't real. Use a dingbat. You know what I mean? Use a full-blown nincompoop. All right? Yeah, damn nincompoop. Mm-hmm. You got damn straight up, full blown. And your wife, Cheeto Dust wife looked like Cali Bus from goddamn Clash of the Titans. That goddamn swamp creature that came out the goddamn drone and got Cali Bus. And damn Cali Bus. Better get the Cali Buster. That's what they called you, Cali Buster. That's Cali Bus's sister, Cali Buster. He was giving Buster Douglas's adjoint. Buster. Damn, Cali Bus's sister, Cali Buster. Adjoint, crazy. You was handing out Becky's in the back of a tracker before you got handed over to Cheeto Dust. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Then the tracker tipped over, and then that's how you bumped your damn head. I know your stories. Y'all always got a story. So why don't you never tell that story? Why you don't never tell how you bumped your goddamn head in the back of that goddamn tracker? Come here. What you mad at me for, man? I couldn't even imagine why you would ever be mad at me like this. Y'all don't like this. I'm gonna change the topic. Y'all don't like it. I'm gonna do this. Huh? I couldn't imagine why Oh, you don't never want to come in here. Keep your mouth shut. Exactly. When the royalty come up here, the little children got to keep their little mouths shut. See that? Because they know that the hurricane will come by their house if they don't. So keep your mouth shut for the hurricane come over there. Straight up. They already know that I am not lying either. So say that it ain't. Say it won't to yourself. Go ahead. You ain't even got to say it out loud. Say it in your head. Go ahead. Now you quiet as a church mouse, boy. You're saying in your head, yeah, it can happen. It definitely can happen. Yeah, I know. You better chill. So is anybody going to come up here and speak for the invading races came to the Americas? And are you going to stop colonization and start breaking the generational curses? Are you going to do it, or am I going to come off of here and the first thing I'm going to see is y'all colonizing somebody, and then your people not doing nothing about it? Because I ain't even talking about that you colonized somebody. What I'm talking about is your people didn't do anything about it. So forget about, now we're not even talking about colonization no more. All right. We're past is this, are you a colonizer? Are you part of a colonizing force? We're past all that. Now we are, because yes, it's a certainty that you are. Now we're at, why aren't you doing something about that? Then you turn around and ask me what you're supposed to do. You didn't ask me that when you were helping the United States corporation get established in the Americas, you didn't ask me what you were supposed to do. You got up that morning for yourself, for that morning, in your morning, right? Got yourself in a shower, got dressed, right? Said, I'm going to take my car, go get in my car, all the well knowing I'm going to take a shower, no washcloth, and go get dressed and go get in my car to go vote. To go vote. You see? So you didn't call me and ask me about none of that process. You didn't ask me nothing. But you want to ask me what you're supposed to do about what you did. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is the preposterousness that we got to deal with when we deal with you. You know what I mean? I had to throw you a little Hollywood dig. That's called a, that's what that's their culture. You know what I mean? I do flighting in all the ways. That right there was a little nugglet for you. That's called a Hollywood dig right there. I said you took a shower, which is a good thing. It's a good thing to take showers. But I definitely had to mention that you don't use washcloths in there. You know what I mean? And then we can move on to the next. It's like saying, I like that suit is nice. That suit is nice on you for a shirt, for a dude who can do a backflip underneath a bench. That's a Hollywood dig. It's a compliment with a little dig at the end of it. It's their culture. So I had to use it against you. Yeah, I know exactly what Hollywood digs are. And I have so many of them. I could crush your whole program just with them. Dingbat. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You're pretty smart for a dingbat. You know what I mean? You feel me? Exactly. Too smart for a full-blown nincompoop. Where you at? You don't like this background either? Oh, man, let me see. You don't want to talk to me about nothing, huh? You don't want to talk to me about nothing, huh? But you in every other live stream with the police talking about, where's the blacks from? Where's the blacks from? Where's the blacks from? Where's the blacks from? Get off our nuts. That's where we from. We from the get off of our nuts lands. Where's that? The Americas. So that means you got to get off the American nuts. You got to get off the Americas. You got to get the hell out of here completely. All right? Scram. Beat it. Period. Yeah. And you don't want to really try to get me salty up here, because if you do, then the frequency going to get louder and there's more things going to happen to y'all. And that's what's going to happen. That's what's going on right now. That's what you don't understand. My frequency is very powerful. And you can't stop it. So that's the universe right there saying, no, you can't. You can't stop it. That's the universe agreeing with me. Like they always do. They sent me to do this. That's why they agree with me. They the ones telling you. The infinite all of things. The sun himself. Mama Earth. You think that you're coming to knock me off? You're going to your grave, Gary Taylor. You're going to your grave, Gary Taylor. You're not coming to knock anything off. You're not worth anything. You see, you're not going to the light cycle. You're worthless, Gary Taylor. I'll go out front right now. You a daisy if you do. I go out there. I just go right out onto my balcony because I know you can't do nothing to me. If you sit over there and you happen to even possibly start a setup, you're out of here. I need you to pull that. Go ahead, pull it. I'm going to tell you, pull it. I'm going to say, pull it. And watch what happens. It's going to kick back and hit you in your face. Go ahead. Watch. Go ahead. It's going to kick back and hit you right in your face. It ain't going to hit me. That's what you don't understand. When I come off of here, I'll see if you're good like that. I'll go sit on my balcony for a little bit with my head turned the other way. That's what I do. I go on my balcony and I make sure that they know. I'll turn my head around right now. I'll turn around. I won't watch you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see, man. I sit right with my back turned to the whole program, man. Go ahead, you got it. You think this is Mount Luther? You think this is Martin Luther King? Go ahead. Go ahead. This ain't Martin Luther King, boy. You're gonna find out in the most ferocious way. So you figure out how you can ever do it, and then figure it out, and then watch out. Watch what happens. Watch. Log everything that happens to every one of them, because you're gonna see. Like the people who are higher up in their people, like their War Department and all that, they know what I'm saying is real. Don't you, War Department? You know what I'm saying is real, don't you, War Department? You know that what I'm saying is real, don't you? Department of War. Huh? You found out that you ain't built like that. You pick on weaklings. You pick on people that you know you can pick on. That's what you do. You don't pick on this power greater than yourself. You don't come picking on me. You don't come picking on me. You don't come nowhere near me. You try, but that's where you keep getting smoked. You keep getting smoked, man. What happened to your homeboys, man? What happened to your homeboys? I thought you said they was the best in the business. You said, go get that blackie, didn't you? Go get that freaking blackie like we did everybody else. Go get it. Shut his mouth. Right? Shut his mouth. Go get his black ass. Go get his orangutan ass. Go get that goddamn orangutan. And what happened? Found out you was the freaking orangutan, you goddamn dingbat. Found out that you was a freaking orangutan. Go get his monkey butt. Found out that you was the ape race. That's crazy on your way down here. Damn, you thought you was coming over here to see me, man. You went to go see your own grave. You went to see your own grave and then stayed there. Damn. You just went to it. Like, what a freaking nincompoop. They send you because they want to see and they don't really like you. That's what y'all don't understand. If they sent you to come collect me, that means they don't like you. It's not that they think you're the best or they think you're whatever like this. They ain't come. They ain't come. Donald Trump ain't coming nowhere near me, boy. He is frightened. He is scared, boy. Yeah, man. He don't want boy because he already knows. See, what I'm not scared to go nowhere near him. I'm not scared to go near you, buddy. No. You're going to watch me take your moon. You're going to watch me take it. Just take all your technology from you. Take all the resources. That's all I'm going to do to you, Donald Trump. Take all your stuff. And then you're going to be sitting there as a sitting duck. And everybody in there, mammy, going to want a chunk out of you. And your whole bloodline. So, yeah, you're going to be eaten by your own people. Yeah. Yeah. People starting to see like, yo, Earth Speaks ain't no damn joke. Bull is literally taking on the United States corporation and every fake leader, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, all these fake leaders, Kim Jong-un, Putin, all these cowards. These people are cowards, straight up cowards. And don't nobody want to say nothing. But they all sent somebody to try to collect me. Every one of them. And every one of them is in the dirt. So send 1,000 more. See where they go. So, you helping us out. You self-deporting. That's all you're doing. You're using your own resources and your own little sneaky little planes and all that. They're out of here. Your plane's out of here. You're self-deporting. You're self-deleting. Go. We call that. That's man. I seen the one dude try to come collect one of the star seeds. Flew right into a tree. Started a whole brush fire across the whole sparked the whole fire that took down all the rest of these colonizers' houses. You know what I call that? I call that motivation. Now that's motivation. And that's the motivation I like to see. Now that's real motivation right there. You got to do a training tape on that. When I say leave, I mean leave like that. Leave like this right here. Now, well, look, these people don't want to say nothing to nobody. Now they quiet as church mouses. Look, they won't strike a match in a blackout. Look at them. Golly, look at you. Oh, you docile as a goddamn jellyfish, ain't you? Look at you over there, man. Oh, you now that the Atlanteans is back, mommy and daddy's home. So now, you mad at me? Hey. Crazy. I love you. But you ain't let me back, huh? But you ain't let me back, huh? I thought this was about to look us forever. Okay? I thought this was about to look us forever. You didn't let me back, huh? Wait. You know what I'm saying? That's okay. That's okay. Wait, huh? I told you to tell her. I told you to tell her. The chosen sanitarian. I told you to tell her. You was a sanitarian, not sanitation. I told you to tell him you was a sanitarian. You should have just told him you was a horse. Then you could have became a Marukan. You see, you should have just told everybody he was a horse. Freaking dingbat. You should have told him you was a sanitarian, dingbat. Yeah. Now you look like a lizard.